All right. All right. This is fixed up right here. All right, y'all. Let's talk about the talk about. Why these kids ain't scared? Y'all remember back in them days, man, with them kids used to be afraid of the neighbors and afraid of the teachers, the little paddle on it. That my baby in the building. Oh my. Oh my.
My baby.
Baby.
Go ahead, talk about these bad little kids.
They bad ass little girl.
Yeah, and they bad ass little
And they
mama.
bad ass
And
parent
daddies.
too.
Yeah.
Right. That's what it is. And them, man, the kid that made them bad. I mean, that's the parent that made them bad. That's exactly what it is right there. Let's get the body started.
Exactly. I'm over here trying to make some fish tacos.
Oh my. Okay, you making it happen, Captain.
Just something quick, something light.
Little quick like little light song, huh? Okay.
I work.
Little light work.
That's silly.
Little light work.
Light. Okay, let me read these
You got
questions.
people sucking their fingers off and stuff.
Man, we need some old people to come up in here.
Oh, little
Back
fox.
in my day,
It was too tough on our
we
kids.
had a
Now y'all kids
ruler,
tough on
and we
y'all. You know
would
what I'm
take
saying?
that ruler and we will slap them in the buttocks.
Right. That's abuse. You can't do that. Stop.
Andrina!
You know, there's the ones that be yellow like that be having the
Oh,
baddest kids on earth.
man. You said what?
The ones that be claiming, oh, you was abusing them and all that other stuff, and they be having the baddest kids on earth, though. It always be like that, I notice. This water, I'm gonna need this water right here to fill this up, because this is about to be interesting.
To be honest, bad kids come from parents who whoop and parents who don't.
It's both sides.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, at least the ones that whoop, they not getting beat up by their kids.
Yeah, their kids are beating other people.
Yeah.
Well, my grandbaby finna be bad in a second. I hear her coming.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Look, when babies.
Bring that little bad little baby over here.
She bad. She's spoiled.
Oh, you said she's spoiled. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm not gonna lie to you. Ooh, spoiled is a trigger word for me. I do not like.
She's so spoiled. Her mama don't have time since her daddy is in the National Guard.
Wait, that's why her mom. Wait,
I said,
what?
give me my grandbaby.
Wait, is she in the National Guard or the dad? Cause how she don't got time?
Because she got to work. So the daddy in the National Guard. And when I say I got my grandbaby, and she is bad.
Well, so it
Nothing
sounds like
like
you the mama, grandmama.
I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to get it. Trying to get it without all them spankings. But I had to pop her a couple times, and it hurt me so bad to have to pop my grandbaby because I was not
Somebody
a
got.
parent that spanked.
I do think so. Wait, how old is your grandbaby?
She 3.
Oh, okay. When they're kind of that little, a little pop on the hand, I kind of understand.
Yeah, them little pops, it hurt me so bad to have to pop up, but it's dangerous.
They're dangerous.
hmm
Mm.
She'll take off running, and I'm like, girl, I gotta take off running behind her and can't catch her. Oh, the 3-year-olds can run fast, and I thought I was fast, but they can run.
They said reality set in after that. Like, dang,
Yes.
these knees ain't doing what the knees used to do.
Stop it.
I think my daughter was too light on her because
I can
she
tell.
was
I can
kind
hear
of.
it in
Wait,
your
I got
voice.
a question. Is this open panel like where I can just chat or do I need to be
Well, yeah,
introduced?
just right now until the panel kind of fills up a little bit more.
Oh, well,
But
let
if
me
you
Okay,
can
share
help,
it.
Adriana, was that you
if
saying
y'all
that
can help us
you're
tap up to 5K though, that'd be
Let
very
me
helpful.
share it out.
was that you saying that you were watching your grandbaby that was like in the guard or whatever? Or was that someone else?
Yeah, her dad is in the guard.
So I tell you, I was raised in the deep south. So I got my butt tore up if I looked at somebody sideways. Like my mom literally whooped me out of a church pew one time and I like looked up, I was like, y'all pray for me, and she walked outside and tore my backside up for acting a fool. My older kids, I have 4 kids. So my older 3, um, were raised kind of in the South, and I didn't tear them up like I got tore up, but like I was very much on the guilt tripping, and I'd like pop them on the butt, and I'd be like, I'm so disappointed, and they'd cry about that. Then I moved, the military moved us to Alaska, and I lived. Actually, no, I moved to Alaska before that, and I was in like a very like hippie kind of town, and I swear if I had even popped my kid on the hand, they'd have called CPS on me. Like, so learning to parent was very hard for my third one. Because I'm like, oh, you went out in front of a car and I can't even pop your behind and tell you that was crazy. I don't know, it's different. So I just want to say, like, if you think your kid's being lenient because of the military and stuff, it does have an effect on how you parent, I think.
I can see that.
Yeah, in the
And
South, it's like
I
that.
don't think that like I mean popping like my daughter, my oldest, I maybe have popped her behind 3 times in her life, and she is an angel. My fourth, she's always like, "We're so lenient on her," and I'm like, "No, you just listen. She don't. We're working on it."
Right.
I don't think there was any grand advice there. I was just trying to like give some perspective that like if they've moved around with the military, like where you live and what's acceptable can hinder how you parent sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I know where I'm from. If you don't spank your child, they'll take your child from you. It gets out of hand.
You in the South too.
hmm In law enforcement too.
It's it's hard. And like my older kids, I never really even had to spank that much. It was just like the saying I'd do it and knowing there's follow through if they don't listen.
Yeah.
But I don't know, like it's very different. Like, very we lived in Alaska in a very rural town and very hippie town, and that wasn't the thing. It was absolutely not acceptable there to even yell at your children. So,
Mhm. What?
hmm
Just to let y'all know, please tap the 5K so we can start the conversation.
wait, what do I
By the
need
way,
to
what's
tap?
up, Ron? Huh? To 5K.
What's up, Rachel? What's up,
Yep.
Kev?
What's up, man?
Everybody
Yeah,
else in here, how y'all doing?
I'm
good.
good.
Heard y'all. That's what's up.
I think emotionally unstable people just the only way they can raise a child pretty good is with a lot of support. I believe if they get the support they need, that child will be able to uh
Flourish.
grow on a positive light, and that will actually bring that parent out of being emotionally unstable. They can see the something working in their life, and they'll have a little bit more confidence in their parenting. And it says, why should kids date when adults can't even figure it out today? I don't think kids should be dating. But I guess when they turn 19, when they're out of high school, they kind of do start dating.
Do you think
But
not till 19, or they can date in high school? I'm just curious.
I think they use the majority of, if you take the whole, I would say the whole United States, the majority don't date until after high school.
Really? Like, I mean, I have teen. I have.
think it's
So I have.
opposite.
Nah,
I
that's
have.
cap.
I don't know about
Yeah,
that.
I have
I'm about to say, I
three.
think it's opposite. They got them dating as
Really, y'all really think the majority of people are dating while
yes.
in high school?
Yeah, I
Yes,
mean,
Yeah.
100%.
I'm 37. I dated. I mean, I have a kid with my high school sweethart, but we dated into
But
college.
you know
But
the
I have three teenagers now, and or two in high school, and they're dating.
I want to say I think look think about this saying right here.
I
Oh,
mean, dating
you
is
got to do it.
subjective,
Hold up,
though.
dang, what the heck? She done got used to this going. Let me say this real quick. I was about to say all right, but I was about to say you ever heard of the term that people be like, oh, let's get you a little boyfriend, a little girlfriend. Look at this little girl, stuff like that. I know we've seen that a lot of the times. Even like if you look at TV shows, them are little. Well, they're imitating little teenagers that's always dating. They got little boyfriends and girlfriends. Like it's majority of Americans, I think, is all the way the opposite way. They all literally have like either they're dating, they're like just be safe and all that other stuff or whatever. But yes, and I'm trying to actually say the opposite, trying to get them to do the opposite though, because yeah, that's the reason why I wrote that up there. Because yes, majority of people is dating. They're dating. They're they have boyfriends, girlfriends, and all that stuff. That's why they getting pregnant.
Well, I think dating is subjective. Like, what is dating to an adult versus a teenager? Like, are you actually going out and hanging out and spending time alone together? It's different for a teen depending on their parents. Like, it's not the same as adults saying they're dating.
Well, I'm glad I didn't get a grandbaby until my daughter was almost 30.
There you go. That's good. That's good. Yes, people that have been pregnant at 12.
That's
The sad
crazy.
part about that. But yeah. Actually, I think I want to. I forgot to reword that though, because I don't want to keep going around that dating. I want to specify boyfriend, girlfriend, because that's what I'm looking at. Because I know everybody gonna come with these different type of. I forgot when I did that before. They was, yeah. Yeah, I want to specify that because it's like, adults literally can't even find them themselves. I think they take it as a joke nowadays. I think relationships are way more serious than how we really, it's not meant to be just a trial and error. But we're going to get to it though. We in there 5K yet? No, we not.
Well, I'm tapping with all my fingers and
Yeah,
toes,
hey, you
so
doing your thing. I
we
see your
should be
name.
almost there.
Cooking and tapping at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody.
That one that was running her mouth the longest, she should have been tapped. I ain't seen a half a tap from her. She said, "How do you just tap the screen? Just tap where the thing is at. Tap the prompt."
Where you at? Yeah.
Yeah, she probably new to TikTok.
Old days where kids used to
You
be
sent the
afraid of
rose. I mean, that's
teachers.
you halfway there. We gonna get you there, man. Just
Damn, dude. I sent the rose because that's what I know how to do.
yeah, it's not that hard. I'm talking about the free stuff. This thing is free. You just tap. You just tap the screen. Tap your little fingers.
Okay, did I do it? The heart? I think I did it.
You almost come on. You almost got it. I believe in you.
Wait, I think I did it. I tapped it, and there sent a heart.
Yeah, keep tap. Just you know what I'm saying? Do it right on the screen.
Continuously.
Listen, y'all, I just want to know if I did it right. That's all.
You almost there. I think I see your name pop up down there. See? Never would have made it. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all taught me something new. Learn something new every day.
There you go, man. Remember who
I
taught
do.
you that, man. So don't be
I won't forget it.
don't be out here loose in these streets with them tapping, man. You know what I'm saying?
I can only be loose tapping over here.
Brush your tap Jenny here. Remember who you lost in there.
Oh my goodness.
I do think we're kind of going into back to more respectful way of being though. I've noticed that I don't know about, I'm in Alabama, so I don't know about some people's communities, but we are going back to where it says the old days where kids were afraid of the teachers. Is the government officials are more supportive now.
Oh, okay.
They're more supportive, and they're even, coaching the children on how to dress and carry themselves. So you don't notice that kids aren't wearing leggings to school anymore. It's against the law. They can't be on the cell phones at school anymore. And the schools are really gathering the attention of the children nowadays. So I'll be glad when my grandbaby go to school.
When that
Ooh,
start
I was
happening?
thinking the exact opposite of
It's
that.
because of isn't it because of the Orange
Is it-
Man
I was just
administration?
about. I was just about.
Yeah, the cell phone ban and all that.
That's
My
all I was
kids
about to
have
get
no
to. Like,
dress
when did that
code at
start? I was like,
school.
okay, so I see Trump ain't playing in these streets. Everybody don't like
Oh
that.
yeah, our state is
Right,
next.
and nobody
I
is
can't
giving
wait.
him credit for that. Like I
Oh,
don't like the
I
man
thought
like
about
that. I
that.
ain't even gonna lie to you. I don't like,
Y'all don't think
everything that he
Donald Trump is
does.
funny? I
But
love Donald Trump.
he is putting a lot of things in place that
Yeah,
I think
Yeah.
a lot of people are disregarding. They're acting like he's not doing
I
stuff.
never. You got a
Well, when
point
we
on that.
talk about
You got a
school
point. I
dress
ain't know
codes,
that.
that's at a local level. That has nothing to do with the federal level. And
There was something he passed like
No, see
that
Jeff
made it.
Sessions.
no, because my kids have no dress code at their school, and which is wild to me because
What?
I go to pick
Not
my
that.
kids up from school, and there are girls
No,
that are
every
in
school has a dress
like
code.
booty shorts
No.
and
Every school has
Maybe
a
it's the
dress
gym
code.
girls.
No,
no,
like
I am telling you, I'll tell you my school
every school
district
has
if
a
you
dress
message me.
code.
No, our
Okay, what's the
school.
name of your school?
What state are
If
you in?
you message me, I'll tell you. I just don't want to put that publicly. You
Oh,
know,
what
What
state are you
state?
in?
in the state of Minnesota
Oh,
is where
Minnesota
we're
is
at now.
cold, right?
No,
It
but
is
this,
cold, but well,
no,
certain
Wow.
but
months of the
literally
year.
the thing is, okay,
We've now
it's
been in two states, so that we were in Alaska before. They also had no school dress code,
It's
and
cold out there.
so
Y'all
we've been
bundled
in
up
now
anyway.
two districts,
no.
and so I go pick up my kids from school, and there are girls in like booty shorts and tube tops, and I'm just like, my mom would have never let me
Wait,
out of the house
When
in
it's
that, but
so
cold,
wait, okay,
it's
wait,
a
wait.
thing now.
So wait 1 second. So you looked at the actual, um, what do you call it? The school
The
handbook.
dress code, the
policy?
code of
Yeah, the school
conduct.
handbook.
Correct. Yes. We don't have one because there was a lot of debate about how, a lot of the dress codes were because it was distracting to male students. It became a big huge thing, and so now there is no dress code. There is no dress code.
Wow. I'm
Also,
sorry about
I
that.
had a
Which, I mean, I
question.
think there should be a middle ground. Like, you should be able to have your shoulders showing and wear a tank top and not be like, oh, it's because boys are distracted. But that shouldn't mean you should wear a tube top to school the next day. Like, you can wear belly shirts and all the things now.
Wow.
So, yeah, there wasn't anything passed by Congress legislator. It's very much locally controlled.
Well, I was really speaking in terms of the being able to, like, if a child hits you, being able to basically like hold them down or do what you got to do to protect yourself. I
Oh,
remember there was
for
something. Yeah, it wasn't
educators?
necessarily regarding the dress code, but I gotta look it up.
Oh, as far as hitting an educator, I do think they should be able to restrain a child in that situation, but they need to be trained before they do that.
Trained in self defense.
Trained in how to safely restrain a person.
Right, because
Because we can look at
people
George
have
Floyd. If you don't know how to safely restrain a person, you could very much unalive them.
right.
So there needs to be safety training if you're going to restrain it. Like, so that's always been a thing for people in the special ed classes who have violent children. Commonly, they are trained to safely restrain students. So if that's going to be a thing overall, then all the
Always
teachers should be
wondered.
trained
No,
in
no,
it.
I thought they're trained to create a safe space. They're like not really even supposed to be touching them.
I think so. There's like when you're high risk, when you're working with high risk students who have a history of
Like
being
autistic.
violent, there are educators in that classroom who have taken classes to safely restrain, not like safely restrain them, safe for the student, safe for the educator.
So I got a question though.
I think you think you got the steps. Yeah. Go ahead.
I got it. Oh, go ahead, babe.
No. Go ahead, my love.
I was about to ask about because y'all brought the George Floyd thing up. Like, was the knee on the front of his neck or the back of his neck?
It
I
doesn't
haven't
matter.
seen the
He didn't
video.
survive it, so it was inappropriate.
It was on the
I
back,
asked a specific question. I asked over again. I said, was the knee on the back of the neck or the front of the neck?
the back.
He was face
So,
down, so it was on his
okay.
back.
So the more I think about that, how can you not breathe off the back of your neck?
What you mean?
I'm saying, like, say if I was to restrain you and put my knee on the back of somebody's neck, I don't think you can still be able to breathe.
No, that pressure
Because
is you're pushing
pressure,
that onto the concrete on the front of
you're
the
yeah,
neck.
the
Oh, I know what
pressure
you're talking
creates an
about.
You
inability
see what I'm
to
talking
breathe.
about? Because
The
like
see,
even if I was to put my knee on your back, right? You could still say that's a pressure, whatever, right? They put it.
no, the lungs would collapse. That you can't.
So
You
if
would.
you're putting pressure on the back and you're laid down on the front, that pressure is going to go to the front as well because you're laid on a flat surface.
Yeah, it wasn't just the
You can
neck.
close
It was his
somebody's
whole
lungs.
body. Like there was what 3 people?
Yeah, but how do you restrain somebody while putting pressure on them on the ground?
Yeah, no,
Right, but you don't
but
have
he
to
was
have
already
They
in
have to pull them
continuous
cuffs.
up.
pressure.
That's why they have training.
Listen, if you were to put, and I learned that in boot camp, if you were to literally put pressure on somebody's back, you don't have to cover their face at all.
Oh, he
But if
covered his
you
face.
put,
Oh, I didn't see
if
that.
you don't have to cover their face at all. But if
Well,
you
and the
were to
pressure,
push if you were to push their latissimus, the both sides of the left and the right side of the pectoral muscles to the floor, the lungs cannot expand to take in a breath of air, and you'll cut off their ability to have oxygen. You don't have to cover their face.
Dang, so they got to find a new restrainer thing because that's what all police officers do. They
Yeah,
put
you can
pressure on
literally close your lungs.
That mean they got to
Bro,
risk their life. They
for
got to risk
3
their life because
minutes
they
is a
worried
long
about them
time.
breathing. That mean they got to risk their life then, if that's the
it's
case.
nah. I feel like
No, they got other ways to
most time
restrain.
people are gonna be
No, I'm saying like
compliant,
if
bro.
somebody's fighting, because y'all act like that every last person that get arrested is innocent. So imagine if you a police officer, I bet money. If they got a pew pew on their head, you're not worrying about if they can breathe or not.
Right.
Don't pick a
Okay,
profession if
well,
you're scared
someone
for
correct me if I'm
They
wrong,
have to
but wasn't he
exhaust
cuffed for
they
like
have to
3
hold on
minutes
1
before
second.
this
Hold on.
happened?
But they have to
Well,
exhaust all their options first.
yeah, after so much time, you can put too much pressure
Unless,
on a
yeah,
person.
they do have to exhaust all their options unless there's a weapon of deadly force present.
Right.
Even that, I don't know why people act like that they gonna think like that. Like if you moving in them, it's easier said when you're not a police officer. I know that's that's why I never thought to even be a security guard. That's a very dangerous job.
Yeah.
So to act like people gonna act before they react, and you got to worry about you saving your own life because you don't know what the person you pulling over got or do or capable of. So it's
You just
like
gotta be ready to go.
say we going. Yeah,
You
it's
gotta
no different like when Mike Tyson said when everybody got a plan until they get punched in the face, right? That's the thing. It sounds good on the outside until you really in there. You know, you're not gonna be thinking about all those things though. So I ain't gonna lie to that. I know it's some scenarios where they had time to think it out, but I'm just thinking about like y'all. We was talking about well, you can't push down on people because they can't breathe, and I think that's kind of out of the. In that case, I guess that's different. But they also said that he had it was some dealing with schmugs too that the reason also caused him to not be able to breathe also.
But the
But
thing is, though, like
yeah.
how long they had him on the ground, that's the thing.
unreasonable.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, yeah, it's okay to do what you got to do until you can get those handcuffs on. But literally, they were just sitting there the whole time.
He,
Like,
And
they
he
he
don't
let them
wasn't
know
a
he
threat.
couldn't breathe. He let them know
He
that
was
too.
no
You're supposed to
longer a
lift the man
threat
up.
when he was crying for his mom, and they continued to be on his back. He was no longer a threat at that point.
He
The
was
threat
broken.
was subsided.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
I
they were
blame
excess
every
there. They were just
bystander.
excessive
I
force.
think
I
I
blame
think the
every
worst one though, 'cause
bystander.
that can be up in the air. I don't know what happened. I ain't look at the full video on that though. But I think the one that was the worst to me was that lady that was in her house
Her house with the
with the
And she
boiling
pot.
rebuked
water.
him.
Yeah, with the pot
That
thing. Now
was
that was
the worst.
yeah, that was literally the
Well, I
worst though,
mean,
because like literally you can't say nothing about that. She literally was on the ground. She had her hands up, and he still popped her.
Well,
well,
what
I was
about?
here for like in the Twin Cities for George Floyd, and I was visiting when Fidel Castro happened. But watching that lady, and those were both awful, but watching that
Need to make a
lady,
statue of her.
watching her was god awful. Like you could tell she was, and God, she didn't do anything. That was heartbreaking.
I would say probably one that's a little bit worse in comparison would be the man that was in his own home, and the female entered his home. She first off, her key wouldn't work to the apartment, so that should have been the first sign. Well, she broke in the door, and when she saw him in the apartment, she opened fire on him and said that he had broke into her apartment. Does anyone else know about that?
I think I
Oh,
heard
that
No,
about
was
that. I heard about that.
was
Yeah.
no.
that the cop? The cop was
Yeah.
trying to go into her. I remember that. I forget what state.
I
Was that
think that's
Texas?
different though. Like that ain't no like
No, that's
outside
different.
scenario. That
This
just sound like that's
lady,
like an accident. That's what that sounds like.
No,
No,
lady,
it
the
can't be an
no,
lady that
accident
he,
when
no, Kev.
hold
the
up.
lady
So
he was talking about with the boiling water, though, she
I mean, didn't
called
she
for
live right
help.
near him?
no,
She
she
called,
lived the
but
and the
she had
woman.
called for help. That's the
Okay,
problem.
so the woman that entered the man's apartment, she lived an entire floor underneath him. So she was on the wrong floor in the wrong apartment,
Yeah.
and she
What?
she.
So
I
it wasn't an
mean,
accident.
She
no,
thought she
that's
was
that's not
going
an
in her
accident
house,
because the key
So
did her
allegedly.
key
did
didn't
she
work.
know that? Did she know the person or something?
Kev. Her
So
key didn't
she,
work to get
the
inside of her
allegedly,
alleged
she had
Yeah, I
apartment.
gone
understand
into
that.
her
Oh
apartment
my
and
gosh.
That's
I
stupid.
don't see how we're gonna
That-
say something's an accident when there were
okay,
two
let me
men.
ask. So I'm trying to ask a question. Every time I say something, somebody else extra keep
I
talking.
know, I
So
know.
I'm saying, so I'm asking this, right? So, because I'm trying to see, did she know the person? Did she, what would be the reason to just unalive somebody for no reason?
Her claim was she was feared for her life because she thought someone had broken into her home.
That doesn't
but
make
didn't
sense. I'm
It,
I
saying,
mean,
like,
has,
she
didn't
had
it
to
come
know it
out
was her
later
boyfriend.
she had some kind of
Damn, my
connection with
hey,
the
the
God.
host is
person?
talking, man. Go
Like,
ahead,
she got to
Phil.
say something every 2 seconds.
I
Damn.
I had to
What the
swear.
pop
hell?
her out of she just yeah, sorry.
I'm trying to
Yeah,
really seriously understand how the scenario is. Because
she
I
went
don't know, I
down
ask a
the
lot of
other
questions because
mouth.
some stuff don't make sense. And I don't just follow what what society always say. I just don't do that. I never do that. I always ask a lot of questions.
But the thing is, though, in those cases, like you have to like look for the like you have to go and look at what the evidence was yourself. It's very
Yeah.
hard to
What
describe
was
what
it?
happened. No, you have to go look.
But
It's very hard to describe, like
so,
the thing.
so how do you know if it was true or not? Then, if you didn't, if nobody else looked up the evidence, then how do anybody know it's true? Then, if
The
that's the case.
person that the law, the fact that they convicted her and found her at fault.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest tell sign was that her key didn't work to the apartment, and then when they did further research, they found out she lived a whole floor underneath him.
Yeah.
So
I'm about to say I've seen plenty of people that's in jail that was innocent though, so I don't know. I mean, me myself, like I said, I'm always going to be kind of different because like some stuff just don't be making sense to me. I'm like, dang, shit. I feel like in that case they might not be saying it. I feel like she knew the guy because ain't nobody purposely want to just come and just unalive somebody for no reason. That just don't make sense at all. You know, so she was drunk or she was on some smugs or something. I don't know what it was. Like that. That's just weird. She must
Yeah,
have always
that
had
was
an issue with this, huh?
that was also a theory too, that they knew each other.
Yeah. I can see that though, because otherwise, I don't think things happen for no reason. I've never been that person. You know, I always think it's some behind it all the time.
same. I honestly, I think she did know him, and they probably had an interaction before, and she didn't like him based off that.
And
And
they
and
was they? That's what I say. You say they was like kind of neighbors in a way, right?
yeah, they were neighbors,
Dude, they
but
probably was. He probably and she probably was one of them he probably was one of them stumpers upstairs that she got tired of. I don't know.
or she probably thought he didn't belong in the same building as her because he was BLK, and she would.
Oh, she was YT. That's okay. I
Yeah,
get it.
she was a
Ah, it's making
Karen.
a lot of sense why everybody feel this way. Okay, I didn't even know that. So yeah, I don't know. Me myself, even no matter what the color is, I get why everybody will automatically jump to say, yeah, she's wrong. You know, I like I said, I ask questions off rip, and I always like to figure stuff out. So that okay, I get you there.
Yeah, context is important.
Yeah, I don't know, when I saw the case, I didn't think everybody. Oh well, yeah. I guess you're right. People did automatically say that they thought she did
Yeah, we
have.
already know that. As soon as a YT cop and a black person, we gonna automatically just go automatically.
Well, he's not a cop. Oh yeah, she's a cop. Yeah.
Yeah, she the cop. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I
she.
seen another one with this all these two women cops. They instantly just they scary. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know if some women can be cops. They automatically just pull the pew pew out because they not strong enough. I seen one of them busting at this dude
A
automatic
lot
like
of
I
the
ain't even
men
try to
do it.
restrain him.
No, a lot of the men do it. I think more.
More
Like
women
pull out
officers.
their pew pew.
Miracle.
You said what?
More women officers do lose their jobs than men.
Oh yeah,
It's
they
just
gonna.
not public.
Yeah, they
Oh,
gonna stand behind the man
from
100.
pulling out their pew. Kev, I think your mic is like it keeps
Cover.
going in and out.
Oh.
Andrina, you said from them misusing their weapon.
Just you're supposed to pick your battles. It's police discretion. You know, officers can do it regardless. It's just that in some states, if you pull your gun out, you have to fire it. You must. You have to. You cannot just put it out and threaten or act like intimidate someone. You will not have that job because the
That
person
makes
can
sense.
call. They can contact the governor, and they can definitely have you stripped of all your credentials.
I don't think that's the case all the time. 'Cause they do it so many times when they pulling it out to when somebody come out the car, they don't just
They
instantly
should
bust at them.
they shouldn't do that. I know they want to do it in Alabama. You do that in Alabama, and the governor hears about
Dang.
it. It's gonna be some smoke in the city.
That's messed. I think that's scary. Then if they get a rule like that, I mean a lot of people gonna be unalive. Then if you pull it out, then you gotta pop somebody. That's
You
scary.
have to. It's a must in this state. Promise you.
Cause that's a gamble on both ends. Like if you was a cop and you don't know what the deal is, like I'm not about to come without it for it out. I'm gonna be ready.
That's why if you can Google anything about the statistical reports because we do have it public here in Alabama, and you'll see that it's very low when you get a situation with officers here. As
Yeah,
far as all that unaliving, you might see one or two throughout the state within a year, but you won't see like so many in the other states. It's
yeah,
very low here.
I can see that.
That's why the military coming. I'm happy.
I have a question, Kev.
Yo,
You said the old days where kids used to be afraid of teachers. When was that?
ah,
When was we
that
afraid
was
of teachers?
during my time, young grasshopper. So no, but
When you was in high school, you was afraid of teachers?
I was afraid of
no,
nothing.
yeah. I mean, yes, because they used to do paddles on your hand, and they used to be dang near your other parent in a way. Yeah, it used to be like that back then.
No, we had pedals on my hands and stuff, but like once you hit high school, like I feel like once I hit like sophomore, junior year, bruh, I wasn't scared of no adult.
I
Yeah,
feel
but you're
that.
young, like, and also like the parents would also hold the kids accountable. So like if the kids were scared of getting in trouble.
Yeah, true.
Oh
That too.
yeah, no, okay, I hear what y'all saying.
Like,
Nah, I knew that was a consequence, but I didn't fear it. I just had to make sure that whatever I was doing
They're
was
your
right.
parents. You,
I love
Excuse
my
me.
parents, man. They did a great job.
Laugh. Can I answer the prompt?
that's crazy. I know about everybody just talking. You just cut in the middle. Yeah, sure, sir.
Well, thank you, sir. Old days where kids used to be afraid of teachers or teacher any kids today. Emotionally unstable to be a good parent. Why should kids date when adults can't even figure it out today? Well, I have a different outlook on that. It's probably because I'm not a young man. I'm an old man. And when I went to school, they still paddled you and they still used rulers across your knuckles when you got out of pocket. And your mother and father had to sign a permission slip that you can get paddled if you acted out of pocket. So there was discipline, there was control, and there was a lot less children, and I say that word children, stepping up to adults, want to swing on them or try to stab them or bringing guns into school. You knew before you got home that your parents would be called, and if your mom and dad was like my mom and dad and they had to come to the school and get you, that was a special whooping because they had to lose out on work. to deal with your ignorance.
Yep. They used to tear you up at the school. I remember that.
Man,
Because
what
I'm
I got tore
66
up at
years
school
old.
too.
I lived in a different generation where you walking home, you act out of pocket, the neighbors could take a stripe at you. And then when
Yep.
you got home, you had to still deal with dad when he got off work.
Yep.
How old are you, Malice?
And which is the way I raised my kids and my grandkids. Don't act out of pocket and don't embarrass me.
How old are you, Malice?
66.
Oh, okay. Oh, you the age of my pops. Okay. Yeah, so my pops is older too, so I got whooped and all that. But I was just a rebellious kid, I guess, bro. I don't know.
I can relate.
I seen because my parents were my parents weren't light on me. They were definitely strict. But I think I guess my older siblings kind of put me on game, I guess. So I think that's also part of the reason I was the way I was.
Well, I think the reason why I was the way I was because of the fact that when my dad died, I got sent to his twin brother who lived in Japan as a Marine Corps. So growing up in Japan and having a Marine Corps uncle who had zero breaks taught me real well that don't act out of pocket.
Oh, Ron, are you the last child?
Yeah, I'm the last.
Ah, okay. Yeah, they probably got tired. Like, by
But
the
you making it sound like I ain't get whooped or nothing. No, I got whooped in
no,
front of the
no,
whole school
no.
multiple times.
Nah, you probably
I
got
just didn't have no
whooped.
shame.
I'm just saying, most of the time, like with the first kid gets the like, ugh.
No cap. Yeah. My
Yeah,
brother,
like they're
he got
and
it
then
bad. I
by
ain't
the
gonna
time they
lie.
get to the baby, they might have learned a couple things or are trying something different or they're still strict, but just not as strict.
I was
But
analytical. I was calculating my butt whoopings.
Rachel,
That's how.
Yes, Mr. Malice. Who just called me?
It was
I
him.
said Rachel,
You said what? Your thing went out.
the middle kid, and trust me, the middle kid.
Oh, you.
Your
Oh
stuff
man,
I'm sorry,
breaking
I'm on a
up.
mountain right now.
your thing
Yeah,
is.
your
I'm
stuff
sorry, I'm
breaking
on a
up.
mountain right now.
Yeah.
What time is it?
I'm on a
mountain
mountain
biking?
right now. My bad.
Oh, okay.
I'm in. It's where I'm at. It's 6:44.
You in Cali?
Okay, got you.
Yeah, you gotta be like in near Cali and stuff.
I'm up there on 6,000 feet elevation.
Nice.
You breathe
What's
up there?
up, Taps?
Hell no.
Yes, you can.
Yo.
What's up, gang?
Yo.
Yo, good to
What's up,
see you
gang?
again, man.
Yeah, man, it's been a little second. What it is? How y'all feeling?
My bad. Hold on.
Everybody good?
What's the dealio, schmilio?
What's up, kid?
Not much. Dang, he done got too far up in the mountains. The phone done went out. Crazy work.
Which one y'all on?
We just rocking them. Anyone? Till the room fill up. It been like that a few days, man. Be starting off so slow and then pick up later.
Pick up like 1 o'clock in the morning and shit.
No, not that late. I was about to be falling asleep yesterday. Boy.
Like 10:30.
Yeah, about that time for sure. Yeah. Get all the little mad people about I didn't do it. It ain't my fault. I was a good
I wait for these old folks. They get so bitter.
Yeah, they got they ain't the
Back in my days, I walked 10 miles.
Right.
Stop complaining, young buck.
I think it needs to be a healthy balance between light and strict. You can't be too firm, but you can't be too soft.
Yeah, that's the ideal parenting.
How do you find that, Taps?
Trial and error.
There you go.
What'd you say?
Trial and error.
Ah.
So in order to properly parent, you gotta understand your own personal limitations, especially when it comes to your emotional capacity. If I know I done had a seriously hard day and I'm stressed out and I'm frustrated and all that, I know I'm not in the proper mindset to do my door. My bad, I cut off. But I was saying, if I've been stressed out and I done went through it all day and shit like that, and I'm pissed off, frustrated, I know I'm not in the proper mindset to discipline my kids, so that's not a appropriate time to approach her or whatever she has or whatever she might have done. I believe that you shouldn't beat a kid that doesn't understand reason, and even when they do understand reason, it's like you putting your hands on them. Simple conversation can go a lot further than you whipping their ass all the time. I come from ass whoopers.
They don't have no reasoning skills though.
That's why you teach them that. Teach them how to be. You teach them the reason.
By whooping them.
Nah. See, my peoples came. My peoples did that whole beating. I got. If you name it, I done got hit with it. That shit ain't do nothing but make me angry. That shit ain't do nothing. It didn't make me scared. It made me realize pain is only temporary, and um,
Oh, you must not be burned my time. It wouldn't matter how mad you get. This boy gonna tears
nah.
come down.
When I say
They gonna beat the softness out of you.
when I say mad, it was like I was always fighting and shit. Like that's because every time I did something my parents ain't like, I got my ass whooped. So every time somebody did something to me that I ain't like, they got their ass whooped. Like, or we were just fighting. I ain't win every fight, no shit like that. But that's what that taught me, though. You hit when you don't like something.
Okay. So interesting, because when I got whooped, I knew it was because I was doing something wrong, and they teach me that. For me, like they teach me reasoning because they would explain why I'm getting whooped.
See, well, what if they could have just explained to you why you were wrong?
It's not. Then I wouldn't. So, there's no consequence. All I gotta do is sit through why you telling me what is wrong. I'm gonna go do it again.
I guess, yeah, I can see that. I know I hit my daughter one time, like 2 years ago. I was more fucked up than she was. I had to get off the game and all that. I
I
couldn't
know.
do shit.
Yep. I know how that feels. I don't like doing all that hidden.
Yeah, I really don't see a purpose in it. If everything is a lesson for a child, like, and they easy to talk to or easy to, I mean, I guess it's personalized to what you're dealing with. I know it's never a good I can't see a good reason to beat a child.
Mm-mm.
So I had a habit of stealing when I was younger. How would you have pruned that out of me if whooping was not something that you wanted to do?
I would have called my aunt Brenda, who was a detective, and told her to put handcuffs on you and take you to the jail,
Oh,
and
so
introduce you to everybody.
I like
yeah,
that.
that's worse.
I like that.
That's the
But
family
but
makes
I
us
That's
don't have to.
discipline
psychological
kids.
torment.
But I don't have to put my hands on you, and you
Oh,
learned
that's
the
like
lesson.
discipline. I like that.
You learned
It
you
Mental.
learned the
works.
lesson.
I take the woman 10 times out of 10 over that.
It sounded like that one would have been way more effective than the whooping because you really don't want that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nah, I ain't want the whooping either, but I'm looking at it as someone who's like a like I'm in college right now, so I'm taking psychology classes and learning like how the brain works and how past experiences affect how different personality types reflect on them and stuff like that. And for someone like me, I would have been cooked if that was my reality. So
Can I
I
say
love
something?
psychology.
I was just about to say, let
Can
me
I
get
say
a
something?
lay. I haven't heard her say anything.
Okay, that's cool. That's
Go ahead, lay.
interesting that you say that. Like you're in school for like what behavioral, like cognitive, psychology, shit like that. That's cool. You
No,
know,
those. Well, yeah, it's just like a side elective
I
passion.
grew up. I was going to cognitive behavioral therapy because what a lot of the times my discipline, up to until I got therapy was like getting whoopings. Everything I was just whooped, and I was just like, damn, I'm like getting whooped every day. Like for real, like I was getting whooped every day, just knowing like, damn, the teacher is gonna call my and then, I just have like some like ADHD, and me being a black woman, like BLK woman, I'm sorry, like getting diagnosed with ADHD or like something like autism or something like that is like so like they kind of look at you and they're like, no, that's like oppositional defiance. I don't know what the fuck. And then like it turns out like, I keep going to psychiatrists, psychologists, they keep giving me different diagnoses and shit. I'm just like, damn, I can't go to anybody. I can't even go to like black people. I'm so serious. And it's because I don't think they understand like whoopings for me like kind of led to just like more defiance. I don't know why. I don't know how, but like I think that's like the general reason why I've dealt with defiance, just growing up.
May I say something?
Because like people don't understand, like people see it as like an attitude and shit. I'm like, no, I just have like a personality disorder. And that was the whole thing, and it was just like, I don't know, like whoopings, no. I feel like you should take your child to a therapist if they're dealing with bad behavior. Take them to like therapy for sure. So I'm glad that you're in that, major, I'm assuming.
Nah, it's more like a minor elective that I was just interested in.
Hell yeah, that's cool as fuck. Hell yeah. I'm sorry.
Let's let Gallery in real quick.
What up?
My bad.
What up, man?
So it's a lot, right? Because I think when it comes to hitting kids, you're teaching them a couple things. One, you're teaching them that they better be slick and not get caught, right? Two, you're teaching them pain don't last forever. And it goes up and up from there. You know what I mean? I think that it is important to communicate. I don't know how I feel about therapy. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, I went to therapy and anybody would easily tell me, well, you didn't do enough. There's never a fucking enough, because you're talking to somebody that you're paying to listen to you talk about whatever you feel like talking about. And then they're possibly going to take notes on what you say to them and then flip that shit around and put you in a position that you probably already put yourself in your head, or not. I mean, some people don't think, they just do shit. So therapy is like, I think for the real thing is, and this is where the disconnect comes, a lot of parents don't have the time to actually, and don't dedicate the time, because if they really wanted to, they would, but don't take the time to know their children and communicate with them in a way that they can come to an understanding. And the other shit with adults is they don't get the fact that you can agree to disagree with a kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, the kid don't got to be wrong all the time. And I'll rest with that, because I'll talk about that for a long time.
Yeah, and they didn't apologize or nothing. Like, people need to learn, like, how to take accountability, especially in the Black community as parents. Anyways.
Oh, did everybody get to go?
Well,
Okay.
I think the black community thing, I can't rock with that, because for real, I know more white kids that got their ass beat for being alive and for breathing than black kids. In our community, I'll say, if anything, we're so friendly with our kids that you see, you know what I mean, they parents and the kids be busting it down, pot together, you know what I'm saying? Everybody's a friend, and then there's no boundaries when it comes to, yo, look, we friends and shit, but what you did, I'm not rocking with, and fuck your PS5, that shit's going out the window.
I know YT kids beating on their parents too.
You see what I'm saying?
uh,
They be doing all type of wild shit.
go ahead, babe. I think you're trying to go. Go ahead, babe. Let me get
Yeah. So I say that I don't recommend that. I don't recommend that parents send their children to see a therapist at such a young age. It depends. I always say like that's a last resort because children are growing and developing all the time. There are so many different therapeutic ways that you can help a child. You really do just have to be creative.
Right.
Okay. That can help a child instead of taking them to a therapist, which can then put a label on them at such a young age. And oftentimes a lot of young people are misdiagnosed and they are sent to what do you call it? They are put on medication far too
That
early,
part.
right? And it disturbs their brain function, right? Their brain is developing. Now, if you're going to therapy, because some people think it's therapy or whatever. My child went to anger management, right? Because I was deployed and he was nonverbal. So we didn't know that he had autism, right? But we knew that he had, like, he was throwing things. He was like, you know what I'm saying? It was difficult for him because
He was stemming because he couldn't communicate the way that
correct.
she. Yeah.
So we took him to anger management. That is very different. That is like skill developing. You know what I'm saying? Like you take him to speech therapy, okay? But you don't want to immediately take your child to therapy. If you are building up certain skills, like, you know, some kids, they just need like a little bit more, like maybe self-confidence or whatever. You know, that's different.
I agree with that, but that's still some form of therapy. I'm not just talking about like going to therapy in general, but that's still some form of therapy. Whatever your child is dealing with, like I said, behavioral therapy. You can go to cognitive behavioral therapy.
Yeah,
if
but
your
that
child
is
dealing
formal.
with like
Yes, but you're
major
talking about
behavioral problems.
formal therapy, right?
Right.
And I am
No,
talking
I'm not
about the,
talking about formal therapy. I'm just
you
talking about
said
That's what it
therapy in
sounds like.
general.
okay, Lay,
Like
you
all
just
sorts of
said
therapy.
take them to CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy.
Yeah, that's like,
That
that's
is
a
a
type of therapy.
formal
Yo,
type of therapy where you go and you sit in an office with a therapist and they just they give you reframing techniques and strategies,
Yeah,
coping mechanisms.
I think that's
Yes.
necessary.
nah, kids need
Okay.
activities, yo. Take your kid
So
to the
what
gym.
I'm
Yeah,
Take
saying
him to the
is
park.
yeah, that too, for sure.
what I'm saying is that form of formal therapy where you're sending your kid to sit in an office with a professional who is older than them, who looks to be as an authority figure, and children are often they internalize a lot of things, so they're thinking to themselves, what is wrong with me? Okay. And
Comes with a
sometimes it
label.
can create a lot more issues,
Yeah,
especially if parents don't speak to their kids. You get what I'm saying? And they're just like, okay, you should go see a therapist, whatever. Like,
Yeah.
it's a very sensitive thing to take your kid to therapy. It can lead
yeah,
to some long lasting effects. So that's why I say, if you have tried and exhausted all options, okay, you can consider. And also, don't just pick a therapist or go to CBT. You have to pick a specialist, someone who is trained in whatever your child is going through. So you have to do research.
Yeah, you damn near have to go through therapy to figure out what type of
I
therapist you need.
100% agree with you in everything you're saying, like I said. But I'm just saying to the extent that I went, which I needed it, like, and there's a lot of other kids that need it where it goes dismissed. And yeah, like sometimes you need to offer those options, to be
But
realistic. Let's be for real. Like some kids do need it.
right,
When it
but
gets that bad, like when I'm getting whooped every day,
but
that
now
shit happens.
but now it has become like your identity, right?
Not
So now,
necessarily.
no,
Yeah, like
you said,
Yeah, you just said
no,
that you
listen,
can't even
you
get
said that you
diagnosed
were
correctly.
diagnosed
like
with
no, but
oppositional
it doesn't
defiance.
matter if I can't get diagnosed
Hold on,
correctly.
Lee.
Then I don't really label myself in general. I don't
But you're
really,
already
because I
labeled.
kind
First
of come
thing,
to realization that like all these labels are just what
yeah,
they
but Lee,
assume that I am.
Can
I
I
don't come
address
to
the
that
prompt when y'all
conclusion.
finish?
yeah, hold on 1 second. So the
I'm not
within
denying
this
that.
conversation, right? You told everybody that you were diagnosed with oppositional defiance disorder. Am I correct?
Like at a very young age, and it was like
Yep.
wrong. It was like
Correct. You're
Yeah,
you're
now you're
proving my
labeled.
exact you're proving my exact point, right?
yeah, but like still they gave me ways that I could like just
Not agree
get
with it.
through in general. Like they gave me ways like, oh my god, like sometimes people just need like things like visualized and like talked about and like with a person, and yeah, that's what I needed.
Right. Do you
Sometimes your
so
parents aren't really
when did you
understanding,
stop
so
struggling when did you stop struggling with oppositional defiance?
I really never really had it because, like I said, I was misdiagnosed. Like,
Okay.
so it's
Right.
not
That's
really struggling. Like, but
yeah.
some things that they teach you with
Mm-hmm.
ODD, like that's like what you can go to, like what's it
Yeah,
called?
life
Anger
skills,
management.
coping
Sometimes,
skills.
yeah, that too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah,
Did
and
you
I'm like,
say you
okay,
was
yeah,
you
some things
just
can help you with that, but like other than that, that wasn't really the main thing. Like I had like major ADHD, like major, like it wasn't regular shit. Like this
Did
shit
they
was
end
like,
up putting you on medication?
yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
take medication till this day. Hell yeah, fuck yeah.
Okay.
can
Yeah, I mean everything you're saying is literally the exact
The
point I was
point of what
making, but
was being made. Yeah.
yeah.
But it helps, like it helped me for the long run. I get it. Don't start at like I didn't start at a very young age. I went in like what
All right, y'all.
like
Y'all gotta let Missy in.
late
She been trying
middle
to get in
school
for the
for that.
longest.
Yeah,
That is,
yeah, yeah. I
she been trying
appreciate
to.
that, host. And that's the problem. I just respect everybody and whatever they have said. I really didn't get a chance to hear everything. And this is a very important point. My age may be a little bit older than most of the young ladies that are on here. I am actually 59, and I come from a very, very, very large family. My grandmother allegedly had 20 children from the same man, my grandfather. We have a big family, and that's the point. When we were allowed to be integrated in '63 by John F. Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, and all of those boys, and MLKs and all those boys, they never, we had never, to my knowledge, there were no kids in the South, to my knowledge, that had been diagnosed with very much of anything. Okay? Because from the time that we were born until the time that we were like 7 years old, we had only been around our immediate family or our church family. So there were very few people that we were exposed to outside of our family members and outside of our, you wouldn't say neighborhood because we didn't have one. It was just everybody living on this big old 300 acres or whatever. So what I would like to say is once our children, and TikTok, this is for entertainment purposes, was exposed to what you call the public education system. And I want to say this because I started the public education system when I was 4. Okay. And when I wanted to address to where it says, were children afraid of teachers? This is what I would like to say. See, once we got outside of our mom's house at 4 and 5 years old, we were in turn stuck in class all day long from 7 o'clock in the morning all the way to 3:30. We did not see our mom anymore. And our mothers were housewives. They were married. They didn't have a job. The BLK women in the South did not go outside of their home and work. The dads did, but not the mothers. They didn't allow them to do that. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is once our mothers put us in someone else's hand, then they alleged, oh, something's wrong with them. oh, something's wrong with them. I know it probably is when you've got a 2x4 hanging on your wall and you are a school teacher.
Hmm.
See, I'm telling you, it was legal for them to what they call paddle us. Here I am, 4 years old. I don't weigh but 30 pounds. Why would I need a paddle in K4? Why
You
would I
don't.
need a paddle? Why would I need a paddling and I'm in the first grade and I'm 5? Why are all these kids being paddled? We're in the second grade. Here I am, 40 pounds barely, wearing a size 2T in the second grade. What is it are you going to paddle back there? I ain't got nothing back there for you to need a 2x4 for. And from K4, which is called first grade, kindergarten, we got paddlings all the way to the 8th grade, and that's the point. And my phone may cut out because it's not charged. That's the point. From K4 all the way to 8th grade, you're talking about 1970 or 65 all the way to 1978. Why would you need to paddle someone, a little child? YT teachers, BLK teachers, principals, BLK elementary principals, we were jumped. I'm talking about adults, not no kids. And we're supposed to stand straight up. Stand up straight. Be quiet. Walk in a single file line. The only time we were allowed to talk was PE class, which was 30 minutes. The only time we were allowed to talk was in the lunchroom for 30 minutes. The rest of the day, you better turn around, face forward, shut your mouth up, sit up straight in your chair, and they come around, sit up straight, bow y'all to the back side of your back. They didn't ask you to stoop over. They just whacked you one time. So all I would like to say is after that, nobody did a statistics in the South of 13 states of what effects this had on us. So quite naturally, when our parents realized what was going on at school against us, they realized, oh, no wonder you can't get your lesson. No wonder you can't go to the board. I used to be so scared, y'all. They say, go to the board. And you have to stand up there and with that chalk and answer this question correctly and do this math. And I'm trembling like, oh, God. And you're in front of everybody. And if you miss something, why y'all to the back side of your rear end? And I made up my mind. I was going to run away and not ever go to school again. I was suspended and expelled. I can guarantee you nearly 15 times before I even made it to the 9th grade, which was unnecessary.
Right.
And this torture that we endured in the school system, they were forced to keep us in line. The bell ring, you got 5 minutes to get from your locker to your next class. You better not let that bell catch you. It's so loud. Oh, Lord. You get to that door. Where you going? I was late. I was trying to go to my locker. Get your butt to that office all day long. That's not a way you raise and educate children. That's not a way you do it. And I don't care what nobody says. That's abuse. Do you understand? That's abuse. You have to endure it. You have to live through it. And you, not only that, you're separated from the YT kids. After homeroom is over with, you going to the DUMB class. You going to the illiterate class. They going to the algebra class. They going to the smart classes. And that's just the way it was. There are two, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna mute up so I can charge my phone. And it's very traumatizing, I guess you would call it, to me. I didn't find a life in school. I was so scared. I used to cry to my mom, please don't let me go to school. I don't want to go to school, please, please. Because the kids are picking at you with raggedy shoes on, raggedy clothes. Your hair ain't combed, this, that, and the third. It was torturous. It was very embarrassing because a lot of kids didn't have those clothes to go to school. They didn't have things to go to school. They didn't even have paper, y'all. Paper and pencil. You go to school with a pack of paper and a number 2 pencil. That's all you get. That's all you getting. You got 3 pair of pants and you're a senior in high school. 2 shirts, y'all. People were in college back then with 3 pair of pants, y'all, and 3 shirts, many of them. Yeah, they made it. barely. And all I'm saying to you, ain't a pill in the world is gonna help me after you done tortured me and physically abused me emotionally, mentally, and spiritually for 12 years. I don't want to read your books. I'm not going to learn nothing. It's wrong. And that's not even including the racism that we endured. If you're BLK, you can't be no cheerleader. If you LGBT, you ain't finna get on no cheerleading squad. They let one BLK person on there. That's the South. I don't care what they tell y'all. I don't care what books you read. You better go back and talk to the people that endured this crap. Ain't nothing right about it. And I don't need no pill. We ain't need no pill. I need you to get that 2x4 off me. And it's hanging on the wall with your name on it. Get yourself over here. Every teacher from every grade, kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, sixth grade, seventh grade, eighth grade beat me for nothing. And my principals and my assistant principals. It doesn't, we, YT, or either BLK. How can you brag about yourself as a teacher mistreating these little bitty kids? I don't care about your education. I don't want to be like you. And I don't want to be you. And I don't want to learn nothing from you. Because you're a part of this broken system. And until you acknowledge that as a woman, as a teacher, as an educator, the kids do not respect you. And I'm not going to say anything other than that. You can hold that degree up. I don't care nothing about it. You can brag about your masters. Until you learn how to treat these kids, they're not going to respect you. I don't care about it. Those kids are not going to respect you. And it goes on to this day. And you're the reason, as an educator, that they don't want to go to school. You're a part of it. You put that paddle up and you ask those kids, what can you do to help them? I'm not going to brag on nobody in my family, but I got a lot of educators in my family now. But all I'm saying is it does nothing against you to say, hey, what can I do to help you? You're going to take tissue to school. You're going to take towels to school. If you got to take snacks to school, if you got to take an extra pair of socks for the kids to school, if you got to buy a couple of pairs of shoes, if you got to buy a couple of shirts and blouses or a couple of bows, there is nothing wrong with you holding a hand out to a child that's afraid of you. That child they may not have it like you had it. Why don't you give a hand out and be more compassionate as an adult and stop bragging on yourself that you are a school teacher? Help those kids. If you don't want to help those kids and you're teaching in the inner city, you don't need to be there. You need to go find you somewhere else to teach at, because those kids don't have it like you got it. You need to help them. That's all I'm saying. Nobody's begging you, but you just need to be more compassionate as an adult. And a pill don't help everything. TikTok is for entertainment purposes. You got to show those kids that you love and care about them. There is nothing wrong with you caring about somebody and asking them, how is your day? And you look them in their eye. How are you today, little John or Melissa, whatever? I'm fine, ma'am. Well, come on in. That's their classroom. You get paid to teach them. You get paid to respect them. You get paid to share with them for that moment, for that little bitty moment, that little 45 minutes that you have. Stop bragging about how successful you are. You know, when you haven't helped nobody at all in your neighborhood. If you know that child is having problems at home, it's easy for you to pick up a phone and report to mama, ain't it? Why don't you go extend a hand to the mother and say, anything I can do? That's what a real woman does. That's what a real compassionate person does. And stop labeling people with all these doggone labels that you don't even know about yourself. That's why children were kicked out of school and left school. You don't know what it's like to be in the civil rights movement, and this is something new for everyone. Everybody across the Southeast. We didn't have no book to read. We didn't have no list of things we could do or could not do. Everything was put on us. And those kids, boys and girls, were kicked out of school. Why would you put an ACT and an SAT together and all this other stuff in term papers and thesis and all this kind of mess? And those kids can't even read a doggone complete sentence because they just getting in school? Why would you have a sixth grader to write a term paper? Do that make any sense to you? And want it typed as well? What do you expect a seventh grader to learn how to type? That don't even make sense. And I type 100 words a minute and write 100 words a minute of shorthand back in my day. Why would you ask them to write a report? Every February, you want some BLK reports, some history reports that tell those kids the same thing about them. It's more to them than that. It's more to us than that little bit, that little month right there. They didn't teach us nothing. And none of these books in the schools are about us and for us. I didn't know about no Tuskegee Airmen. I didn't know about the BLK doctors and lawyers and none of that. We didn't learn any of that stuff in school. We were taught what they wanted us to know. We had to learn that stuff on our own.
All right.
All I say, mothers, is teach your own kids once you get them home. You don't give people those levels of control over your kids. You go to that school and you let them know, I'm here to register my child, the mother and the father. I'm going to build their schedule myself because there's two levels of school. There's an advanced level of school and there's a regular level of school. And if your child wants an advanced diploma, which you may not have been told about, come on, somebody. You got to put your kids in the advanced level school.
There you go.
Come on, somebody.
Okay. That's a good one. You're going in, my boy.
I'm just saying, your child going to get an advanced level diploma.
I feel you. There you go, man. I think there's more people trying to get up in this thing, man. Oh, you doing your thing, man. I
know about it. So I went to the school and I registered my kids and I said, look, I'm going to.
All right, man. Okay, I can't do it. Sorry. All right, so people, let's get it. That was good stuff, yo. Yeah, thank you, G-Ma. We need that for real. You know what I'm saying? I thank you. I appreciate you. So, all right, let's get on this topic, though, man. I don't want to be getting all sad up in these streets. Yeah, I know it's all right. It's all right, man. You was an angel in here. I think everybody needed it, though, man. I just let you cool off a little bit, man. Just trying to let you cool off. All right, so we got Chris and Hazel up in the building. All right, let's get it. What y'all got for me? So let's get it the order in real quick. Where we at? 18K. Okay, I'm proud of y'all, man. Stepped away for a second. I'm glad. All right, so the good old days where kids used to be afraid of teachers. What happened, man? You know, so what you got for that, man? How you feel about that, Chris? I give you about 1 minute real quick. What you got for me?
All right. Well, I think that this would have been, the issue was with, this introduction of gentle parenting and viewing corporal punishment as too closely related to slavery, at least so I've heard. And I think that it should not have been looked at that way. Reason being, from my own experience, I'm a prefect in my school, and the children that I see now, they lack. What I realize is these sole issues that they lack fear and respect for one another. And the thing is, it shouldn't just be fair. It should be fair and a combination of it. So it could be fair and love, which would breed respect for your parents, right? You'll fear the ass whooping that you will get. Sorry, that I could say that word here, right?
Do your thing.
Yeah, they would respect and fear their parents because they would love and respect their parents because of the fear of the repercussions of what will happen or what they've experienced will happen if it is they were to do wrong. You understand what I'm saying? So that's as short as I could.
I appreciate you. That was good. Hazel, what you got for me? With the green topic. I mean, with the green statement. What you feel about that one? Why things have changed now?
Hey everybody. I hope everybody is doing good. The old days where kids used to be afraid of teachers. I feel like students should be afraid of their teachers, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't have to respect someone and be afraid of them. You could not be afraid of them and still respect them. So I don't think anybody should be afraid of anybody. If you go to the Bible, you're only supposed to fear God. So I don't think anybody should be afraid of anybody, because you can still respect them without fear. But I feel like parents are too strict, too light on the kids these days. My teacher, my sister is a teacher, and she's right now teaching the COVID babies, but they basically know nothing, because when they had that time at home, the parents wasn't, oh my gosh, my time is running out. I think I'm gonna just yeah, I'm gonna just let it run
I
out.
think you was on. I think you went on the next prop anyway. You did the green one already, but I was about to specify though. So look at the background. That's the reason why I put it like that.
Uh-huh.
Even though we saying that fears, we should fear, and I get that. I understand all that, but yeah, I realize I'm a firm believer that if you don't store I guess fearing the kids, you're gonna be fearing your kids. That's what I noticed, right? So look at what's going on now. That kids, now that parents are trying to be so much lighter now. Look at the background. So you got this other dude that's bucking up with this teacher, right? It's like you see more kids fighting teachers and all this other stuff or whatever because they being so light with them. And then look at the other one. One of them look like they backhand that dang on YT picture. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
Reparations,
that I seen that.
reparations,
That
huh?
was ugly.
And
That
then
was
then we got
that.
Teacher Bay down there. Look at the
Yeah,
bottom right corner, Teacher Bay. Now
yeah,
people, you got them
for
all trying
sure,
to be, they little girlfriend, they little
for
baby. You
sure.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So they're not fearing these teachers no more. You know what I'm
that was
saying? They're not taking it
nasty.
serious. So that's
That
that's
was
the angle I'm
nasty.
coming from with that.
That's
Actually, I'll give you
nasty.
another minute. I just wanted you to I just want to get everybody to why I came with that topic though. So that's why I was saying what has changed, what needs to be done, and all that stuff. See if y'all can answer that in 1 minute, and then we can get to the next prompt after I get to that
Okay,
whatever. But I'll
okay.
give you
So we're
another
just
minute.
talking about the green right
The
now.
green one for now. Yep.
Okay, okay. Got you, got you. So okay. Still I stand though with the fear thing and being afraid of them. I get what you're saying in the sense it's not actual fear. It relates to respect, but respect is just respect. You don't have to fear them, in my opinion. But those teachers, like the teacher base, she should not be presenting herself like that. Like, yes, she has a body, but you can wear looser clothing in a sense. That's like being a teacher and having an OnlyFans. You can't do that, babe. It doesn't coincide with each other. But I feel like the dude slapping the teacher, I feel like that starts at home. I don't know what's going on at home.
Mm.
If we're talking about fear, he need to be fearing his parents first before he fear that teacher, because if he don't fear his parents first, he definitely ain't finna fear nobody else. So yeah, that right there is crazy. I seen that video. It was disgusting, and I'm not sure. I just feel like maybe parents need to dial down a little bit, stop trying to be these people's friends, and yeah, maybe it'll work out a little bit better.
Okay, nice. RT, what you got for me? Give me one of these real quick. That was pretty nice.
Yeah, basically, I think that it's because, I think that the underlining root is parents no longer taking their kids to church. I believe that, yes, I believe that when you teach the word of God to your children,
I like that.
you instill some form, thank you, some form of fear for God directly, because they're gonna be getting convicted through His word, and not only that, through that type of fear with God directly by hearing His word, they will also fear their parents. They will understand that there's repercussions to their actions. So I think that right now the issue is that, and parents wanting to be friends with their kids rather than to discipline them. Just because they don't want to. I don't know why they have a mentality of being in cool terms with them, but I mean, that's the reason why. And at the end of the day, they're sending out these monsters into the society, and we have to deal with that. And that's not, if you're not ready to raise a child correctly and give them moral standards, values, they're gonna be monsters out there, and it's unfortunate.
There you go, y'all. So open panel, y'all can rock it out for a little bit. Then we get to the first prompt.
Yeah. Oh. I don't know. I don't know why I feel like these kids were raised in church. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I just feel like
No, don't
I
do
just
that.
feel no. I just feel like they also watch their parents be hypocrites. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like a lot of them went to church, but it's not just about going to church. And so they're not taking, you know, God's word serious.
And you're right about that, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself, my husband. We, of course, you're right. We have to be the physical morals of examples of being role models. So you're right on that. You can't just be one foot in church and the other one out into the world. So I completely agree with you on that. The parents have to also follow the word of God so that they can have that perfect role model example visually.
So let me ask this then: do you believe, since you said that you feel like majority was raised in the church, should they not go? Should that be not a suggestion then?
No, they should.
No, I'm asking
No,
my
they
baby
should.
real. I'm
Oh,
just asking
sorry.
my baby real quick.
No, they might as well go. I'm just saying. I mean, it's not gonna hurt to go.
No,
I'm just saying there's a
yeah.
bigger route to like.
Yeah, I get
Here's
I
the
get that
thing.
though. I
So
think
let
I
me
think there
chime
should
in
be
on
an
something if
addition
I
though.
may.
Go ahead,
I
Gavin.
think that the thing is, children should fear a failing grade, not a teacher. The point of going to school is to air quotes get an education, and the education is supposed to provide some form of prosperity in life. Fear of a teacher makes no sense because at the end, and you talking to somebody, I got expelled a couple times for all type of fuckery. Fearing a teacher is cornball shit. It doesn't even last. Like for real, a teacher, especially these days and age, can't do anything to you. You need to be concerned about the reason that you're going to get the education. Are you going to be able to apply that information in the future so that you can get to where you want to be? And if we were to take the time to take fear out of a person's hand and put it in the mind of the person that is attending the educational facility, that the reason for this is to make you better, you probably end up with people doing better in school overall. Because a teacher, whatever, what you going to do with that?
Hey, somebody ever told you your picture look like Malcolm?
Which Malcolm who? Which one?
Well, the one
Jamal
that passed
Warner.
away last year.
You know, nobody ever told me my picture did, but I have been told that I look like him and a couple other people.
Oh
I'll
yeah,
take
your
it as a
picture right there
compliment.
look like that. Though.
Oh my God, I
I
forgot
seen
Good
he
you
passed
before.
looking.
away. That's
Thank you, bro.
crazy. I
You
forgot
said
Yeah.
he passed
what?
away.
No, I
What
said
you say,
thank
Hazel?
you. That's a
I
compliment.
said that I forgot he passed away. That's
Yeah, he did. He
crazy.
passed
I
away last
Did
year.
forgot.
y'all
That
That's
hear
shit was
about Eddie
weird. He
That was
said
Winfield?
it
he,
was harsh too, cause like he passed away having fun. That's
yeah, like
crazy.
he
wow.
supposedly drowned. Like that shit was
Yeah,
weird. I
that's
don't believe that shit.
wild. That is so sad.
Yeah, I think something weird
I did
happened out
have a
there.
rebuttal though.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the church, I feel like the church is the way, and I feel like Jesus and God is the way. But that doesn't mean that those schools, that doesn't mean that those kids are gonna take that and drink the water, if that makes sense. So even then, you could still be leading them to that. But I mean, a lot of the times you don't understand things when you're at a younger age, and you don't really come into cahoots with certain things until you get of age. So I don't think that that really plays a part as far as like church. Like I feel like that's a great thing to be leading them to the water, but I don't think that that's what it is, to be honest, because even then if the parents are not living like they saying and going to church anyways, if they're not going after school or after church, I mean, and studying those scriptures and studying the Bible and praying with them, then what is it really doing? And I don't feel like a lot of people are doing it, to be honest. But
So I look at we should use every last tool to try to help, right? I think
uh-huh.
no matter what the results come at the end of the day, at least you say you tried. That's one of my
Uh-huh.
biggest
Can
things.
I say
For
something?
sure.
That's how to.
For
Let me just
sure.
finish up. I was just saying, like, at least you could just say that though, because that's just like where I hear a lot of parents. That's what make me so mad. Like, they be like, hey, I don't want to tell them about being abstinent. I don't want to tell them about protect. So they're gonna do it anyways. They say stuff like that. That jump me. I ain't gonna lie, that pisses me off. Like, it's like, dang, would they just give up or they not even trying? Well, they're gonna hide. They're gonna sneak behind you anyways. I look at it, just at least try. I think a lot of parents today just became weak. They don't care no more. They because I don't know. They just been super loose and stuff right now on them and stuff. At the end of the day, and then these be the same ones later down the line, like, well, I tried my best. I put
Mhm.
I
all my
did
all
everything
into
I
it. No, you
could.
didn't.
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah.
said if you're not going after church, if you're not going over what y'all learned that day, or even praying every night or every morning, then I mean, yes, you tried, but did you really try? So when they do go out and do these things at school, and there's influences around them that can influence their behavior, because I really think that's what it is. But it's just like you can't. It's not really working, to be honest, in a sense. So I don't think it's church. Church is great. Church is the main thing. Jesus is, and God is the main thing. But it's just like if they're not taking that in, and if their parents are not really living that, then that's not
Oh yeah.
that's
And
not
it's
Well,
not
church.
great.
I
Yeah,
think
that's true. That's
there
true.
that
That's why PTA
Yeah, that's
should
why I
be
don't like that.
required.
Do as I say, not as I do. I think that's the worst part of parenting. I think parents should actually exercise what they preach
yes.
on.
Yes. No, I think that in reference to that, it's our, like, I don't know if you guys know, but it's in the Bible. It's stated that it's our responsibility to teach our kids. We have to teach our kids about God. And
Look at the devil. Look at
She
the
just got a
devil.
call, probably.
Look at the devil.
But I think PTA and family enrichment should be required in the schools more often. RT, if you're back, you want to finish what you were saying?
Oh my. The devil
we're
working.
literally we're supposed to teach our kids. It's the God tells us that as parents that it's a sin to not teach us and to not teach our kids about the word of God. So there's also Proverbs.
What's that called? What's the name of that scene? I didn't know that was a scene.
Yeah, it states in the Bible that parents have to teach their kids about the word of God, because you're better off never have to even met him.
I think that's part of parenting. You talking about the word of God. I don't believe the word of the word about what is the word of God? Tell me what the word of God is. Unless you're talking about the Bible. I'm about to say I think the word of God is in the Bible. But I wouldn't say that's the word. So if you talking about the commandments, yes, I think that's part of
No,
parenting anyways.
I'm
You
not
talking about
talking about that. No,
what? Oh my gosh. I'm trying to fight my
Don't y'all
phone here.
think that as
Oh,
parents
okay.
age,
Laffer, whatchamacallit, might be on that. The devilness.
No.
I don't know, man. He might be on that, to be honest.
a lot of parents are very young. A
Right.
lot of parents are very young, and I think the schools should do more PTA. Like if your children are there every day, they should at least do PTA and family enrichment workshops at least once a week so parents can come and get some kind of they can collaborate together, and the children will see adults all mingling together. See, it's normal for children to go to school, sit in class for 8 hours a day, and they go home and then they're around their parents or alone with or without food. But if in order for everybody to get on a good bandwagon as far as this parenting thing goes, the school should offer more family enrichment time where all parents can come to the school at certain time of the day and have a whole little meeting, and the school could talk about how the week went. Parents should encourage kids to go to the especially the high school students to enjoy the, what do you call it, the football games or whatever. And so they'll learn how to party in a clean way before they go to college, because when they go to college they learn sororities and they learn all that partying in college. But in school, middle school, high school, they should be partying in a clean way, so when they go to college then they'll know how to do it and get their education, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
So
I have a for that.
I'm trying to get that passed here in Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
I get that, but I just feel like at the end of the day, when these parents and these kids go home, what is happening when these kids and these parents is going home? Because when you have these
They're
meetings,
being
it's just like
neglected.
therapy. It's just like therapy. Like me in therapy, I was wondering, I asked my sister, I was like, man, I feel like the therapy ain't working. She was like, because you have to also do the work. It's not just on the therapist
Right.
to fix you.
Right.
There
You
you
have to
go.
go home and do your homework. So I was like, oh, okay, that's how therapy works. But it's just like, if you go home, you go to that meeting and you're like, oh yeah, this feels good. We should do this with our kids, guys. And then you go home and you cussing them out and you not paying them any attention and this, that, and the third, or whatever the case. You can't sit there and think that that meeting was the end all be all to what's
Facts.
beneficial for your kids. No, you have to actually put in that work. And I feel like really it's this technology that's distracting people from engaging into actual
I agree.
actual relationships with these kids. And that's really the problem for real, because nobody didn't have to have no meetings for real for me to make an A. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm 24, which I'm still in Gen Z, but I was born in 2001, and so things weren't really too much different then. It changed a little bit, but my mom was not having to do all of that for me to make an A or me to get on a roll. She just didn't have to do all of that. But there wasn't that much technology then. I feel like it's really just technology. Not only are the kids engaging in technology, but the parents are too. So it's just like, you gotta walk it how you talk it. You can't just sit there and be like, oh, I'm gonna go to this meeting and things are gonna change. No, you gotta go home and put in that effort. I'm gonna lay my plane a little bit, y'all. But my sister was just like I said, she's a teacher. She got the COVID babies right now, but she said that a lot of these kids don't even know how to unzip a jacket, unzip a book bag. And why? Because the parents is not putting in the work to teach their kids anything. That's why everybody had to be secluded from everybody else, and they actually had to put in the work to learn, which is fine, because when you become a parent, you have to do those things. But it's just like, and then I seen a post on Facebook. It was like, yeah, the teachers is supposed to teach the kids. No, you supposed to be engaging with your kids as well. When they send that homework, you supposed to actually be engaging. So if these parents is not doing that, you can't blame the teacher. You can't blame nobody else but yourself, to be honest. You can't even blame your child. You gotta work on you and get it together in your household. And that's just what it is.
Nice.
Yeah.
Man, you was a smart young lady. I give it to you, man. You smart. You very smart.
Anybody homeschool their kids?
He came from my panel, babe.
Yes.
You okay?
I
You
love
know,
Rachel.
okay. You
Rachel
found you a
is
good
so
one over there,
sweet.
little young grasshopper over there. I like it.
Her panels is so calm and
Yeah, it
relaxing
is.
and peaceful. I swear to you, everything. I said she looked like I forgot what's her name off the Haves and Have Nots, but her beauty is really like that. 10 out of 10.
Tika Sumter.
Yeah, 10 out of 10. You
Oh,
got you
thank you.
yeah, she's the baddie. I'm not gonna lie. 10 out of 10.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to go ahead and clarify. Can you guys hear me good?
So
Yeah.
when you finish,
I
just want to
apologize for
make sure
that
Zay.
when you finish up, I want to get I think my
Zay.
baby want to go. Then I got to get Zay and then Bougie in after that.
Okay, thank you. Earlier I was just trying to give you guys the example as far as like it is our duty to teach the word of God to our children, because there's Proverbs 1:8 and it says, "Listen, my son, to your father's instruction, and do not forsake your mother's teaching. They are a garland to grace your head and a chain to adorn your neck." So basically, the problem of accepting this as a blanket command to listen to parents is that not all parents are wise, and certainly not all parents are godly. Working in education for nearly 2 decades, I have encountered many parents. I assure you that there are some who are wise, and then there are some who are very foolish. When children listen to wise parents, they make great decisions. When they do not, the outcome is evident. Wisdom is wisdom, and regardless of who the parents are, and regardless of where it comes from, we must therefore prioritize wisdom over simply listening to and obeying parental authority.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
I was about to say I can't rock with that saying. I get you. I think that it should be recommended, but I don't think it's a sin to not teach somebody the Bible. That's not a sin. You wouldn't even I know you won't find a verse on there that says that, but I would say that I do believe it's our job as parents to take the commandments. I think the commandments is almost like part of parenting. It's like, don't tell them to steal or unalive, or just treat them with people with love, respect, kindness, and be disciplined and all that other stuff. Yes, I can get that though. That's just part of parenting, and I also believe that's like following of the morals of what we believe in. So that, but I wouldn't just put it out that way. I mean, because I believe you can find you can connect with God. Then you don't need the Bible or it's only to connect with God. I mean, I think many people do connect and whatever. But I would say yes, it's a very good tool to teach. I will recommend it because that's what that's where my belief come from also. But let me babe, go ahead, babe, and then we got Zay, Bougie, and then Strive.
Oh, that's actually what all I was gonna say is that Zay hasn't spoken yet. And Bougie.
Okay, babe.
Yeah,
All right.
thank you, my love.
Well, for sure, for sure. Go ahead, Zay.
What up, kid? What up, y'all?
What up? What up?
Hey, Zay.
What's going on, Rich? We on the first one or?
Just the green one. Yeah, the green one for now.
Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't think that kids should necessarily be afraid of teachers. You know what I'm saying? Even when I grew up, I'm 29. I was never afraid of no teacher. But I was definitely a lot more afraid of my parents. And if my teacher said they was gonna call my parents, you know what I'm saying, then I knew something would happen. A lot of these kids, teacher be like, I call your parents, and they don't care. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's more the problem is these parents aren't, they don't respect, they don't even respect their parents. If a teacher like, oh, I'm gonna call your parents, they don't care because their parents don't discipline them. Parents don't teach them nothing. Their parents, treat them like they friends. So I think the parents are the problems. Not like, I don't think you should be scared of no teacher.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm kind of meaning about that. I ain't being literal because a lot of times, yeah, I feel you on that. Because the reason why I say afraid of the teacher because you're afraid that the teacher going to tell your parents.
Right.
So
Yeah. Exactly.
I get you. So I think you kind of saying the same thing. And then
Okay.
also there was
Yeah.
teachers back then about they used to paddle you, give you paddles, and because the
Yeah.
parents allowed it, you know what I'm saying? They was basically your second parent.
I see. I never had that, but
Yeah,
I
they
know
used
they
to.
was call my mama. Yeah, I was scared.
Yeah. I'm about to say you a young buck. I'm about to say
Yeah, man, yeah.
well, you ain't a young buck. You about a few years younger than me though. But all right, I'm my bad. I cut into your time though. Anything else you want to add to it?
I'll leave it right there for now.
Okay. All right, Bougie, what you got for me?
Hi. So first off, I'm a special education teacher. I've been one since 2018. And my kids at the school, I don't want them to be afraid of me, but they do respect me. I can be the fun teacher, but when it's time to get to work, it's time to get to work. I think that the issue in education when it comes to students, talking out to teachers and not respecting teachers, sometimes I feel like teachers put themselves on a pedestal, and I think it's important to let the kids know that you are human too, and that you do make mistakes, and that you're accountable and you correct those mistakes. I feel like adding that human side to them is very important. And then responding to what the young lady said about COVID babies and things like that, a lot of issues I've seen in my district in the education system is that kids are failing in math and science. And what I've noticed is a lot of those teachers that are in the math and science are teachers from the Philippines. So now do we not only have kids that don't understand like algebra and geometry, that are being taught to somebody that there's a language barrier and there's a cultural barrier, and that makes kids check out of wanting to do work. And I think that's my time.
I guess you came from like a bias standpoint. I noticed. I guess in the way I was coming with this one, it's just basically like, do you remember back at those times where because like even though you might be doing a good job, it's still like other teachers. I mean, other kids that's out here that don't care about teachers like you, so they can you see the background, right? The background got the dude up in this dude face. Basically they be fighting him, and the other one is backhanding the YT teacher. Then you got Teacher Bay up there, that's just being so dang on friendly with the kids that I don't know, whatever. But it's just different levels. It ain't I don't think they get the same level of respect like back in the day. I think you looked up and happen to have, special ed kids that respect you, but I don't think that's the case for the majority, though. That's kind of the angle I'm coming
Yeah,
from.
and I also work with gen ed students as well. But I've noticed, so my demographic of kids at school are mostly Native American, Mexican American, white, and then Black, and I've noticed that a lot of those students up until that point haven't had a Black teacher. And so I think that adds to a little bit of it is like, oh, I don't know how she's gonna like come at me. Let me like make sure I act right, you know?
Okay. All right, let me get a striving. What you
Can I
got for me?
jump in and say something real quick as far as what you mean by fear?
Go ahead.
Okay, just so I just wanted to clear it up real quick because I was kind of thinking in a different way in a sense. But when he says fear, because even Rachel just broke it down a little bit. Like he's not saying like, oh my gosh, I'm so scared they're gonna hurt me. No, he's saying like they're not the one to play with, and you know that you don't have to actually be scared of them shivering in your boots, but you just know that if you was to do something wrong, that there will be consequences in a firm way, in a way that you can understand to help you. It's not something that's meant to be having you, you know what I'm saying, not wanting to talk to them about things. So I just want to throw that out there.
Sometimes you gotta fear letting them down. You know what I'm saying? Parents and teachers. So
All right, so let me get a strive. You there? With all them emojis putting on
Yo, my bad. All right. So before I say anything, right, I saw this video, and I don't know if it's true or not, but the President Trump, he was talking about TikTok, and he was talking about he saved it. Now I don't know if it's a real video or not, but I do know a year back, when the situation with the TikTok, his hand was involved in that somehow, some way. And the point of saying that is that what I don't understand, this man is the president, he's our leader, and he's involved more with TikTok than the school system. Now the school system around here, I'm in Jersey. The kids around here, I be playing ball, and sometimes I test these kids. I be like, "Oh, it's 9 times 8." And mind you, like they literally thinking about this. Now in my time, I remember we used to have to remember the timetables. It was like certain like mandatory things. Nowadays, I don't know what's going on in the system. So I look at Trump and I'm thinking to myself, like, he happy fixed this, but the school system's shy. The teachers, from what I heard, I don't know if it's true, they saying that they don't really get paid as much. So I put myself in the shoes and I said, okay, yeah, I could see you have to deal with like 20, 30 knuckleheads, different personalities, different, you know what I'm saying? Like I went to prison, and in the 8 years, old heads used to always tell me, observe, watch, you know, it's personality. Like you repeat the same pattern over and over. And yes, I could blame parents, I could go deeper and all that. But my thing is like, why are we not fixing the school system? Why is that not a big, like a war thing? Like, what is it? Is it spiritual? Is it physical? Is it like psychological? Like, I just want to hear your thoughts on that.
I would say, man, especially when it comes to math, like the new
Open
math
panel, y'all.
the new math that they doing is weird. Like they doing like the long math or the diagrams. Like, you know, when you used to do timetables, you do the bottom times the top. Like if you got two numbers on two numbers, you do the bottom times the top. That's how you do it. Now they like, oh, add the extra zeros, or you got to do a full diagram to show, you know, to show your work. And it's like these kids are you trying to draw diagrams to do this weird way of math when we learned to do it quick in our head and to do it, you know, the simple way. And I feel like that's fucking the kids up in math.
I think teachers should absolutely get paid more, but another issue and why our money goes other places is because the school will purchase curriculum, but they will only purchase like a portion of the curriculum and not the whole thing. And so we're left to try to find worksheets and try to find different ways of teaching when it should be provided to us. We're spending money doing that.
Can I say something?
Do your thing, open panel.
Yeah, because I just seen, I don't know how true it is, but I seen like, you know how you would make a B and it's an 80 to 90 or something like that. I think I seen it was like, now it's like a 75 to a 80 something. And it's just like, dang, like they really, people don't realize these is the people that's going to be taking care of us when we get older. So like, should we be afraid? Or like, what's going on now? Like, I don't understand.
That's my point. Like these people are the future, and like, what are we teaching them? Like, there's no work out here. There's no schooling. Everybody want to just smoke drugs and smash. Like, and don't get it twisted. As a youngin, I get that, but there was still some like, look, I believe school works, right? I have a cousin. She's a vet. Like, she literally puts dogs to sleep, opens them up, fix the situation, put them together, and that dog waking up. I can't do that. You feel me? But she did. So when like the school works, you feel me? It's an individual thing. So I get the teacher, like, yo, if the kid is not behaving, the kid is not like willing to learn, then it's, you know, you're gonna have to go. I get that part. But the issue is that a lot of people are willing to go. And what I'm trying to say is like the numbers only show that only few actually make it up there. A doctor, astronaut, like the crazy stuff. And then the rest, what about us? Like what? We just gone left, no matter, who cares? Like that part I don't get.
Yeah, it's a lot of education for nothing sometimes.
I feel like people just got to stop having kids when they're not ready to. I feel like you shouldn't be having kids when you're trying to find yourself. And when you are, I feel like it poses a lot of issues and a lot of things that'll deter you from focusing on your kids. Because when you have those kids, you have to focus on your kids in their developmental stages. So I don't know. I feel like I don't want to keep blaming the parents at the same sense though, because even then influences around them. But man, you just got to teach your kids to be like a leader and not follow anybody. And I mean, just do the best you can, I guess. But people be saying they be doing their best and don't really be doing their best.
Absolutely. I will always blame the parents.
Facts.
Okay, now I mean like it's kind of like an 80-20, okay? Majority of it.
Yeah.
I know they have influence, but the thing is it's about the foundation. Like what foundation have you laid for your children?
And that's the thing, man. Like
I'm 99 and 1.
But that's the thing, like it's always again, you can
Definitely
use
agree
Khan
about the
Academy.
foundation.
There's so many things you could use that's free to get your child ahead of the game before they even go. You can look at their whole school curriculum before they even go to school. So there's really no reason, you know what I'm saying? Like my little sister, that's what I do with her. And I mean, my son, he going to pre-K, so we ain't there yet. But there's no reason that your kid shouldn't know most of what's going on by the time school starts.
Are we still answering the prompt? Am I too late?
Matter of fact, you can go ahead. You the last one. Then we go back to open panel. Then we gonna start this next one. Matter of fact,
All right. Hey, Rachel. How you
Another one
doing?
from me, Kev.
I finally made it, girl. Finally made it. I'm in the middle of doing my nails, so this is probably going to be the one thing that I say and then hop off. But
No problem.
I think
Thanks for coming. Go ahead.
so. I think that some parents definitely are too light on their kids. As for me, I'm not light on my kids. I'm the strict mom. I'm not as strict as my parents were, but I'm definitely strict to lay a firm foundation for my kids to make sure that they have a successful future. Second, how can an emotionally unstable person be a good parent? Personally, I don't think that you can be a good parent because if you are emotionally unstable, then how are you expecting your child to teach your child to be able to control themselves if you can't control yourself? And lastly, why should kids have boyfriend and girlfriends when adults? So I don't believe in that, right? So my kids are not going to have the whole boyfriend and girlfriend thing. I've already told my kids, I'm like, if you're interested in dating, then figure out why. I actually just ran past that with my 11 going on 12-year-old. He thinks he's 16, wanted to have a girlfriend. And I said, why you want to have a girlfriend? Little girl at church. He's like, oh, well, I think she's cool. I said, what's her last name? And he didn't know what her last name was. I said, why don't you figure out what you like about her? Why don't you see her character? And then, this and that, like dating is dating to marry. We're not just dating for the fun of it. So yeah, that's my 2 cents.
that's funny. We'll just had him in a standstill. I think that's funny. Yeah, I think that's a good way to get your children to think and stuff. You got to make sure that they just not saying stuff off their feelings and actually question it so they can know why. I think that's in anything though. I think that's what a lot of parents like back then.
Exactly. I was like, what's her favorite color? He's like, I'm like, exactly.
The color is me. That's what he gonna say. Okay, he said my boy got game though. Oh sheesh. All right, I guess I think man, like you was about to say something, man. Thing.
Yeah, I want to say something. What's okay? I think kids today, right? I think they lack respect. Because they see teachers, they see their parents lack respect too for themselves as well. And sometimes I always say shit. If you got bad apples in your bag, shit, where did they come from? How did your kids become bad apples? Is it because you a bad apple? And sometimes I start to, it's just understanding that, you know, kids look at what do they respect. Kids respect shit that's fun. Kids respect shit that they friends. They respect shit that don't make sense a lot of the time. But at the same time, I think that you do got parents who try to be the example for their kids, and I feel like the more you try to save your child, the more it's making them want to be rebellious. It makes them want to go against you. Because forcing somebody to do the right thing is challenging. It's a challenge. You're trying to master their mind to do right. So it comes off like, dang, it's another task. I got to try to please my parents. I already got to try to please my teachers, far as trying to get good grades, far as showing up to class, far as, you know, trying to be the best. And I think that's a lot of pressure. And then you got kids out here trying to date, right? Dating don't make it no better. Cause now you dating based off your parents' preference. You dating off of basically, oh, what kind of man or woman my mama is, or the kind of people that they attracted to, or you know, it's just a certain standard. Some people even go off of based on what they like. But I just think kids gotta see parents step up. That's what's gonna make them step up. When they start seeing parents want to be childish and do childish behavior but still say that they grown, it's hard to believe it. It's hard to follow it. Cause it's like you can't tell me to do right if your ass been doing all this reckless shit. If my mama been going to clubs, turning up with her homegirls, um, fucking sitting up here putting daddy on child support, then what? They ain't gonna have no example of what being good is.
Have a rebuttal.
Go ahead.
I always got something to say. Oh my god, I'm funny. But I just feel like these kids, I feel like yes, you should definitely lead by example. But at the same time, like I feel like Rachel said, as long as you have that foundation in them, then you know what I'm saying, you did what you had to do. I feel like some kids don't always follow that thing that you want to, and you know it is what it is. I really believe that people just have certain paths that are made for them specifically that they have to follow, whether it's them having to learn lessons the hard way or the easy way, and that's just what it is. But I feel like as long as you implement leadership, emotional intelligence, prayer, those things, and I will say standing firm in what you believe and things of that nature, I feel like, you know what I'm saying, you're building a correct person, and also implementing that your child can be able to come to you about whatever, whenever, you know what I'm saying, just having that open, you know what I'm saying, comfortable relationship. But you can only do but so much, and I feel like if you implemented them being a leader and having that role and stuff, nobody can't really persuade them whenever they do go out into the world, because you done implemented that into their heart and into their minds, and you've actually showed them that, and you know what I'm saying. So I don't know. I just feel like people just got certain paths and lessons that they have to learn, and then you can't really do too much. You can give them what you want to give them, and it's just gonna be that. And you know what I'm saying. You just gotta pray that they safe, and you know what I'm saying, and well, and really that's all you can do, to be honest. Because really, you're just really responsible for you at the end of the day.
Now, Hazel, are you a contrarian at heart?
Huh?
Are you a contrarian?
No.
You do not know you are.
Cause I'm like, what was the reason for the rebuttal? Like you're literally
I
saying
still
the
don't
same
understand.
thing.
Yeah, I was just about
It's
to say that.
it's important to lead by example. Yeah, you're not always gonna be able to do that, but I mean, you have to try.
Yeah, yeah, you do. But I don't know. I kind of took it as like it was a definite type of thing. Like if you do that, you're gonna get the best outcome. Now, if she won't saying that though, then that's
I think we
different.
all got
But
rebutted by her today.
But
there is a higher percentage. You don't believe there's a higher percentage of a better outcome?
well, yeah, yeah. I was just looking at the percentage of where it's not always like that. I'm just very, very neutral and biased. I mean, yeah. So it's just like I don't want to. You know what I'm saying? Lay out that foundation for people to think like, oh, just because you do this one way or something. But then again, I get what you're saying though, because even when it comes to like marriage and stuff like that before kids, that don't mean that the
Yeah,
marriage.
in not laying a foundation, you're laying a foundation for something else. That's
Yeah.
something that I realize is that if you there's a conditioning that's happening regardless.
Right.
And so either
Okay,
you
yeah.
are
I
in
get what
charge
you're
of that
saying.
conditioning or you're not. And the subjective morality is not good. It is a
Right.
ball of confusion. It's better that you stand on something, stand on morals, stand on principles that you teach your children. And if they choose, as they get older, thank you, my love. As they get older, if they choose to stray, then that'll be their decision. But while they are in your care, you have that responsibility to lay that foundation for them the way that you see fit.
Right. That's facts though.
Definitely why I chose to homeschool, to take away a lot of those pressures and as well as to control my son's environment so that way the negative influences wouldn't be getting to him and I can really see who he's interacting with so that way something that I don't agree with is not introduced. And if it is, I'm able to point it out really quickly because I noticed that there's changes in behavior and I'm like, okay, well, what was recently introduced? Well, he started going to the YMCA and swimming. Okay, so there must be a little bad kid in there and we got to have a discussion about this behavior and then so on and so forth.
Is my stuff tripping? I don't see who talking.
Me neither. Okay, I thought that was just me.
I was about to ask that.
It
Yeah.
didn't,
It had to
show
be.
her box, but
Was that
I
Kayla?
knew her voice. Yeah, it was Kayla.
Oh, yeah, I don't know the voice
You
though.
gonna get some of my
There you go. Now I can see it moving. It's straight up. I was looking around like, is my stuff froze? I started clicking my screen.
Okay, Severo. Yes, it's technology, man. I feel like sometimes we do be getting hard on each other and the parents and stuff like that, but it is technology. But you also got to think who's buying the technology for them to be looking at. So, you know what I'm saying? It's always a but to everything you say
It's
almost.
always gonna go back to the parents.
Yeah.
It's all parents are lazy as hell nowadays too. You got some parents out here who literally they just focused on whatever it is that they focus on. You don't even care about your kid. You don't even know what your kid getting into. I'm up here watching clips of people talking about, oh, these parents' kids done set this kid up, and I'm like, how the hell? Why ain't nobody out here with these kids? Like every time I look up, it's something with somebody's fucking child, and I'm like, damn, like where's the fucking parents' antennas? Like people just don't be sitting up here being aware no more.
Right.
It's like, have we become so careless to the point where it's like, damn, we just in our own world, we just like, oh, the kids, shit, they cool, shit, people around, they gonna let us know. Like, no, that's not how parenting should be.
Is this Gen Z?
These is all types of parents. People be up in their 40s, 50s, 30s, 20s.
Okay, so was they
all
doing
types
this
of
before?
shit. And it's because everybody got a young ass mind. Everybody want to stay in this young ass mindset. Everybody want to be this young, turned up, just boss type of person. And it's just like, in reality, it's cool to be all that, to want to be great. But at the same time, if your kids sitting up here, they growing up without a parent, they're sitting up here growing up trying to figure out life on their own, that's the problem.
Yeah, because I definitely think it used to be a lot more, at least when I grew up, somebody knew you in the neighborhood. So even if, you know what I'm saying, your parent didn't know exactly where you was, somebody in the neighborhood knew your parent. If they saw you doing some dumb shit, they would call your parents. You know what I'm saying?
So this was the way it is now happening before or not? Because
Not as much
what
as it
was
is
the
now.
what was the switch, and how could Gen Z influence millennials and Gen X if this wasn't happening before?
It was
That's my question, because me personally, my kids can't go out without me out there. I don't care if I do know Cindy Lou down the road. They still not going. Like I'm real strict about stuff like that. I don't play none of that. So I'm like that now. And if it was kind of different then, like what is really the difference, and why? If millennials is still the parents that's raising these kids in schools now, then what happened? Like that's what I'm confused at.
I think it's one, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people feel like, oh, your kid should have more say so, your kid should have, you know, autonomy and all this stuff. Back then it wasn't like that. I mean, yeah, like I'm like that with my kid. He's not going out without me know where he's at. But a
Mm-hmm.
lot of parents, they just let their kids, they feel like, oh, their kids should have autonomy. And then also social media, you know what I'm saying? So you couldn't just reach everybody at one point and all your friends and go out. Like you had to know where they was at or call them on the phone. Now with social media, they can link up with everybody anywhere. So I think
Mm-hmm.
it's a lot of different things.
I'm just really trying to, not even trying to blame anybody. I just really want to understand what the switch was. And if we figure out what the switch was, like, how can we fix it? Because to be honest, I just feel like it was better a little bit back then. I don't know. It just was it was an airy type of feeling, the energy, anyways. Just the energy itself. It was just something better about it. And it's just like, where did the switch go? I get the technology and stuff, but like, could we like never get back to that? Or could we never like better what's going on now? I just feel like it's
To
very
that Angel, I feel like the
unfortunate.
switch came in when people started saying, don't correct my kids. I think that's where the switch came in. When people in the neighborhood or people wherever, they try to say, well, I'm going to tell your mom. Go ahead and tell my mama. Go tell my mama she beat your behind too. And that's where I feel like the switch came in. When people started to say, like, don't correct my children. And I experienced that in my neighborhood. I live in a more rural area in the Midwest, but for a while I lived in Tampa, Florida. And we lived in the hood, which is fine with me. I grew up in the hood. But I noticed that the respect towards the old heads in the neighborhood started to diminish. It seemed like some of the people on the block, like the younger generations, they were cool, but a lot of the younger generations started to disrespect the old heads. And the old heads are the ones that are sitting out there on the porch looking. We used to have an old lady right across the street. We call her Big Mama. She was always sitting out there. She always had something cooking. It was her and her husband. Her husband didn't talk too much, but she did. She would watch over the neighborhood and watch over the kids. Some of these little kids didn't like that she was telling their parents stuff like that. They went and kicked over all her plants. The
Wow.
old
That's
lady worked
wild.
on her plants. That's all she had. She didn't even own that house. She rented that apartment, rented it for 10 years plus, had her garden back there. They kicked everything over.
Wow. Yeah, they are, ain't gonna lie, they are unhinged now. Like real.
Wait,
You don't get no type of pass, no sympathy. You done for with some of these people. And it's crazy, to be honest. Like, I don't know.
so Kayla, you said you spoke to the children that kicked over the plants?
The little kids, I got it on my camera. I got it on my Ring camera. I'm the one that
Oh,
found
but
out that they was the one that kicked over the plants. That was me. And
did
yeah,
you?
I said something.
Oh, okay. And then the parents said something back?
The parents didn't say nothing to me. They had something to say to the old lady because when people have a weak mindset, they're okay with yelling at people who they think can't defend themselves. But I was very well known on the block, and if you had something to say to me, feel free to say it to me. We could talk about it.
Oh, wow. They went and yelled at the old lady? Oh, man.
They
Yeah.
did.
What is
Yes.
what is respect, y'all? Because to me,
Exactly.
like, I'm new gen. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm gonna teach my kids to walk away. That's that emotional intelligence and not letting their pride and their emotions control their reaction. But I just also don't feel like technically you have to give anybody respect that's disrespecting you. Like, I don't believe in that, because I just feel like we're all human. We all have feelings. We all have the same type of things. I don't feel like an age. I'm sorry, y'all. My 3-year-old is in the background, but I don't feel like an age should determine. You know what I'm saying? You not having certain respect for a certain age. I just don't. I don't feel like that. I treat everybody the same. I treat everybody with kindness and niceness, but I don't have to respect you if you disrespecting me. I'll walk away. I don't have to disrespect you either. But I don't feel like I have to give you any type of respect after you've disrespected me. But I don't know if that's something I have to learn over time. But I just really don't believe that.
So, okay, but what does that look like in a setting where the child can't just walk away? Because if they get up, right, then they are being reprimanded for leaving the class without permission. So what are you then suggesting to your child? Huh?
That would be disrespectful.
Right. So they would still have to show respect, right?
By walking. Okay, so you're saying, so what would be showing respect?
What we're saying is that some of these children are placed in a position where they cannot walk away, right?
Right.
Yeah. So humility at the end of the day has to be taught, right?
Yeah.
Regardless if there's a time and place for every situation, right?
Right.
So in the moment, yes, will you have to be humble and still say yes?
Okay. Well, yeah.
Yes,
No, I do agree with that.
Yeah, you still have to show respect to somebody who is older than you that is showing disrespect in that moment, right?
I don't agree with that. I'm sorry.
Well,
I don't.
that's what the respect looks like, is saying if the teacher says, I don't give a damn, you're going to need to go ahead and sit down. Yes, Miss Smith. That's showing respect, right? You don't have to go above and beyond. You ain't got to do nothing extra, right? You just do as you're told in the moment.
Yes.
After the situation has occurred, then you can go and address it. But in the moment, like, we have to teach kids, like, you have to be humble. Like, there's a time and place for everything. And that's just a part of life. Like, you're going to be placed in situations where you're not always going to get your way, and wanting to that respect or whatever, it's just not more important than
right. Which I was thinking more so like over the top disrespect. Like, even then, I guess you still have to have some type of humility. But I feel like if it's like over the top, then why do you deserve that?
Well,
but I feel like we got a lot of sympathy for people disrespecting other people, but we don't have any sympathy for people disrespecting someone back. And I've never understood that. Like, I get it, but at the same time, I don't. And then you also mentioned because they're older, like, what does age have to do with respect? Like,
So
I don't get
my
the
question is to
correlation.
you: if your kid decides to grow up to say, all right, they don't like your tone. Hey, mom, I don't like how you disrespect me with your words. Speak to me better. And they told you that.
That's not wrong. How is that wrong?
That's like your kid trying to check you.
How is
as
that
if
wrong?
they're
But my thing is, what I'm looking at is, I just
it's a
sat
way
there
that you
and
do.
yelled at
Hold on,
them.
Hazel.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm just really just trying to get you to understand. It's the way that you do things when you're a child.
Right.
You don't think that you could step to me as if you're like on my age, as if you're somebody older than me, as if somebody as if you're somebody that's been taking care of you, paying bills, feeding your
I don't care
mouth,
about
and clothes
none
on
of
your
that.
back.
I'm sorry. I don't.
It's a level that you need to come
And I think that's probably the new generation
and
problem,
approach.
because I don't care about any of that. I'm not gonna lie, because I look at it as this: if I go out on the street and I punch somebody in the face, I'm gonna expect to get punched back in the face. I'm not gonna be like, oh my gosh, well, you know what I'm saying, you just did this to me, I can't believe you did this. No, if you go out on the street and you punch somebody in the face, then expect to be punched back. And just because that's your child, that doesn't mean that you should show them any less respect. No, you should not be yelling at your kid. Then when they say, Mom, I feel like you should lower your tone, I don't like how you're talking to me, you can't feel some type of way when you just sat there and yelled at them, and you know what I'm saying, you just made them feel some type of way. I don't feel like that's wrong.
So that tone. So listen, that tone versus, hey, bitch, fix your tone with me.
Okay, yeah, no,
There's
that's
a
different.
See,
Yeah.
so right.
Okay.
So meaning there's no boundary between me and this adult. Meaning I could overstep that boundary and call my mama a bitch when she pisses me off.
Yeah, no. I'm not saying that. I thought you were saying that. And that's probably
No, no,
I
no.
probably
You
thought that
talking
because
about we
I
talking
didn't
about
let you
respect.
finish. Yeah, I didn't
Yeah,
let you
we talking
finish
about
though. So
respect
that's
level.
probably
So
why.
a child respect level could go out the window with you and say, "Hey, fuck it, I'm gonna call her a bitch because that's what she acting like, and I don't like that." So,
But then
and at the
again, I'm not saying that it's right, but I'm what I'm trying to get you to understand is that if you're yelling at them and you're making them feel
I get
less
it.
than, and they call you a B word, how do you get to feel some type of way, but they don't? Even if they did come out and say that, I'm not saying that it's right. I'm not saying
I
that,
get it.
but I'm just saying, how do you get to feel some type of way when you just belittle them, but when they belittle you in a way you don't like, then it's, oh my gosh, it's disrespect. No, I don't agree with that. I don't care about that. If you didn't want somebody doing something to you, then you shouldn't do it to them. And that's just how I treat everybody.
But
Like, I'm not gonna,
reality is in this moment is when shit really gets hostile. One of us could. You think you could? You think your kid could out whoop you? Really think about that. Like really, I'm giving you some real life
well,
knowledge here.
I have a boy, and when them boys get a little bit bigger, they probably could, to be honest with you. But shoot, I don't really care about that, to be honest. I'm gonna respect my kids. I don't care. I'm not gonna yell at them and then tell them how they should respond. I just don't believe in doing that. How about just not yelling at people? Which I understand that it does build them a backbone for when they do go into the world. I get that perspective, and I feel like, you know what I'm saying, that is the better perspective and the better way to go. But on the other hand, how do you get to treat somebody a certain type of way, then negate how they should respond to you or feel towards what you're saying? I don't think that's okay.
I don't think it's really about I don't think it's really about negating how the child should feel. I just think it's about a child respecting the position and the role of the adult. So I think
Okay,
if the
see,
child is really
we're
that
going backwards.
I think if
That's
the
the
child
whole
is
point of
really
the
that, I
conversation.
think if the child is really that bothered, they can go home, express it to their parents. And the parents can then have a parent-teacher conference and address it adult to adult. But I think that if a child is not taught how to regulate their emotions,
Right.
that's how we end up in these situations where children
Oh
don't.
no, that's
We grow
real.
up not respecting authority, not respecting adults, and then we see the problems that we see today.
I
I
agree.
don't think. I mean, a child is very valid to feel however they feel. I'm not saying that we should negate
Right.
children's feeling. I don't think it's appropriate for adults to be blatantly disrespecting children and then having the children just shut up and deal with it. But I just don't think in a situation where we're looking at a parent and a teacher and a student, it's not appropriate for the student to then yell and get irate back. They need to go home, tell their parents, and let the parent address it with the teacher. To me.
I think the reason why why they saying that is that I think because like if you give them that mentality right to address every last, that's why humility is so important. Address every last feeling of I'm disrespected and I gotta check that I can't feel less than or something like that. You got to realize it is a time to play. So these are the same people that grow up as an adults, and they do this with the police officers. That's why they get their life.
Exactly.
That's why they get their life
Okay.
taken because they feel like I mean, the thing is, the whole goal is to make it home safe. We already see how that is now. So
Exactly.
we can't be like,
Okay.
hey, the police made me feel a certain way, so I cussed them out. I don't care, whatever. You're not about to make
Okay.
me feel like no punk, stuff like that. So nah,
Right.
some stuff you just
It's
got
a
to be
lot
I
like,
of
get
all
what
right,
y'all
humility.
Something that I
saying.
There's a lot of
realized.
So,
humility that
and I
comes
don't
from
want
having
y'all
a
to
back
think that
then.
I feel like I know it all. It's just more so of me learning myself. I am 24, so I am
you a
still.
smart young buck. I already
I'm
know,
still,
man.
yeah. So I'm not saying it as if I'm right. I'm just saying like a different point of view. But I get what y'all saying. The main point of view is like you said, when my son does grow up, if he does feel some type of way and he's arguing with the police, you know how a lot of that stuff
There you
ends. So
go.
it's just like if I don't want that, I get what you're saying. No,
Man, it
I
start,
respect.
man,
I respect that. I
but
respect that.
it
I
start at
respect it.
home. I'm
I
not saying
respect
that.
it.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not
I
Well,
saying
respect
that
right
you
now
it.
you
should.
gotta subscribe. Now it took me to do it. Okay, I got y'all subscribe.
I respect that.
I
I'm
have a
Yeah.
always
slightly
open
different
to
perspective on
learning
things
learning
because
from other people and all of those type of things. So I
Appreciate you,
respect
man. I
that for sure.
appreciate you.
But it started at home. Like I don't think you should, be
it
constantly going.
absolutely starts at home. And one of the things that
Yeah.
I noticed with different parenting,
Let me land what I was about to say real quick, and I got you. But
Then you next though. I know you haven't
I
said
got you.
anything.
Yeah,
You
I'm gonna be
next.
quick. I got you though. But you know what I'm saying? It starts at home. Like I'm not saying that you should always be yelling at your child, but when you teach them authority at home, because if you don't teach them that at home, Then they like, shoot, my mama don't even got this type of authority over me. Why would I let you say something? You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
So
okay.
so you still have to teach them that you are an authority figure and there is
Right.
respect guidelines. Not that you should be
Okay.
disrespecting them, but
Right.
set that
Okay.
tone.
I get what you're saying for sure. I respect that. I like y'all. I
Hey, I'm
respect.
about to make it fun. I'm about to make it fun. That's because she had to listen to some men.
I'm screaming, not too much. No, I definitely understood it, Rachel, and she just being.
You know, you see, you know, the women's on the straw sitting there chilling. I like, you know what? It's that time to put
But then again, though, when he did put in
some
perspective as a
masculinity
guy,
up in
and I
here.
have a son, I was like, okay, yeah, this is what that means. Okay, I get
Let
you
me put
for
some,
real.
put
I
some
just felt like
masculinity up in here.
I guess I just felt like
Bass in your voice.
I didn't want to grow up making my child feel like they're not seen. Trying
Yeah.
to, you know what I'm saying, trying to also be a authority figure at the same time. Like I felt like it was one or the other. So I didn't want to feel like I was making him feel unseen and be unheard. That was my main thing. So that's why I was
Yeah.
kind of like thinking like that at the beginning.
Yeah, it's all about picking your battle. That's something I had to learn in life, for real talk. This is all it is. I mean, even if it was like in the streets, you know, they got the gangsters and stuff. So somebody might have pew pew that day, and he be like, you know what? I don't care about my life. You gonna do what you gonna do. It. Somebody gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? So they, like I said, the whole goal of life when you step outside is you want to make it home back safe. That's why you hear. I tell my baby every day, like, be safe. You know what I'm saying? We got to, like, every time we step out this house, it's like, I know we get comfortable and stuff, but shoot, a lot of people don't make it back. I mean, that's something I learned as I got older and stuff. It's literally a blessing to be still living every day. So, all right, let's get misguided in, and then we go to this next prompt because we haven't even got to the first prompt. Go ahead,
Hi, how you
misguided.
doing?
I'm good. I'm blessed. How about you?
I am good. I'm up at work. I'm just scrolling through, passing through, but I caught a little bit of what you guys were talking about. I myself personally think that being strict on the children and also still caring about their feelings, you can do both at the same time. Being able to be an authority figure and also be able to be emotionally available for your child. You can do both. But I also noticed this, like I'm not sure if anyone else noticed this. But as far as I'm just speaking from my perspective of what I've seen a lot of around me, um, on Instagram, on TikTok, mothers of males and mothers of daughters, it's like two different worlds. It seems like when they have sons, they're a little bit nicer than when they have females. That's been my experience, and I'm not sure where that comes from or whatever. Like I have female friends that have male children and they're really passive. But I have friends that have female children and they're super strict on them. I don't know why that is the way it is, but um I think that's where when a father comes in and should be strict on everybody, because like you said, when they're not with us, they have to go out into the world around everyone else. And in order for them to be in the world around everyone else, you're going to have to follow someone else's rules. So, in order for you to know that when rules are set in place, these are the rules to follow, it has to start from home. That's just my opinion on it, and I'll land there.
Okay, nice, 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 nice. All right, let's get to this first prompt. We gotta knock this out. Matter of fact, did Mama did you answer the prompt, the green prompt?
Kind of, sort of. I responded to what Hazel was saying.
Okay, okay. I guess that's an answer in a way. All right, so let's start with Adrena. Let's start off with this first prompt. Then, are parents too light or too strict on their kids today?
Parents are too light on their kids. They're not teaching them basic life practices, such as being, they're not teaching their children the effects of life. They're not teaching their children about sexual education. They're relying on the schools to do everything. So yes, the parents are a bit too light, and when the school gets strict, like we've all said, then that's when people say, "Don't discipline my children." But there comes a time when they have no choice. Your child has to be disciplined either way, just so you know wherever children are allowed to be, it can be done in a legal fashion, without conflict, without anything causing major detrimental. Just that makes sense. So yeah, they're too late.
Okay. Zay, what you got for me?
Are parents too light or too strict on their kids today? Definitely way too light. You know, it definitely started out. I guess the switch happened with, a lot of us millennials, having real strict parents and stuff like that. Because a lot of millennials became parents it's probably around like the early 2000s, really. You know what I'm saying? So during that time, the internet came out, and a lot of people, a different class consciousness came out, and a lot of millennials felt like, oh, I don't want to do to my kids what my parents did to me. But realize that even though some of our parents did take it too far, a lot of what they taught you gave you discipline, gave you direction, gave you respect, gave you humility, and that takes some authoritarian or authoritative, action. You gotta to teach discipline and all these things. You have to be an authoritative figure. You know what I'm saying? And they just want to be their kids' friends nowadays, and we seeing the repercussions of that, and it's not good.
All right, Hazel, what you got for me? Oh, don't run. Don't be right back in. No,
I feel like parents are too light, because like the way y'all explain stuff to me just a while ago, I get a better understanding of it now, and like how I want to parent my kids and things like that. I just feel like there should be a balance, though. You shouldn't be going hard on them to the point where, like, my mom is a millennial, but she was kind of hard now. But it was to the point where I would not come to her to talk to her about certain things. So it's just like you have to have a balance. I feel like you can be, you know what I'm saying, firm in a way, but still have that connection where they will still come to you and talk to you about things. So I feel like it's too light these days, though. Now I feel like there's a lot of things that be going on that shouldn't be going on, and a lot like somebody said, people was wanting to be friends and they wanting to be on Facebook arguing with other people and this other stuff. So yeah, I feel like it is too light, but also I don't feel like you should be going to the extreme like my mom was, and a lot of other people that I've heard of. And you should still be firm, but still have that connection for them to be able to be comfortable with coming to you about anything.
Okay. Meso, what you got for me?
So I might be, I don't know. This might be a little hard for me to answer, because my parents are very, very, very strict. I'm Nigerian. I don't know any Nigerian child that is ever raised in a non-strict household. So I don't. It's so hard for me to answer, just because I think that even with my younger siblings, they were still strict. So it wasn't like there was a difference in how they raised us, as the other siblings came along. But I guess to speak on some of the things that I have seen just through social media and whatnot, I do think that, one, I think a lot of people aren't really planning for kids. I think it's hard to plan regardless, but I think a lot of people really just are not planning at all, like zero. And then a lot of people just kind of get thrown into parenthood. There's no blueprint, there's no book, there's no tutorial, but I think a lot of people really just have no idea what they're doing. So I'll just land there.
All right. Kayla Baylor, what you got for me?
You already know what I said about it. I think that there are a lot of parents that are not strict enough. And that's coming from somebody who was raised in a strict household and someone who is also raising my children in a strict household. I can see the difference. We just had a birthday party for my 11-year-old, and you could tell which kids had strict parents and which kids the parents let them do whatever they wanted. It was very, very apparent.
Is she gonna post that picture? I like her. I like her. All right, baby, what you got for me?
I've been missing you. Okay, sorry, my bad. Focus. Oh yeah, so shoot, what question we on? Are parents too light or strict on their kids today?
Yeah.
Today, most definitely too light. Okay. We have fallen into the subjective morality. We have fallen into the let's correct the ways that we were operating back in the days. So in trying to correct those ways, they have overcorrected and have gone to the extreme side of coddling and being permissive and making sure not to hurt their children's feelings and stuff like that. Even I too fell into the idea that, like, you know, giving the child a lot more whatchamacallit, say so. You know what I'm saying? Which is fine. I think it's good because I practice like autonomy. I want to teach my child how to make good decisions, critical thinking decisions. So you have to teach them autonomy. Yeah, you get what I'm saying? You give them choices, whatever. But I would suggest that everybody look up authoritative parenting. That is where you have strict parenting with also the nurturing side of parenting. It's not just the extreme, because authoritarian parenting is just the extreme. That's where you see, like, in those communities, that's like it's just all about the grades and just looking good. You don't want that. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
giving Asian.
It is. I wanted to say it, but I didn't want to say it. No.
You bring a bee in house. You bring a bee.
Y'all stupid.
Yeah, no.
Now you're a
Kevin,
bee.
No, Kevin, you're not supposed to actually do it, Kevin. Oh my God. I did. Anyway. So, and actually, no, a lot of those parents did learn how to, I think they're learning how to balance, but also the permissive parenting are the coddlers, the ones that helicopter parent and they let their child do whatever. And those are two extremes. You don't want to be in the extreme. So that's why I say look up authoritarian parenting, study it a little bit, and see what that kind of requires. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
That's the thing. Like, my son is, he's autistic, so he has trouble kind of sitting down and doing certain things. But when I tell him to sit down, be quiet, he knows that. Like, I see other kids, and it's like they ain't got no excuse, and they can't get their kids under control at all.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
say
it's crazy.
having autism or it does not give you an excuse to raise a-hole kids. Okay?
Facts. I have an autistic daughter. I have 2 autistic children and 2 that are special needs, and I whoop their little special needs behinds when they need it. And they act better than the other kids at the birthday party, period.
Yeah. Yeah, I just seen, like, it was some people, one of my peoples I know that used to be very like, no, I'm treating you just like the regular. You're not about to get away and think because you have a disability that I'm going to be light on you. So that's, I remember one of my mother's friends was like that too. Like, nah, you stop being lazy, man. I don't care. You gotta figure this out. 'Cause eventually all of them gonna grow up and be on their own. Can't baby them, like the world is not gonna even baby them. They can care less whatever a person got. So it's like you gotta prepare them, realize how the real world is going to be and stuff. That light stuff is make it dangerous. You gotta let them know, like, you gotta work with what you got. That's with anything. Be capable. Even if people had to be on pills, like, shoot, you gotta be responsible, keep up with it. You gotta do it, and it is what it is. But I wouldn't recommend a pill thing. I think that's just some stuff that the doctors try to do to put their fingers in something, but
Facts, though, because
you
it's
can't
like,
say that in the
daughters, like I was telling you, the 2 that I have that are special needs, like, I tried that. Like, I've always been the mom that's like, okay, you know what, you're going to get treated like everybody else. But there was a period of time when 2 of my daughters stopped feeding themselves and they went into like this regression. And I'm like, okay, maybe maybe you were a little bit more autistic than I thought. No, actually, I brought them to the occupational therapist, and they told me, she's like, yeah, no, this is a power play. I said, what? She's like, they're power playing. They're playing with you. Watch this. And then she put some pudding cups in front of them, and they tore that up. She said, see, that's called a power play. I said, so my 4-year-olds are plotting against me? And she said, yes, this is a power play. Don't give in. So yeah, so then it changed my perspective completely. I was like, I knew y'all was faking it. So
No, that's facts. My son, like when he's not doing things and he has his aggressions, I know it's just because he don't want to. It's not because he can't or because he just don't want to. That's it.
I wanted a rebuttal. Oh, not rebuttal.
We're just so shocked from this point now. We're just shocked.
I was gonna say I have a 3-year-old, and yes, you do still supposed to be like a parent and parent them and make sure they're on the way, but I don't want people to lose the fact that they are still like 3 and young as hell, and they still have their brain still works a certain type of way at the same time. Like, I don't know if we're just not speaking on that part, we're just speaking on the discipline part. But yeah, their brain is still kind of like wired to still do certain things. So yeah, there's that, but I do agree with like disciplining them, because what my 3-year-old, I think he snatched something from my grandma. I was like, oh nah, we not doing none of that. I don't know what you thinking is going on, but no, because we're not doing that. Like, yeah, you're 3 and all, but they be knowing what they be doing though. Like, they real smart to know what they be doing. But I just wanted to throw that out there. Hold on, look up contrary. You will find Hazel. I might need to go check. I might need to go check
but I'm
that
over here
out.
like clocking.
I might need to go check that out. Yeah,
You got a
because
picture right next to it.
I don't know. Are we speaking on like already knowing that they brain is a certain type of way, and we just talking about something else, or is we talking about like, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
No, it's just the
I
fact
want to
that
look that up
kids
though.
are smart.
Contrarian. Maybe that is what I am.
Nah, but yeah, it's the fact that kids are smart. They know what they're doing. So when I tell you to sit down and be quiet or behave or whatever I'm telling you to do, if they acting up, it's just because they testing you or because they feel like they can get away with it. You know what I'm saying? Because they know what to do when you tell them what to do. So that's really all we're talking about.
It's exactly the same reason why when you catch your 2-year-old, because I'm going to go a step younger, because I told you I have 5 kids. I have an 11-year-old, triplet, 4-year-olds, and a 2-year-old son. My 2-year-old knows when he's screwing up, because when I catch him, he'll drop it and be and he'll look like he screwed up, because they do know. So I think that it's very important that we do not ascribe a lack of intelligence in our strides to be compassionate toward our children, that we don't take away their intellectual ability and then,
Trying to look at
create
everybody.
this falsehood. You know what I'm saying? I think it's very important that we don't create a falsehood and then take away the opportunity. We miss opportunities to parent properly.
All right, so I'm gonna do this little break, but first off, I'm about to see who's doing work in, so I'm gonna start clicking on your profile and see how many likes y'all been doing. Let's see something real quick though. All right, so let's start off with the.
I'm in law enforcement, so mine is private.
So
And my
yours.
only friends are my family. Because I haven't met anybody on TikTok yet that's really interested in being my friend.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll be your friend, Andrina.
Oh,
You'll be my friend. So how do you feel about women that go to the gym?
I love women that go to gym.
Okay.
See, look, we already on step 1. That's good.
yeah, heck, I ain't never heard a dude run away from that.
My husband.
I don't
my
like
husband,
it. I need you to eat.
Right.
yeah, my husband is he's a very sweet man, and most men on TikTok think that because a woman is in her gym clothes that she's a lady of the night. And so
Oh, you talking about something different now? Okay, that's different. You
yeah,
ain't
so
saying your
when I
clothes.
go, the only people on my TikTok are my family, and I have let people view my profile, but then they come in my inbox. Not saying you will, but they'll just try me to see if I'm gonna cheat on my
Oh
husband
no,
or
yeah, yeah.
something.
You say you got a husband. Yeah, that's that right there. I ain't
Hold up,
Yeah,
man. I'm about to click on your
they'll
stuff,
like send
man.
their friends to friend me just to see if I'll cheat on my husband.
I'm
When
about
you
to
say
hold.
lady of the night, do you mean like a vertical bar class?
No, the kind that does illegal work.
Yeah, yeah.
I know we can't say that particular word
Okay,
on
no, no,
TikTok.
no. That's why I was
The
asking because
streetwalkers.
bar is usually a horizontal, and that's ballet. But a vertical bar is a different type of ballet with
Yeah,
gym clothes
She
or
talking about
limited
streetwalkers.
clothes. Right, street clothes. There you go.
Somebody even said it.
yeah.
Your thirst trap. I'm about to hold up. Let's see something.
You know,
Let me
my
see.
kids are on TikTok, my mom, and so I like to be able to keep up with them. And then sometimes when I get into these respectful rooms like y'all's, I I enjoy it because I be like seriously being friends. But I just don't like it when they have those days when they want to lash out on people, like really talking bad to people. And that's not to me that's not of God, and I get out of there quick.
Hold up,
So
no, hold up, no, hold up, nah, hold up. Yeah, you shouldn't have said that. Nah, I'm about to bring up.
you
You
know how
probably not
some
gonna like me now.
people.
Let's go ahead and see what this page talking
No,
about.
I don't think you. I don't. I really. So far we've been talking about an hour. I don't think that you know bash YT people and talk bad about women that are like lonely. I don't think y'all do that because people can't help being who they are. And I'm just not the kind of person to be up there saying, you're wrong for being single and you got 4 kids and you're looking for a husband. I'm not that kind of person at all.
This must not be your other page, man. This page ain't it.
What you
Yeah, I'm
mean?
trying to be judgmental real quick. You lucky.
Wait a minute. I would have to probably dip out of the off the panel, right? Because I don't know how to go to my profile to make it public.
You don't even have pictures on this profile you got now.
I got 2. Yeah, one profile
Oh, it did say
is
private. It do say private. Never mind.
yeah,
You got
yeah,
saved. You got saved. You be like, I don't like
yeah.
this room either.
No, it's just I don't do the
There will come a
judging
time. There
people.
will come a time.
It will come a time. I know.
Right. It
I'm trying to
never
prepare.
fails.
I'm trying to
Once
prepare.
you've worked in mental health, you definitely don't try to drag people down mentally because I've had to save a lot of lives. You never know, it might be a person's last day of trying to stand it, somebody to talk to, and they just might not make it through the night. For real.
Man, forget it. I'm judging somebody. I see somebody already. I'm at the judge this early.
I mean, people should be
I'm
able to
on
take
mama now. What you doing with that
human
picture, man? You got
error,
a bunch of pictures. I'm judging now.
constructive
Wait, I
criticism
follow you? Do I follow you? Oh
without
shit.
all that.
The heck?
I just don't.
Change that
Um,
picture.
yeah, I'm just not into calling
What picture?
YT people bad names. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
judgmental Kev in the building. Now y'all done unlocked me. Now I try to be nice.
I know it's so wild. I'm like, like everybody makes judgments, but hey, 1K, what's up?
1K in the building.
What's up, y'all? What's happening?
Hey,
What's
1K.
up, man?
How y'all
Hey, you
doing
see, I
today?
stopped talking about the other thing, man. I swear it's a
Yeah,
freaking headache. I said,
man,
let me
I'm on their
stop.
neck whenever they ready, whenever they want
I'm
smoke.
good. I get a headache because the thing. Hey, look what I learned though. What I learned, no, and I'm gonna make a video about that. Is that with some people in life is that no matter how much evidence you give them, they got their mind made up. You're not gonna beat their
Yeah,
feelings. So I'm like, you know what? They pissing me off, so I'm gonna leave it alone.
yeah, that's real.
What was y'all talking
That's
about?
real. Cause ain't nobody really. When a person, anytime a person can't think outside of their emotional stimuli, it's gonna be real hard, man. And then when you call them and you tell them that their
Mm.
opinions and their responses is based upon emotionalism, they get offended. But
Yep.
I don't know, bro.
You sound like you want
Sometimes,
Geo. You sound like you want Geo in here real quick. Let me go ahead and invite him real quick.
Yeah, like when people prioritize feelings, I can tell you have not,
Oh yeah.
you haven't done enough work.
that go, yeah, that go for and if somebody can't regulate their emotions in that sense, or if they can't think outside their emotions in that particular concerning that topic, that's across the board. That it's going to bleed over into when you're trying to tell them something in a relationship as well. Like if you can't think outside of your emotions on topics or your preconceived ideologies, that means that when we a lot of times, I'm not going to say every single time, but in a relationship, if I'm trying to have a conversation with you, and I'm telling you how I feel or what I think or some of my concerns, some concerns I might have, if you're led by emotions, you're going to take things as a personal attack, or you're going to be led by insecurity as opposed to just trying to hear me out or whatever. It's going to bleed over in everyday life.
But that sounds like an emotional conversation that you're having, though. I don't know why people always try to say it has to be emotion versus logic. I don't think there's anything wrong addressing emotions or acknowledging emotions, and in some situations having to prioritize emotions. Because you just said if I'm bringing up something about how I feel, you're talking about emotions right there. A lot of the
Yeah,
things that we talk about are very rarely ever actually as
Must have took a
logical.
lot of emotions for that profile pic you got, huh?
yeah. So what I'm can't leave
Some of
people
us
alone.
work
What I'm
hard in the
telling
gym.
you.
I want to show it off. I don't tell you. When you
So
squat 400 pounds, then we can talk. Go
So wait, say
ahead.
it again. Wait, say it again.
Don't worry about it. Go
No, no,
ahead.
Kev,
say
I'm
it. Say
finna
it.
respond to the lady, man. You finna derail the conversation,
Yeah, I
man.
know, I know. I just feel I'm on that type of time now. It's over. Yeah.
Yeah, leave the
What
lady
you say? You say
alone.
you lost. You saw you lost some weight, and this your way to express yourself.
That's not what I said at all.
What you say? You said something about pounds.
I said when you squatting over 400 pounds, then we can talk. But I said
So you, who
hard.
you trying to prove that to though? That's what you trying to prove to somebody. Like, hey, look at me, guys. You know, I'm a squatter,
Really?
and I can most definitely
Yeah.
do that. I'm about to say you talking to the wrong person.
I can't.
I
I
did
can't.
live. I did live 400,
I go
but
to the gym every day, Hazel.
Me
I go
too.
every
I,
day.
I, I don't go to the
And
gym. I got a gym.
I'm pretty sure I had
I got a
a
gym at the.
meme.
I got a gym at
I
my
had a
crib.
meme
You know what I'm
every
Mama,
saying?
ain't
day.
nobody worried about you
Everybody
squatting
got a
no
home
400
gym.
pound girl.
Right, that's like that's what I'm just
You
saying.
got
That
a
don't mean you
meme.
could. You can't
I work
whoop
out.
nobody with all them
I'm not
squats.
trying to whoop anybody. I just don't really have a
So
gym
put them
to
legs up, man. I got my.
anything. And mind you, I had a meme as
Man,
my
she
picture
can
on
bust
TikTok
she can
for the
bust a
past couple
watermelon with
months.
them
And
legs.
it's nothing. I literally changed this picture maybe
I
not
ain't no
even
weak
2 days
legs out
ago.
here. Ain't nobody talking
And
about
now it's
none.
a conversation. I had my page on private and I had a picture of a meme as my profile picture for months.
That's why my page
No
on
one says
private.
anything. And then I put it up for 2 days. I had a picture of
I
my
mean, you looking for something out of that,
I
right?
was rah rah. I mean, I'm gonna change it back,
No.
but I just don't understand why that's a topic of conversation.
Kel, why you messing with that girl?
Yeah,
I mean that
yeah.
lady. Listen.
It was Adrian fault, so I was gonna get on her neck first. She
No, I
lucky.
wanna let me respond to what she said though. Let me
She said,
respond.
"Hey." He said, "I'm just glad this ain't that type of room that just don't judge me." And all. I was like,
Oh,
"Okay,
I
where
didn't
your
say
pictures
that.
at?"
I didn't
I know
say
you ain't
that.
I
say it
ain't
like
gonna
that. I
lie
know. I
though.
know.
Yeah, I
I ain't gonna
mean,
lie
it's
though.
okay. Everybody need a little constructive criticism. You understand?
And I appreciate you. I like that you like that though, because I
Yeah.
am. The thing is, I am big on accountability. I ask questions of why people do what I mean. Why do people do what they do for? Because people do stuff for a reason, right? And a lot of people they express themselves for many different reasons, but it usually means some internal things or insecurities they have within themselves of why they do certain things. Though, because like I think once you, because confidence is not built on the outside; it's an inside thing. So
Absolutely.
a lot of times we do things and we never just question it. You know what we have to prove. What I mean, what's the point? You know, for who and
I think it's because
why? You
everything's
know.
not always that deep. You know what I mean? Like I said, I had a
Right.
picture of a
Yeah,
meme
I could tell. I
before,
could
and
tell in your
that's it.
perspective, it not. But yes, that's how life is sometimes. To figure out. So some people don't think deep. I get it. So yes, I get you on that.
Kel, let me address the lady right quick on the emotion thing.
Good, good, good.
Damn, Kel. She do got some thunder thighs though. But anyway, listen. Yeah. That thing, I'm scared. But in a good way. But what I'm saying is this. So oh no, mama. So in terms of emotion, right? I'm not saying be absent of emotion or passion, right? What I'm referring to is not being able to. I'm talking about leading with emotion, like being reactive instead of trying to have an understanding or get an understanding, because emotions are clouding the judgment, right? So that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, that makes sense.
You get what I'm saying? Like, of course, I'm not saying, yeah. So if and I think that's what happens. I think when we're led by emotion in that way, people can control us more. People can control us. If they can control our emotions and our emotional reactions, they can control us. And if they can control us
What
based
the?
on that, what's wrong, Kill?
Somebody beat my. You got a tapper, Adriana? You got one of them tapping machines. Somebody actually beat my baby. That's crazy.
Nah, that's only because I was cooking.
Ain't no what you. She got a tapping machine. I ain't never seen nobody have that much.
I
Wait,
gotta
hold
look.
on.
I
I
heard
think my
about
baby
this.
had it. No, I think she had it. But you
No,
got a
how
tapping
much?
machine, Adriana?
I'm finna
What is
show
a
you what I
tapping?
got.
You
Hold
got
on.
something. I was like, ain't no way you got that many taps already in here.
Can you
I
show
got
me
this
what a
right
tapping
here.
machine look like?
This is my tapping
Quit it.
machine.
Nah. Ain't no way you been tapping like. Okay, I give it to you then. Okay, you learn how
Wait,
to
what
tap.
is it?
I just
Now,
couldn't believe it.
now you got me concerned. What is
Yeah,
it?
she got 20.
I'm
She
tapping with
got.
my fingers like this.
I got you. I get you. Dang. Okay. You got. Oh no, no, never mind. It switched. It did say 20 at first. It was 16.2K, but
Oh, well,
it
I
did
had
say.
over
It did say 20
30,000.
point.
Okay, so
Yeah,
Oh,
it
you
did.
can
Right. Yeah, you
tap.
did. You did. Yeah,
I
you
didn't.
did.
So you can tap with more than 2 fingers, can't you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. You could
Who
tap
you
with
can
can?
tap
3
you
of them.
can tap with four
Oh, 5.
fingers to me.
Yeah.
Because you're
Wow.
gonna
Three,
hold your
two, two.
phone. You tap with your
Appreciate
three
you.
fingers and your other hand you tap with your thumb
Finger
Yeah.
game.
at the
Finger
bottom
game
of
We done
the
strong.
found out
phone.
the whole entire thing. You know what I'm saying?
But let me. I can answer the
Yeah.
prop real quick, Kev.
Oh, now I got a whole thing full of people in this thing. I don't know who is they in here. I'm scared to let people up, man. I don't want
Can
them
I?
coming anywhere.
challenge is a profile. I just let two people up, but
Can I?
Yep.
but I don't know.
May I? May I answer the prompt?
Yeah,
Go
of
do your
course
thing.
you can.
All right. I do think that we need to get back to respecting authority. I think that a lot of people, um, me working in the school system for the couple years that I did recently, I do think that there is, well, people been disrespecting teachers since way back. I think it was probably less and we probably had a little bit more respect. But as people talk about the old days, you got to go way, 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 way back because in the late '90s, in the '90s and the 2000s, children were very disrespect. In the early 2000s, children were very disrespectful as well to substitute teachers and to teachers. And I don't know if much has changed, but I do see probably a decline in the respect for authority. And I think that a lot of I think I think that we live in a time where parents are teaching children if somebody say something crazy to you, say something back. I don't care who it is, type of generation. And I'm not saying that a child shouldn't be able to defend themselves or to give a response, but it's not what you say, it's how you say it. It's not what you do, it's how you do it a lot of times. And I think sometimes the parents, this has always been true a lot of times. Well, not always been true, but for a while, that the parents automatically go along with what the children are saying and not really considering that the teacher might be right and that their children might be the problem. Um, yeah. So our
Okay.
parents, our parents too light or strict on their kids today? I think a lot of parents are probably too light. I think I'm not as hard as I thought I was gonna be. Like me raising my 13-year-old son, I can see times where I can admit that I get on him about being disrespectful. And like if a teacher calls me or if I get an email, a lot of times I pull up to the school right then if I can and pull him out and be like, hey, let me talk to him. or I try to set up a parent teacher conference or whatever. And I do that, but sometimes I let certain things slide that I probably shouldn't. Or there's certain things that I probably should do in terms of structure and teaching and being consistent where I'm not. So I think that, what'd you say? Yeah, but anyway, so yeah, there's that. But I do think sometimes I think moms are really light on their children sometimes and let too many things slide.
That's interesting. I'm not really too light on my kids. One thing I will say, I second the pulling up to the school thing. I had to pull up to my son's school when he was still in public school in Tampa, Florida, and I borrowed their conference room and I whooped his behind in there and I sent him back to class and we ain't had no more issues for the rest of the school year.
Yeah. Mamas be getting on deck too, but I think a lot of times mamas be letting their children get away with how they talk to them sometimes.
Not me, I'm a yes ma'am, no ma'am. I'm gonna pop you in the mouth if you don't say yes ma'am, no ma'am. But I support you. I know the majority is not like that.
Yeah. I guess I can't I can't generalize. I think there's a mixture of dads. Sometimes dads be soft too, and they be allowing stuff as well. So I don't know. But anyway, going to the next one. How can an emotionally
That's the way. We're not there yet. Not yet. We're not there
say
yet.
what?
See, we're not at that one yet.
Okay, so we still on that. Well, y'all wasn't talking about that one. The first, I ain't hear y'all saying nothing.
Yeah, we was only on the green one in the first one. You got those two though, so we good. You caught up already, basically.
All right, bet.
All right, and then let's get Janique in real quick.
Hello.
Yo, what's up?
What's up?
What you got for me? You can do the first two, the green one and the first white one.
The green one. The old days where the kids. You talking about that one?
Yes. Yep. How you feel about that one? And then the other one is a question.
Okay, the old days where kids used to be afraid of their teachers, and then our parents too light or strict on their kids today. I would say somewhat. I think it's changed parenting style. It's a combination of things. One, the laws changed, so and children know that as far as what you can and cannot do with your children. I think that play a factor in it. I think society do. Like now, kids are being raised by TVs and games. All that is violence, and that's what's shaping our children's mind. Music. My daughter is not perfect by far, but I would say all her teachers, they went over and beyond to call me to praise her. But I brought her up with, you can't listen to this music. Me and my husband, which is her father, we had big conflict over that because he wanted to listen to it. And I'm like, no, I don't want her hearing that. I wouldn't let her watch certain things. She'll come back and say, Mommy, but Diamond Mama let her watch it. I said, I'm not Diamond's mom. I'm your mom. Now, I couldn't control what went on in their house, but I still had influence over it and explained to her why. It's just not age appropriate. You can't sort these things out. And so it's funny how the Wayman brothers and a lot of those actors, I've seen them talk out of their mouth where they say, I don't let my children watch that stuff. You know, it is we are purposely being conditioned by those things. And that's what our children will reflect. So I know the old saying, and we say it a lot, it takes a village. That's because you're with your kid and then they go into the world. And all the stuff that they're seeing, and now the kids' world is social media, games, where they can play games where they robbing and shooting people in the head. They being desensitized.
You're gonna have to use try to use TikTok.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. That's games they're playing, robbing women, older women, running them over with car, all that is desensitizing,
Your
and
time up. Your time up, Janique.
that's what it is to me. All right.
We got your 2 minutes. All right. Should we do an open panel before we do the next one? Or y'all ready to do the next the emotional one? I think that's a deep one right there. Open panel? Anything?
Yeah, next one, please.
Next one, please. Okay, got you. All right, let me go ahead, real quick, y'all tap for me real. Let's get to this 50K then. Maybe we can call it before that. All right, 50K. Let me look at everybody's taps again. Let me go and call it out, see what y'all been doing, what type of work y'all been doing, or y'all just been marinating up in here. So my baby, she got 8.4K in the building. Adriana, what you got? She got, it keeps switching. So now she got 23.0K. Oh my. She look like she's the top one that's dealing with the taps in here today so far. Kayla Baylor, let's see what she has. 21. Damn.
My God, 21.
You know I'm doing my nails. Do I need to go on live?
Oh my. I let it, you know what I'm saying? Just let's see what Zay got. Yeah. Oh, hold up. 473. A wee bit 473. Okay. Let's see what Mosa got. 400 legs. Let's see what she got. Hold up. With 200, she got half the likes. Okay, 1K. Let's see what he got. I know he just got in, so I'm gonna let him slap, but I'm still see what he got. 611. He got 611. He just got in here. How's he beating some
Man,
people?
my baby is on time. My son just turned in his technology right on time.
Ooh,
he is diligent.
There you go. That's that parenting right there. You see what I'm saying? You ain't gotta make no prop about you. Janique, let's see what she got. She just got in. At least have one tap. Let's just say one at least. Damn, you couldn't even do that one. Damn. 0. Check that stuff. Okay, can we get some shares in here too, man? Some shares, some shoot. I mean, throw a couple roses up there. Get this algorithm moving. I mean, shoot, give one of your favorite people that y'all mess with in here. Y'all go and do that too. Ain't too much. Y'all can get in that little penny. Get a couple pennies up in there.
Hey,
Or use it.
How you check the taps, Kel?
So the host can only kind of do it. He can only click the name, and then you click the name, and you'll see this thing say comments or likes on there, and then you click on that, and then it'll show a list of
Check
things.
mine again, right quick.
So yours is. I'll click on your name. And it shows you that you have 5 comments. You watched for 5 minutes ago. You got 0 shares, and you got 946 likes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
Let me get. I'm working on the 3 fingers right now.
We can hear them.
That just be funny. I like that they made that too. It be making people go to work after that.
Hey,
Like,
I'm
oh
at
no,
a
I ain't
band.
about to be
I'm at a
called out
band.
like
See
that.
if I'm at a band right quick. See if I'm at a band.
Yeah, I think you was almost there. Yeah, you was right. Let me see what you got. What you got? Yep, you evenly there. 1.0.
Get
All
up
right,
here
I'm
some
through now.
claps.
Look at my look at 400 legs going. I just see her taps going. Let's see. Hold on.
I didn't know y'all could see all that stuff.
Yeah, it's hell on people. It make people like, okay, hold up, dang, I ain't about to get embarrassed. So she got 400. She made it. 471. She made it. Okay. Adriana, yeah, she the top right now. It's gonna take a minute for everybody to catch up to her for real. So you can relax if you want to at the moment. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you. Shout out to Adriana. She been tapping and tapping and tapping. You know, my baby, she would have been
One
at
of my
top. My baby
posts,
usually always be at top though. She been working though.
That's my
one of my
love. You
posts
know how
say
to
that I
you know.
support lives.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
Hey,
appreciate you.
Kev,
The
do
taco
you
came out good though. Oh,
Kev, do you do TikTok? Do you sell like TikTok stuff? Like, you know how people
I
got
see
their
people doing it. I think you make money off of it. I ain't never did it before.
Does anybody on here know about that?
Thank you, mama. I mean, 400.
I mean, I see it, but you got to make like a creator, like account and all that, like a
No,
different.
I get that, but I'm saying like do they send the stuff to your house, or do they have it in their own? Do they have their own supply and send it out, and then you
Um,
just sell it
Oh, you
I
talking
think if you
about,
just
yeah,
buy
they send you,
anything,
like distribution?
they send you samples.
Okay,
I ain't never did
okay.
that.
yeah, but I
But
think you
when
got to
people
just start
order,
out. I think when you start out, you just got to buy products, review them, and then once you get enough, then they'll start sending you stuff.
What happened if they see you at something you don't do the
No,
you
that
don't
is distributed. Like
No.
you advertise it, you put the link
Yeah,
that's
they send
connected
it to
to
you.
you, and they send it to the people.
okay. I wonder how much they make out. I
What's
gotta
your
look into that.
percentage?
I think they make some money, but people go out the way for that.
Oh, you talking about as far as them
Tell
sending it
you,
out? Oh, okay, I see what
it'll
you're saying.
I
tell you
wonder how
like if you
you.
look at
I
it,
wonder how much you make off each sale.
each one different. It'll tell you at the bottom like commission. Like even in Kev host, he can put a little script down, a little thing on there, and we see it and we can hit it and buy it. But it'll tell you it's commission pay, and it'll tell him how much he getting paid off of each item. Each item different.
Hmm.
Sometimes it'd be like a
Yeah,
dollar. Each item different.
gotcha.
Man, I'd be dying to do all that for $1. I'm like, F
Yeah,
that.
that's crazy.
It's junk horrible.
Yeah, but if you hit, I mean, if you get
Wrap
one
up
where,
fast.
yeah, if you get one where like it goes viral and people want to buy it, that's like thousands of people. And
You're not doing that much work. You just
yeah,
A
you just
thousand
do
dollars.
one video.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I can see that. I can see that. Okay, that makes sense. I
Yeah,
can see
I'm gonna check it
Like
out
while you
though.
on here for hours and everybody coming in, you have something. But that's an example, a dollar. It'd be different ones. It'd be three. It just
that. I can see that. Yeah, it just varies. That makes sense. Then I see a lot of people doing that though. All right, so hold up, we just got Fatima in the building. Let's go ahead and get her caught up, and then she can actually start the third one then too. So do the first three, Fatima. Welcome to the live.
Hey.
I think I seen you before. Welcome back, I guess.
Um.
Get 3 minutes.
Well. You want to answer the
The
white
green one
boy?
in the first two prompts.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think that was a good thing that kids were afraid of teachers. Parents aren't necessarily too strict. They just don't. People don't know how to raise kids. Most people shouldn't have kids. They don't know how to build a relationship with their children. They see their kids as property or extensions of themselves instead of as an individual. They need to prepare for adulthood. Um, how can an emotionally unstable person be a good parent? They can't. They're not. They're just a guardian over the child. So that's pretty much it. You can end my clock.
Okay, dang. Okay, she said forget it. I don't need all them minutes. That's too much. I did it before. Nah, okay. So let's get Janique. Let's go for you real quick. Janique, what you got for me? On how can an emotionally unstable person be a good parent? So I'm gonna tell you the angle I'm coming from with this. So I look at it that like if you can't, like, I do believe like the way that you even act with conversations like this and um shoot, even relationships, I look at it that how can you parent good if you can't even keep, even have a good connection in relationships in general. I think because even like when you have kids, that's a relationship you're having with them too. It might not be it's not the same as that one, but I'm just saying like relationships are friendships and family and all the other stuff. So if it's like you can't communicate, you can't regulate your emotions, you can't even have a conversation. How do you even, how are you able to call yourself a good parent when it comes to raising your child? So, Janique, you can start it up. Wait, hold up. Didn't you just do it? Somebody did all three. Oh, no, that's for team. Okay. Go ahead, Janique. Go ahead.
vast. It's a big. Emotionally unstable can be a lot. So different areas. Like you gave an example and cover a lot to me, but extreme. I guess it's hard to be a good parent if you are emotionally unstable.
Mm.
It is.
Can you be a good parent? I'll put it this way. Can you be a parent if you haven't healed from your past relationships?
Hmm. Now that's a good question. I guess it's just depending on the way you behave. I'm not sure if I'm healed, but I feel I'm a good parent.
Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Mm.
You know, so I guess it's about the way you behave, the things that you do as being unhealed, your actions, I guess I should say.
Okay. 400, what you got for me?
I do not think that you can be a good parent if you're not emotionally stable. I think that kids need a certain level of structure. They need a certain level of stability. And if your emotions are all over the place, whether it be unable to manage your anger, overly sensitive, too prideful, egotistical, whatever that emotion is, if it's teetering over to the side that makes it unstable and you do not know how to control that, I don't think you can be a good parent at all. I've witnessed it, unfortunately. Luckily, no one close to me, but I've watched parents that do not know how to regulate their emotions, do not know how to control their anger, and they project that onto the kids um, very, very aggressively, and then want to act surprised whenever kids turn up, how they act afterwards, or how they act out at home, or how they act out with other kids. And they want to say, "Oh, I don't know why my kid was fighting. I don't know what." Well, when you're yelling at him and cursing at him at the age of 3, then how else are they supposed to turn out? So I don't think that you can be a good parent if you don't have emotional stability.
All right, all right. 1K, what you got for me, my brother?
Y'all got me over here feeding to this tapping thing. I'm sitting here trying to.
He been zoned out ever since.
Hey, real talk.
He said, "You ain't gonna
I'm
never
sitting
call
here
me out
tapping.
like that."
I'm doing 2 hands trying to see how fast I can do it in my own brain, ADHD. But anyway, what I'm saying is, let me see. Hold on. How can an emotionally unstable? I think that there's levels to a good parent, right? So I think that a person probably can be a decent parent and be in turmoil emotionally. Are they the most effective? Are they perfect? No. But I do think that there's always room for improvement. And I think that I do agree with what everybody said though, but I'm just saying, like, I know I'm still growing in certain areas, but I know that I'm present. I know that I pour into my child. I know that I try to keep him going to worship, going to Bible study, stuff like that, showing up. But I think there's different levels. I think it depends on the level of emotional instability and what that entails. I think there's different extremes and different aspects to it. I'll stop right there.
All right. All right, Zay, what you got for me, my brother?
All right. Can you be an emotionally unstable person and be a good parent? Nah, I don't think you can be, man. If you're emotionally unstable, like I think you had brought up, like the way people act on here, like the people that you see on here that be super triggered and all of that stuff,
Mm-hmm.
will trigger you the most. Your kids gonna say things. Kids are very unfiltered. You know what I'm saying? They challenge you, and it could be super triggering. So if you can't handle basic conversations with strangers or people throughout the day, how you gonna react when your kids say something that triggers you or something like that? You know what I'm saying? So I don't see how you could be a good parent because you gonna react the same way to them how you reacted on everybody else. So I'll leave it right there.
All right, Adriana, what you got?
Like I was saying, I have worked in mental health many years, and I do find that an emotionally unstable person can be a good parent with the great support that is offered out here to people that have highlighted that there is a situation that needs to be resolved in the household. So yeah, I believe they can be. But if an emotionally unstable person doesn't get that, if no one ever tells on them, then I can't imagine what the child could be going through. So in that case, no, if no one ever reaches out to help them. But definitely, I've seen many thousands of families, working out for the better because they're getting the help they need.
Okay, okay. Babe, what you got for me?
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'll say that there's a difference between having an emotional unstable moment and having it be persistent or patterns of behavior that exist or presents itself in almost all of your relationships, right? Because I think that's what we're really talking about, because I don't want people to get the wrong idea that you can't have a moment where you happen to yell at your kids. Like, that is a very human experience. There may be things that are going on all around you, and one day, yeah, you're gonna yell at your kids every once in a while. It's about, correcting yourself and redirecting and working on it. But if you are emotionally unstable pervasively and consistently, yeah, there's no way like you're gonna be able to be a good parent. Like, you're not even able to manage yourself. So yeah, that's just not possible. That's it. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I'm sorry, it ain't open yet.
It's
It's
okay.
open now.
Thundercat ain't go.
She did.
You were
Okay.
busy tapping.
Okay.
Nothing to cat. That's crazy.
Hey,
He actually had a very good take too. Yes, he
400.
did.
Hey, oh nah, yeah, man. I mean, well, I ain't gonna blame it on the hood, cause it's people outside the hood that's emotionally unstable. But I done seen some people, man, that's like got a very short fuse with their children. Like, their children can't even ask them something without them like turning up. Or if they child do one little thing, like I've literally heard people like just small stuff, like say if the kid playing too much, like, get your stupid mother effing ass in that room, fire, whoop-de 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 whoop. I'm like, I be in there like, oh my goodness, like, oh my.
No, it's actually scary. The
I'm
first time I
taken
did
aback.
that, I was like, am I going crazy? Because like I said, my parents were strict, but it wasn't to a point. To me, that's damn near verbal AB. I was like, it is not normal to talk to your children this way. And like you said, it was constant. Every single time I went over there, it was that same behavior. It got to a point that I was like, I can't just witness this and keep coming here. Absolutely not.
And
And I'm
then
talking
if you say
multiple
something,
kids. I'm like, if you have multiple, like, why did you go for a second and a third and a fourth if you have a short fuse with the one?
that's emotionally unstable, instability in itself. It's just like going to McDonald's and you asking the people, or you disgruntled, or you ask them a question and they snap and they irritable. Ain't nobody to tell you to come work in customer service if you can't deal with customers. And it's like that with the children. And then it be the people with 3, 4, 5 of them. And I'm like, at
Exactly.
what point do you recognize that your brain need healing?
Right.
You steady
No,
popping
I'm
them
not
out.
trying to be judgmental about it either, but it got to a point where I was just like, I don't think any of this is normal. Like, it is not
So
normal
it
to
needs to
call your
be judged
child
though.
a
The thunder,
BLK bastard. Like, this girl literally called her child a
Thank
bastard.
you, Team 1K. It's okay to judge that.
Thundercat, it's okay to judge.
Like, I'm telling you, I grew up like being afraid to judge people, like, and it's kind of it's a people pleasing, what do you call it? Oh my god.
Coddle.
He wasn't trying to get beat
It's
up.
enabling. It's like certain behavior you absolutely have to judge and call out.
And you don't want to feel mean or whatever the case may be.
I feel like if she was a friend, I definitely would have, but it wasn't that type of dynamic. And I was in her space, so I was just like, I'm just going to just not come back here. But it got to a point where I was genuinely feeling sorry for the kids because like one K was saying, it was very small things. Like the kids weren't even really being what we would quote unquote say bad. It was really just them being kids. And I'm just like, this is a 3-year-old. This is a 6-year-old. You know what I mean? Like, why are we talking to them that way? And then want to be surprised when the teacher's calling for a conference. Hey, your kid is doing this, 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 and this. But yet, look at how you're talking to them. You know, if you're not feeding them with love, then you can't expect them to go out into the real world and act loving to other people. They're going to be just as mean and nasty as what you're pouring into them.
Yeah, and the thing is, there are some parents who are doing their best. Like I think you can see like the difference in someone who is like having a difficult time and someone who literally is just like there's an evil about it, right? Like I've been in a situation where the parent slapped the kid in front of me, right? A grown man. Yeah, and I owned a daycare. So by law, I'm like I'm
You
a
had to say something.
mandated reporter, right? But the thing is, there are nuances in these situations that must be considered, right? So what was considered is the culture, right? They're African, right? But I knew that I had to stand up and say something. Like I was, and they respect what I had to say. And I was like, I understand that, you discipline them with, harshness and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You believe in the physical discipline, but where you hit that child and you hit them out of anger and there was no control and you hit him on his head, it could have disrupted anything with his brain. And you know what I'm saying? Like you should not be willing to take that risk.
They'll still go home and do the same thing, though, unfortunately. And
I
that's
ain't
just
gonna-
how
I
it is.
done I had to I mean I can count on one or two hands, but my son has done things like said things
Mm-hmm.
constantly, and I have smacked him before, but that's not an ongoing thing. Like I don't like this year, like now, that's not something that happens like all the time. But there's been a couple times where he was just like blatantly disrespectful, and my hand just reached out without me even thinking. Like I couldn't even. I just had to reach out and touch somebody. But at the same time, I think I'm very lenient compared to how we used to get spankings and stuff like that. Like my main course of action is talking to, like sitting down, talking to, and trying to get an understanding. That's what I try to do
Our
first.
parents used to take like the
How old
clothing
is your
hanger
son?
and the rod portion of the clothing hanger and beat us with that.
Yeah, no, I
Like
never
literally,
did
you
nothing
can
like that.
hear the wind blowing from that thing each time our dad. But I'm Nigerian too, so that's why I said I know with the person that did that
He
hit
had
the
the
mom.
switches.
They're gonna go home and do the same thing. Like that's just it's a cultural thing. Spare the rod, spoil the child, whatever it
And you
is.
ain't never skipped leg day since.
No, I feel like he did, because it's not like he
13, baby.
always like hit him. It was just I really don't have a problem with parents choosing to. I mean, I don't prefer to do that and I would advise against it. But if somebody does choose to spank or whoop their kids, I don't have a huge problem with it. It's about when you're doing it out of anger. Like, and majority of the time, it's going to be done out of anger and frustration. So it's hard to control it. And so, but when they are doing that, like hitting tapping them on their hand or on a buttocks or something like that, that's very different than hitting somebody in the face.
Now, when
Yeah.
I tell you some of these Nigerian parents, they do not care in the slightest. The other lady said that she literally took her kid into a private classroom and beat them on school property. Some of them literally just don't care. And even when I was in school in Nigeria, we were getting beat at the school. The teachers were able to beat us too. So that's just really, it's a cultural difference, I
That's
guess.
when the village was raising people. You know what I'm saying?
I wasn't even in the, I mean, my dad was in the village, but I wasn't even in the village. I would be in what y'all would consider like New York, the city. And the parents
Since
are
it
the
was
teachers
brought up what
there.
I said, I do want to address it. I didn't beat my son.
Wait, what
So a
happened?
beating is a spanking. A spanking is not a beating. A
I
beating is
mean,
when
it's
you
still
physically
physical.
abuse your
Wait, hold
child,
on.
right? So a spanking, according to the law of Florida, which is why I was able to spank him on school grounds, is a spanking that happens below the waist, that is not in the face, that does not leave marks or bruises. That's a spanking. I don't know what kind of spanking y'all had in Nigeria, but we do it legal over here.
Oh,
Yeah,
hold
But
on.
lady
listen,
Wait,
definitely
what
do that
happened?
because I said that the lady literally said that she beat her kid on school grounds. It's beating, spanking, whatever semantics you want to play with
Oh,
it.
oh, that's
It's
the
all the
late.
same.
Oh, my
I
bad.
don't even
I
scold
didn't
my
know her
children
name.
anymore in front of the school staff members.
Say it again.
I don't even scold my children in front of school staff members anymore.
Yeah, in 2025, I would not play that game with how people are
Yeah,
feeling
why
the
you?
about
teachers don't know
CPS and all
how.
those things. Yeah.
They will find a reason for your child to always end up being scolded in front of them. And I've had, and there's teachers that got suspended for that because they didn't know how close I was to the DA. One thing you don't do is provoke those children to behave in a certain type of way just to get a reaction out of the parent.
Yeah, I
They do
think
that a
that.
lot out here now in Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah, I've seen. That's why I be questioning. Um, when I go to there, like I'm very balanced. So what I do is I ask the teacher. I try to look at it from both sides because I know teachers can exaggerate things sometimes.
Yes, that's why she
Yeah.
got suspended.
So I ask them like I'm on the teacher's side, right? But I'm also trying to make. I also question them. And I interrogate them low key. Like if they
Yeah,
tell
shit,
me,
monkey.
well, they say, well, your son did this. I ask them, well, what exactly happened and what went on, and did he actually say this? Like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yep.
And that's the
because
Me
thing.
I know
too.
sometimes when they label your children, they
Calling
sometimes
the
when they
child.
label your child, they'll say
Mm-hmm.
certain things, or if they don't like, some teachers take things personally, and they don't know how to separate the child and their job or whatever they have going on, and they will take things out on the child, or if the child is annoyed, like if there's a child that has behavior issues, instead of them being empathetic and trying to meet the child where they are and overlook things in terms of, the age of the child and their mental capacity, they take it personally and they prejudge and they label and um, they target your child.
Yep.
Yeah, or show partiality.
I agree with that because why, as an adult, are you beefing with a kid, anyways? But that's why I was saying earlier that I think it's on the parent to handle that, not necessarily for the kid to be reactive within the classroom, because
And
then
when
that causes a whole other issue.
and when you really know your kid, it makes a big difference too. Like when you actually know your kid. Like there's some
Yes.
people that be
Right.
like, "Oh, my kid," and your kid be acting a fool everywhere. You like, "Oh, my kid wouldn't do this." No, you don't.
Right. Don't be
But when you,
delusional.
but when you actually know your kid, like even my son, like I said, he's autistic and he's at ABA school, and at one point, one of his teachers is she sent the report and she was just like, he got frustrated about something and he like geared up to hit me. So I start asking more questions and I was like, oh, so like he pulled his fist back like he was about to hit you? And she's like, no, he had his fist close to his face and he was close to me and he was like just like balled up. And I was just like,
Hmm.
but I was like, he was stimming, right? But I understood because I know my son. I was like, he was stimming. When he gets frustrated, he stims, he clenches his teeth, and he puts his hands close to his face, and he kind of stims. But I was like, he wasn't going to hit you. He wasn't geared up to hit you. And I'm also, because I have a black son, I'm gonna knock the fact that people try to bring a certain type of aggressiveness to black boys. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I knew what my son was doing because he does it all the time when he's frustrated. But he wasn't ever going to hit you because he don't hit. At that point, he wasn't hitting nobody. but he stems and he gets frustrated and puts his hands close to his face. So you gotta know your kids.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie.
He's a- oh. Go ahead, one thing.
I'm having a hard time with something.
Oh.
What's that?
I'm having a hard time. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I'm having a hard, and I don't. You know what? I don't like seeing certain things on TikTok.
It's just TikTok. It's
Um,
okay.
no, no, because and you know what? BLK as well. I wouldn't say just BLK, but I'm saying that's that's who lives are mostly on. That's who's mostly on the panel. But we talk about like safe spaces, and there's a young lady, right? A few people that, because I'm like open and I try to be vulnerable and I try to like express myself and I like tell certain things in my life. And I might have an issue on a panel with somebody, right? Maybe I say, hey, you coming from things emotional, or I call them out and say, hey, you being arrogant. And people have used things that I revealed on TikTok to try to verbally abuse me or to try to like go to my personal life. That's why you divorced now. Like, I'm like, what does that have to do with me telling you being arrogant? But that's not what I was gonna say. But I was just saying that just came to my brain because I was finna say something, and it's like people use stuff against you, and I'm like, dang, I bet you do that in relationships, etc. But anyway, what I was gonna say was, I don't be caring no way. They'll be all right, but it do hurt sometimes. It's like, dang, where did that come from? But I'm having a hard time, like trying to decide whether to talk to my son about the birds and the bees or not, or when the time is right. And I understand the time is always right these days because they're going to hear it and see it, and with the phones and their homeboys and thinking about everything that I was exposed to at a very young age. But it's like, I don't know. I'm having trouble with that. And yeah.
I can tell you how I talk to my children about it. I started at a graveyard first, and I showed them where there was a lovely couple buried next to each other. And then I talked to them about the nursing home. I took them to a nursing home where there was a couple in the nursing home together. Then I took them to church and showed them couples that have grown old. And I pointed out in church the couples that are young and they're raising their kids just like me. And then I talked to them about, I took them to the hospital and I let them see the maternity ward where the babies come and how they were, where they were when they were born. And then I showed them me and my husband's wedding pictures before they were born. And then I showed them, and then I showed them when we were younger and we had our first kiss. And that is when I told them about the birds and the bees. To make sense of it. You know what I'm saying? You can't start off,
I
we
like
just
how you
started
did that.
kissing. No, you have to show them from the
Yeah,
bottom to the top.
I think that's a good way. That's real good though. The way you
Yeah.
that way they know, this is what love look like. This is the reason when you should do it, and
Mm-hmm.
that's very good how you did it. That's real good.
Exactly.
That's interesting.
Kev,
That's
that's
interesting.
exactly what I mean when I
Mm-hmm.
say creative parenting. A lot of
Mm-hmm.
people think just by telling their kids something that they did
Mm.
their job. You have to
Mm.
think outside of the box.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was
I'm gonna keep that in mind for sure.
a perfect example. That was a real good one.
Yeah. I was a homeschool parent too, so. And one of my favorite TikTokers are on here. She's a homeschool parent, Rachel, JP Homeschooling. She has a very big following. I
Who?
love her. But yeah, I've learned so much. Oh, that's you,
What?
right?
What the heck?
Boy, you changed your picture.
Wait,
What do you
Nah, she
mean?
got the same
you talk
picture.
about her the whole time.
So
Oh, that's a
strange.
different picture.
This is so strange.
Right, she older.
I'm in the Twilight Zone.
You
I thought
changed
you
your
was joking,
picture.
bro.
No, that picture's been there.
Wait a minute. You know my screen is dark. I didn't notice.
Oh.
But hey girl.
Well, I
You should know how
appreciate
she
that.
feel about you. That
I
she right
know.
next to you all
Wow.
the time.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
I didn't even realize it.
Oh, wow.
I was seeing in the comments.
Oh, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
But
so I got
go ahead.
what I did, I was in I ain't gonna lie, I am trying to do better, and I actually just um went to AI, Chat GPT, and I asked Chat GPT a couple things, and I actually like it, right? So I asked them to create a psychological questionnaire for teen boys, um, based on emotional, like he basically like asking them ask them to create a list of questions for teen boys about like questions in terms of psychological questions, and it came up with some pretty good stuff. And then I told them to make a list of things to tell teen boys, or like a list of information to tell teen boys to basically remember as they grow up. And it came up with a very nice list. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give the questionnaire. Well, I already sent both of them to my son, and I told him to read over them and just think about them, at least that they can be on it. But I want to print it out and make him fill out the questionnaire so I can at least gauge where he is. Like basically questions like, when I'm angry, how do I feel? How do you feel when you're angry? Or how do you feel when this happens? Or do you feel this way when this happens? Right? So I can at least gauge where he is. And then there's a book that I was supposed to write, but this man that I met, he actually wrote something similar to what I wanted to write to my child that was applicable to all other children. Just life lessons and wisdom and stuff like that. So I'm going to be, Lord willing, here soon, just going over both of those different things with him and trying to walk through it with him.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that being very resourceful and it's beautiful. It'll work out.
That's wonderful, Team 1K, man.
Hmm
Yeah, you crying. That's, man, me and my baby were talking about that today. That's all you gotta do as a parent. Like, keep trying.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody is perfect, but look at the stuff that you can do better the next day. But like, I respect that 1K, man. There's been several things that you've taken accountability for, that you are pushing forward with, that you haven't given up on. You haven't given up on yourself or your children or your child. And I respect that so much.
Yeah. Yeah. When I went through, when I was in separation because I was married for a while, for like over 10 years probably. And when I was going through separation, and when I went back to South Florida, it was really hard for me to really self-regulate and to be hands-on while at the same time trying to cope. I was coping in unhealthy ways. It was during COVID, so we weren't really going to church. It was just like a lot. And I had started back, put Mary J in the air every day, all throughout the day, back in my neighborhood again, and just trying to cope. I was doing things, but when I say all that to say, one of my homeboys, and he hood, you know what I'm saying? He a father, and he probably don't got it all together like that on a lot of different areas, you know what I'm saying? But he did tell me, like, he said, I know you're going through it, bro, but make sure you make time for your son, because, that's still important, etc. And I just took that as constructive criticism. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get mad at him and be like, oh, don't be challenging my fatherhood. And he might still be in the streets, um, selling selling stuff. But I didn't even look at that. I took it to the chin, like regardless of what he is or what he did, what he do, or what he's done or what situation he's in. Even though I might feel superior in knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, what he's saying right now in this time is true, and it's something that I need to analyze for myself. And that's what I did, and I tried to step up. And I say all that to say that it's good to have people around us who can analyze. And like Mama said, um, like we need people to judge us and judge our situation, and who have good intentions and can give us constructive criticism. Because sometimes life can life, and we can get going and work and life and all these different things, and we can neglect certain areas. And it's good for people to tell us, "Hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, get back in line." And I land there.
No, that's definitely facts, man. And I think too, especially like with these kids, they're a lot different. It's a lot different time than the way we grew up. So it's like we can't just try to do things the same way we seen things all the time. Um, so it's good that using the technology, the thing that they got now, and different things to try to reach them and appeal to them.
Let's we got Wayward that came up. Just want to give him a chance to speak on the prompt. Hey Wayward, how you doing?
I'm good. Good. How are you guys? Good afternoon. I was just listening, trying to get a better grasp of what are we talking about as far as, is there a specific point, or are we just talking about our parenting habits right now?
No, 1K brought up a specific thing about his son, so
Okay.
that's what we were on. But I mean, we can go
Yeah.
back to the topic.
Yeah, you can address the prompt. We're on the first 3 questions.
So, um, oh man, I was gonna talk about the parenting styles, and now we're going back to the prompt. Sorry. Okay. So as far as the last one, like, why should kids have boyfriends/girlfriends, when adults can't even figure it out today? And I think, so I have a daughter, right? I come from a very big family, but my family makes fun of me because I didn't have my kids until I'm in my 30s. So I just had my daughter, she's 2. So I know I'm gonna have to worry about boys and everything else in the future. And the advice that I give to young men, ironically, is not per se for them to have girlfriends and boyfriends, but for them to have a friend of the opposite gender. I can't say I don't know if I can say the S word. I always forget. Um, but of the opposite gender, just to be friends with them. And then once you learn how to be around those types of people, um, then you can go look for like a lady separately from them. You're not being friends with girls to date the girls. You're being friends with girls just to be friends with them, because you learn the habits of how to deal with people to then take it into looking for other people. And the same thing with relationships. When you're a kid, you can kind of make mistakes. Of course, pregnancy is a big thing that I'm terrified about. Um, but they have the opportunity to kind of try make mistakes here and there. And a lot of adults, the issue I see with a lot of people just don't know how to be by themselves. And that's where it translates to like anxious attachment styles and everything else, is because they never, not never, a lot of them didn't have the opportunity just to try something out, sit down with their parents and talk about, hey, this and this is going on in my relationship. How does this work? And I might also be very subjective, because I know for me, I can never sit down, and I've never had a conversation with my dad or my mom about any girl I've ever dated. So I don't know if that's a common thing, but that's my thought process. They need to do it when they're young, outside of getting pregnant, because that's outside of that, to just gain the skills for when they get older, they can operate. Or who knows, they might meet someone when they're like 17, 18, and you're with them forever. You never know.
But I yeah, I don't really want my son doing like that. But it's like you can't stop it, man. Well, you could say stuff. I think we do need to put a stop sign. But when them kids get to school, everybody else doing it, they gonna want them a little girlfriend slash a boyfriend or whatever, and they gonna be calling them that's their boyfriend, that's their girlfriend, and they gonna do that because they have those emotions, I guess. But we can just tell them, put a stop sign there, and then try to, set boundaries and do the best that we can. I guess that's all we can do, and try to be a good example.
And my thing with the boyfriend girlfriend thing is, I mean, I definitely don't believe in it to a certain degree. Like, especially once you get in, like when you get into high school, I'll probably be a little more lenient. But the thing is, I feel like parents need to be active in that aspect too. Like, 14,
I agree.
15, you know what I'm saying? Let's say your son is really interested in the girl. He really is. Meet with their parents. They want to go out on a date. Shit, they got to go out on a date with the parents. We want to go to the movies. All right, you can bring up, but we going with you. You 14 years old. You know what I'm saying? When you get 16, you might be able to go by yourself. But again, me and the other parents are gonna be like tight knit. Where I know they mama, I know they daddy. We cool, and we know everything that's going on because they need that community. You know what I'm saying?
One of
We were
my
kind of raised to think that it was a
Yeah,
distraction.
I can reason with that.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. One of my coworkers, he has
Where the ladies at? Stop letting us run everything.
yeah,
I'm gonna ask, like, what's the point of dating at that age?
to learn people.
Okay.
That's true. But I think. Oh well, wait. What age are we talking about here?
I'm assuming high school age.
14.
Like, I'm thinking
I heard
14 to
14,
17.
but okay.
So yeah, but the thing is, like, just sending him out to date, I don't think is, very good. Like, I think there has to be like stages and levels. Like, first letting them learn how to interact with like.
That's what I said, because I was like, all right, like let's say I was like, I don't necessarily believe in dates at a certain age. So let's say 14, 15. My son's like, oh, he wants to date a girl. I'm like, if I do allow it, I mean, like, if you're going on a date, the parents are coming too. You going to the movies, the parents are gonna be on the date with you. Like, we coming and we're chaperoning the date because you're only 14, 15 years old. Y'all
I
can,
think I
but
think that's
that's the stages of learning. You know what I'm saying? I feel like. Because I feel like you do need to learn how to, like, men, you need to learn how to court. You need to learn how to, like, I feel like that's something you got to learn eventually before you
But you
go
don't
into
think
the real
14
world.
is too early?
I mean, yeah, 14 is pretty early, but I'm just giving an example. If I do allow it, like, because it depends on the kid too. Some kids can handle it, some kids can't.
I would say 14 is too early for dating, but 14 is not too early just to be friends with a girl. Because there's a lot of dudes my age that don't even know how to just be around women and just chill out.
Mhm.
So I think just have a friend that's a girl, you're good for that. But back to what Zay was saying. Like, one of my coworkers, he has a senior and he has two daughters, a senior and a freshman, and his freshman daughter is about to date a boy, and he's like, yo, he was talking to me, he's like, yo, man, I gotta call their parents, we're gonna set up a meeting so I can meet them. And his daughters are the smartest, most well-behaved, good kids. And it's because he's extremely involved in all aspects of their lives.
Yeah, it definitely makes a difference how involved the parents are and the environment. Like, like knowing what areas of their life like these influences are, and also like there's different stages of their life they're gonna go into. Like, parenting is not just a one size fits all. There's so many nuances, so many things to consider. But the point is actually taking the time to actually like look at your child and observe them and see what they need.
I mean, like, we try to stay away from the whole when it comes to them dating. And there's definitely a cutoff point, and there's definitely, but like, even like at a young age, like my son, like he takes his grandma, they go on like quote unquote dates. And he takes her out, and he'll just hold the door open. Like, there's just certain things you still teach your kids. You know what I'm saying? That you building them to learn.
I just feel like at that age it's a distraction, but maybe it's just me. I don't know.
It might be culture.
Or maybe it's Maybelline.
Maybe it's maybe.
I think I
Yeah, I
think
mean, it can be a distraction, but there's. Oh, I'm sorry, Team 1K. Go ahead.
go ahead, sis.
No, I was saying that the thing is like everything in their life can be a distraction, but it's really about like how you are presenting these things and strategizing. That's what I'm saying. All this stuff is a plan. It's a plan. You can't just throw them out there.
I don't think they need to be dating. I don't think no age child need to be. I don't think people need to date until after they go through everything. I think they need to. I'm saying, in an ideal situation, I think they need to learn who they are. They need to learn who God is. I think they need to learn how to be emotionally intelligent, responsible, disciplined in certain areas. All of that, intelligent, responsible, disciplined in certain areas. All of that before they start.
I mean, when you see how many everybody love when we a lot of people talk about like the high school sweetheart thing and all of that, but to me, from what I've seen, a lot of those relationships, I'm not saying that it got to start freshman year. I'm saying even if it is senior year or whatever like that or junior year, a lot of those relationships seem to work when you are that young and they have the proper upbringing. The parents are involved. They have a community behind both of them, and they build together. They learn themselves. They do all that together, but they got the proper backing. A lot of that stuff seems to work from what I've seen.
I think it's because they also don't really have that many options out or haven't had that many experiences outside of that person because they most likely stuck with the same person from their little old town and just never got out.
But I
So
mean, look, what we need a bunch of different experiences for. People just get hurt. They get STD. They get all this type of stuff from.
I don't mean
I'm
sexual
not.
experiences.
No,
I
I'm,
just
I'm
mean
just saying. I'm just saying. Even romantically, you get hurt. You get all these type of things from all these experiences that you done built up. And 9 times out of 10, the grass is not greener on the other side of the relationship. It feels like if
that's
you
another
find
reason why I
somebody
feel like
good.
they shouldn't really start that young then because that's why I was saying I think it's a distraction because we see how grown adults handle breakups and things like that and don't know how to manage or I don't even like regulate their emotions throughout it. So I feel like as a kid, you really don't know how to do it. So I just feel like anything prior to high school to me just feels, or high school at any stage in high school, honestly, this to me feels like a distraction.
Yeah, I
That's
can
right.
see cuz I was thinking more so like not dating in the sense of like their boyfriend and girlfriend, but like dating in the sense
Definitely
of
agree.
getting to know one another, like learning how to communicate with the opposite gender. There's just little things that they can learn from the experience, but not necessarily to be committed.
I think when your kid have the dorm room, I think when your kid have the dorm room, but
I think women.
they really want to be in those stages when it comes to being in school, because college is teaching you how to be around somebody and learning how to live with somebody that you never met before or that you never really interacted with. That's what when you have a dorm room, they teaching you. Do you have self control when being in a society with other students that's around you? Do you know how to sit up here and be responsible without your parent? Do you know how to go to your dorm room on time without somebody having to sit up here and argue you down? It's just really trying to test your mental skills before adulthood. And it's like I don't think that kids need to be dating because like she said, it's a challenge that adults don't even have down pat. So it's like I can't expect you to know how to move in a relationship if you wasn't even taught how to manage yourself.
But I think the adults don't be having it down pat because they didn't learn early enough. And also, like me, my homeboy from high school, we were roommates in college because we played football together. He's still married to his high school sweetheart. Me in college, I was single. I was going around. All I learned was how to get some. That's what I was doing in college. And when we was going out to parties and doing that other stuff, he was locked in with his girl from high school. They've been, their parents was super close, and he wasn't out doing the partying and all that stuff with us because he had his girl. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like we think that we learning something, but a lot of times we just gaining these trauma and bad experiences all throughout life, and then we be messed up because we don't had all these partners.
So you know what you get, what kind of woman you get right out of high school? You get a Aisha Curry. She is the type of woman who literally go out here. She been with Curry since high school or since most of her life. She said all her life that this is all she ever known was to be with him, be fit for him, and that's what you get. You get a woman who ready to sit up here and experience other things besides her man. You get women who want attention or to see do they still have it, like them dudes who be like, oh yeah, let me go out here with my boys and still see do I still got it. Still see do I got the looks or the can I be out here be able to pick up somebody, even if I wasn't able to be in this relationship or this marriage. That's why Aisha is like that, because she ain't never been rejected in life, and she understands that Curry is somebody who truly loves her, but at the same time he don't make her feel like he giving her the attention that she's seeking. Whatever type of attention that she's looking for, she don't want that shit from him. She looking for that shit from another motherfucking man. She don't give a fuck if he got billions of dollars. Shit, she looking like, hey, it's a dude that I like out there that I don't give a damn if he got billions of dollars. He got to be what I want, and clearly Curry not what she wants.
I mean, Aisha is like that just because she's an ungrateful person. I've seen relationships like, again, my homeboy relationship. I go visit them all the time. I ain't never heard his wife say or do any of the weird stuff Aisha is doing. She is just an ungrateful person. And you can still go through college, have all these experiences, all these bad experiences, get played, do this and that, and then you get settled down, and then still.
I think it's more so about having like a fulfilled life, though. Not necessarily. It doesn't have to be experiences like you got dealt a bad hand with a relationship. You can have a lot of positive experiences. I think it's really just, I don't know. I just couldn't be with someone who like I was their first or second relationship. I just feel like you need to experience just life a little bit more. But it's all subjective. But like,
I see what people mean by that, but I think a lot of times we think that it's all the stuff out there and it's not.
I think that it's very important to learn how to analyze people's value system and their principle and their moral code. I think that's very important. And I don't think that most young people have the mental capacity and the emotional aptitude to know how to judge and know the difference. Especially, I ain't even gonna put it on young ladies because both parties can be shallow or both parties can be green to see certain things and where they can go based upon that person's worldview. For example, myself, trying to choose somebody at 19, 20 years old, or I met this person at 18, 19, and there might be certain good qualities that you see about that person and y'all attach, and y'all have these attachments toward each other. And a lot of the issues and the red flags are going unnoticed, or you're not really noticing them, or you're not really paying attention to them, or you minimizing them because of all these other great attributes that you like, or these other things. And then all those red flags manifest as time goes on. Their value system is their value system, their family value system. And like Zay said, that's why it's important to know the family, because once we know who the family is and their worldview and how they think, that can at least give us some intel on how the person they raised think, if that makes sense.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's the fact that young people don't have the capability. I don't think the young people are taught and they don't have a good enough support system. I think that's all it comes down to. I think at 17, 18, 19 years old, if you got a good support system and the other person's family has a good support system, and y'all and they instill what it is in y'all, and y'all really like each other, I think it could work out more than not, honestly.
You have to teach the children the science of everything that they're feeling. And that's when we should be teaching them when they're like 10 and 12 and 14 years old. We got to teach them the science of it also. So we can psychologically help them understand what's going on with the changes in their body and their thought process when they're seeing things happen throughout a daily activity or whatever they're doing in school. Because then they can understand why their friends and their classmates are behaving the way they are. Your child will be able to cope through a lot of things like puberty and sexual urges if you're really showing them the real scientific method of what they're feeling, and then they'll perceive things in a better light, and that way they won't grow up so fast.
Yeah. I think we need to force them to read too.
I think kids today, they parents got too much going on mentally, physically. They just got too much going on. And it's making it to where it's hard to, I'll say it's hard to reach your kid when your kid is already in a headspace of feeling like, I don't want to put no pressure on my parent. There is kids who feel like, damn, all they hear is their parent complain in the house. And they try not to be somebody that's a part of that complaining. So it's like when it comes to their feelings, their thoughts, they'll keep that shit to themselves. They're like, I'm not going to bother mama or daddy today with what I got going on. I can see that they having a hard day. I think parents got to slow themselves down to sit up here and reach them kids. Otherwise, shit, you ain't getting through to no kid because you too busy doing, like I said, occupied doing what you feel like is most important. And 9 times out of 10, I don't think when a parent is getting off work, they're like, oh, I think you might check on your kid for a moment, but for the most part, you going to do what you about to go do. Why your kid do what they do. Why, whether it's in a room, whether they with their friends, whatever it is. But I don't think every parent is an active parent.
And I agree. When you involved in multiple aspects of your kid's life until they get out your house, then you've met. That means you've had the influence and you've had the handprints in their life. So when they leave the house, you feel at least confident enough that you've implemented all you can. That when they're going through life, they're gonna hear your voice. They're gonna understand the things that you taught them. But a lot of times, parents ain't doing that. So by the time they leave your house, either you don't feel confident, or some parents just don't care and they out in the world doing whatever.
One thing I do see is everybody got a routine. Your house got a routine. Whether it's you waking up, telling your kids get ready for school, and you about to go to work, whatever the case may be. You have a routine with yourself. And I think the kids gonna grow up to follow that routine. Meaning if you have parents who don't clean their house, more likely you're gonna raise a kid that don't care to clean up after themselves. And if they do care to clean, it's because they want to be better than what you showed them. And they just naturally have that in them to want to just be a clean person. They just don't like a messy space where it bothers them. Um, but like I said, you have parents out here, they are so worried about relationships. They're so worried about, you know, um, building a future for their kids or they're in a headspace where it's like, okay, I just did work, so all I need to focus on now is cooking, making sure that my kids took out the trash, or they did their chores today, or you know, um, practice as far as what talents they have, sports events, whatever it is, birthdays. It's like people are too in a headspace to be worried about what you guys just spoke about, their mental.
Can I ask a quick? Yeah, because I think that I see that. I'm not gonna say that people neglect all of these things, but it makes me think about it. Like where parents within our community, at least, because that's who I'm closest to. That's who I'm in proximity with. It seems like we put more emphasis on sports and giving them things.
Dress and fly.
And yeah, and prom, like prom day. Like we finna spend 40 bands on prom and try to do all this stuff and like put emphasis on all of these events. But when it comes to education, and I'm not even talking about educating like, because some of them kids got good grades and they want them to do good in school. I'm talking about like internal education, like what we're talking about, and like values and morals and how to treat people and love and how to communicate and operate with people. I think those things are minimized.
And also education on like life skills, like doing your taxes, like filing for LLC, things that you're gonna need when you grown. Like my parents ain't teach me none of that type of stuff. I had to learn that myself. You know what I'm saying? So I want to make sure my kids like saving money, building credit, all this type of stuff. That's another aspect you got to be in your kids' life.
That's something I'm about to start working on too and trying to incorporate. And you know what? I think that sometimes we sell our children short when we think that they don't have the mental capacity because they're too young to comprehend certain things.
They can, man. These kids smart, bro.
I think depending on the child is going to determine the intelligence behind that child. Because I done seen people who have children, and I'm like, why the hell is your child still wearing diapers? Why is your child still talking like a baby? And they're literally 6 years old. Why is your child sitting up here? Like literally, I be wondering. Like I understand people learn at different levels, but my thing is somebody not attending to that child to get them up to speed.
But that's because a lot of times it's the parents thinking that the child ain't ready. They're like, oh, my child ain't ready to get out of diapers. He 5, 6 years old. He been ready to get out of diapers. And if you would push him to, he'd have been done it. But
Coddling.
you know what I'm saying? That coddling.
I think that's just laziness. But I think it also plays into part about how a lot of people weren't parents intentionally. I think a lot of people did not plan for it, And granted, like I said earlier, you can't plan for everything to be perfect because you don't know how it's going to turn out. But at the very least, be intentional about being parents. I think being a parent is a very, very selfless thing. And a lot of people are inherently selfish. And I think one of the things with Aisha, my bad, I cut out. I think with Aisha's message, I feel like it was more so wrong messenger, but I can't even fully say that because I don't know the ins and outs of their relationship. But I do think that it's always her talking about it and it's never him coming on and saying his side. So I think that's why it's kind of hard for people to get down with what she's saying. But I do think the message that she's sending out, I don't think it's necessarily bad if you look at it as face value. Disrespecting her husband, of course, is not okay. I'm not excusing that part, but I think more women do need to be a little bit more honest and transparent about how automatically being a mom, automatically being a wife may not necessarily be for them. And I think that a lot of people, a lot of women were raised and conditioned to say, okay, now you've gotten to this age, now you finished school, next step is to be a mom, next step is to be a wife. And some people feel like they're kind of pushed into that role. I do think this generation is doing a pretty good job at breaking those automatic, roles, because I think people do have to be honest with themselves. If that's not for you, then don't do it. You know, some people are conditioned to think, oh, it's a woman's job, it's a woman's duty, it's the biggest calling is to be a mom. No, it takes a lot of selflessness to do it. And if you know that you are an inherently selfish person and that's who you are as your character, don't do it. Save the kid, you know? So I don't necessarily agree with the messenger, because I think for someone that has that much money and that much resources, at this point you're just talking,
Do
right?
whatever she wants to do.
Is that no, literally, you know, like you, and again, that's why I feel like it's hard to say, because we really don't know the ins and outs of it. We really don't know if she even has much money on her own and most of it is coming from him, and we don't know if we literally don't know, you know. But I feel like that's where she messed up at, is introducing us into the ins and outs of their relationship, but we're also on the outside, so we really don't know, so people are obviously just going to speculate. But taking Aisha out of it and just taking the message, I think a lot of women do need to be more honest with themselves. Like, you don't want to be a wife, you don't want to be a mom, and that's okay. But don't force yourself into the role, because the only person you're damaging is that child, you know? Because like, if you know that you like to be in bed until 12 o'clock and you like to be up until 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and you know that you do not want to have to peel yourself out of bed to feed a kid, then don't be a don't be a parent. You know what I mean? So I think more people have to realize, I guess, you don't have to automatically step into the roles of society feels like you have to.
I
If
mean,
it's not right for you.
I think the women that's like her, right? Because I was listening to Aisha for the first time today. I really didn't care to hear her speak, but certain family members around me would bring her ass up, and so I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go listen to her. When I listen to her, ain't nobody forced her to be a mom. You chose to be a mom. That's something that you literally prepared yourself for. And my thing is, it's hard to sit up here and build with somebody when they always creating a new standard in life. And it's like, no, you liked it. This what you took time out for. You took time out to sit up here and get to know Curry, because that's what you felt like was important at that time. You felt like at the end of the day, shit, you ain't worried about school, you ain't worried about dreams, goals, none of that shit. You was worried about, I want my back blown out by him. I want to sit up here and marry him. I want to sit up here and build a house and a lifestyle with him. See, the thing is, when you start to really live in that lifestyle that you built, you start to sit up here and realize, oh, it's not what I thought it was. Now you're about to put a new standard on to the relationship, to where it's like, all right, I don't want, besides the kids, I want to follow my dreams. I want to go cooking. She likes cooking. But then when you realize cooking wasn't giving you the spotlight that you thought you was going to have, now it's something else. Now I need to start saying, wow, shit, so I can make people question my marriage or my relationship, or put my relationship back in the spotlight. She wants some type of attention. And I feel like that's what happens with a lot of people in relationships. They start to feel like, damn, you want to start go out there and seek attention. If you just want another man to stick his thing in, you just say that. You ain't got to sit up here and embarrass your relationship like that.
I think she was just what I was saying to Zay earlier, where I think some people really do just need to get those experiences out of their system. I'm not saying that it's necessarily right or wrong, but I think that, one, wasn't he like her second boyfriend ever? So it's like, when you're a kid, when you're a teenager, of course you think at that age that you know what you want. If I was the same person at 17, God help me, you know? So I just feel like that's more so. And again, I'm not even trying to speak directly on her personally, because we really only know the things that she has decided to share on social media. But I think that it's just a situation where she just never, and I hate to call it even like a 3 or 4 phase, because it doesn't even have to be that, but just like actually getting to like enjoy
No, it's
life,
that.
go out with friends, do all the like, just actually experience life and just be, quote unquote, like be outside, you know? But like someone else said earlier, you kind of have to understand the things that different people value, right? So a man can say, well, I don't need to experience all of that to know that my purpose is to be a husband. I don't want to have 10 different, you know, life experiences, whatever. Like, I can meet the second person ever and be completely content, and that's great. I just don't think that I think at 17, 18, that's what she thought she wanted. But now she's clearly realizing like she just doesn't feel content or she just doesn't feel fulfilled.
But you had your first kid
Sad.
at your
That's what I'm saying.
20s.
Like I think it's sad that it had to come to that point that she had to go through a whole marriage and kids to realize it after the fact. But and then when I say forced, I don't mean someone's holding a pew pew to your head. It literally could just be parents constantly saying, "Oh, we're the grandbabies," da da da, or even just societal expectations. You know, like now you're a wife. Now when are you gonna give us kids? So when are you gonna continue the legacy? So it may not necessarily be someone physically forcing you, but it could also just be like societal pressures. That's really all it is. And we see it all the time on social media, like, oh, woman, you get a wall at 35. Like, no one's forcing you to do anything, but there definitely are pressures that we can't ignore that come from, societal norms, expectations, whatever you want to call it.
I mean, my thing is, I feel like if you addicted to attention, I don't think going through your phase would help. I feel like she would have got that attention then, and then when she got locked up, when she got married to whoever else at that point, she would have wanted it again after that point. She's addicted to attention. That's an individual problem that she has to figure out. I don't think going through a phase would have helped her figure it out, honestly.
Very true. Yeah. I don't think none of that shit
All right,
helped me.
y'all. I'm finna shift. Appreciate the conversation.
Oh, yeah,
Hold the
for
fort
sure,
down,
man.
Thunder. Hold the fort down, Thunder. Out there.
All right, bro. You be easy, man.
I'm gone.
I was gonna say something else, I forgot,
But to me, it's just hard to believe that people want solidness when you sit up here and you get into a solid position, right? Like you got into a solid position in marriage. Then you just turn. It's like people start to have that shiny mentality, like to where it's like, oh, I'm unhappy. I've been in this relationship for so long, and I've been unhappy for all these years. Well, if you've been unhappy for all these years, why the fuck is you waking up every day and acting like you happy with a motherfucker? Why are you making a person believe that what y'all got is special? It's worth waking up to. It's worth building with every day. But the fact that you're not expressing this and you holding this type of energy in is weird. It comes off like, damn, is you a user? Is you a gold digger? What we doing?
exactly. And my thing is,
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
my thing is, because that's what I was gonna say before this was like, I understand, people ain't ready to have kids, this and that, but even then, it don't matter. I wasn't ready to have a kid. I was pretty young. Me and my son's mom, we thought we were gonna be together forever. We thought it didn't turn out nothing like we thought it was. At the end of the day, when we found out she was pregnant, we didn't plan for nothing, but it didn't matter at that point. The baby's on the way. We got to get our shit together, and it's not about us anymore. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, it don't matter what you prepare for. When we was being grown, and that's the consequence. When you cross that barrier, all of that other stuff, your happiness really don't matter. It's about the kid.
But y'all wanted kids though at some point, right?
Yeah.
I feel like that's the difference too. I think some people really just should not be parents.
Yeah, we wanted the damn kids. Yeah, it's all about shit, bringing them kids peace. Fuck your peace. It's really like at the end of the day, it's all about, are we really just what we building here? Because if you just saying that, oh, yeah, let me be in this relationship, and then when I'm no longer happy in this relationship, I could create a new standard or a new goal and say, oh, well, I don't want this no more. I want to go sit up here and do this. I want to sit up here and not be a mom. I want to go sit up here and work a job and go on trips and do this type of stuff. And then people will sit up here and be like, hold on. You want to go live your life and leave the life that I built all these years for you, for us. Like, some people would look at that like, damn, so there is men out here building a life for a woman who literally don't see herself being a part of that journey. Like, the whole time she could just change up at any moment when she feel unhappy or not feeling the situation no more. Like, that's where I think people make relationships hard, because it's like, you get the kids, you get what you want, you get the ring, you get the proposal, you get the house, you get the lifestyle, you get to shine. And then it's like, boom, I'm unhappy now. What? What did we go through all this for? just for what us to let it go and say, "Oh, we did it. It was a great time." Now she's back out there on the market.
And I promise you, if she broke up with him today and got half his money and left and did whatever she wanted to do, she still would not be happy.
I just feel like no matter what it is, I don't care what a woman is searching for after she done had the marriage and kids. At the end of the day, you just showed that you willing to give up the position of a wife to go out there and be reckless, to end up back single, back at square one. For what? I just don't be understanding it. I be like, damn, y'all ready to let go of the household, the family dynamic for what?
That's why I was kind of glad that she said what she said. I'm not gonna hold you. I feel like I'm looking at it from the other side, where I think it's important for women in these positions that are unhappy to be more vocal about it. Not necessarily to skew the perception of other people, but just so a lot of people that aren't in that situation realize like it's not just a regular position. Again, I feel like a lot of people are, and again, I don't want to use the word force, but I think a lot of people just feel like the next step in life is to automatically be a husband, a wife, a parent. And I think people have to realize that you don't have to go down that path. And a lot of people feel like they're in that box where they need to or they have to, and they do it, and then you end up with people like this, where after the
But
damage
that's
is
what she
already done,
wanted. You
they
wanted
realize.
Curry's last name.
I mean, she was 17. Like, I'm
I
not
mean, it doesn't
excusing
matter what
her,
age.
but
You chose him to be the dude for you.
fair. But I mean, I'm just saying. I think it's important for these conversations to happen because
I
a lot
think
of
even at
people.
the age 17, you are very aware of what you kind of like. Like you're in the space of knowing that, oh, I like this kind of guy, and that's the kind of guy that you pursue.
I
But
feel like a
if you
17
saying that
was
she did it for an
so.
image, 'cause it is the women that do it for an image.
And that's what I'm about to say. I think you need to know why. You know what I'm saying? The thing is, I think majority everybody wants a family one day. But my thing is, are you doing it because other people told you so, or because? And my thing is, are you doing this because you have some fairy tale idea of what being in a relationship is, or did you actually find that person that you want to spend the rest of your life with? That's
That's the
different.
thing. Why is the automatic next step is everybody wants a family? I think a lot of people are expected to think that they want a family. Like that's the next step. We're supposed to be on here to find love and procreate and be fruitful and multiply. And I think a lot of people are conditioned to think because like why is that though? Why is it that we have to start a family? You know? So I
I'm not
think
saying that you have to, but I'm just saying, in essence, I think that mostly everybody wants to have a family one day.
like why
But
do we want that though? Where did that idea come from?
because as humans, one thing we want is love and acceptance.
She
I
definitely
don't
Where
think
does
did.
it
any.
have to
That's
come
why she got
from?
all them damn
I don't
kids.
think there's a human that doesn't want love and exception.
I think people could definitely want love and companionship in some way, but I think a lot of people don't realize I guess like the actual responsibility that comes from it. And that's why I'm not agreeing with what Aisha is saying, but I'm saying I think it's important for more women to have these conversations because a lot of people don't realize how pivotal the role of a wife is. A lot of people think it's, oh, I get the big wedding, I get the white dress, I get the attention on me, I get a man and da da da, and then that's it. But no, like it's a lot of hard work and it's a lot of sacrifice.
But this is
And a
no,
lot of
this is.
people are not
All
built for
she's
that.
talking about is attention.
But that's what I'm
Everything that
saying.
came out her mouth was literally, oh, well, I want to know how I look to the outside world from another man. From I know it sounds weird. Like, girl, what are you saying? At the end of the day, if you just say that my man ain't sitting up here giving me enough attention or the attention I'm looking for. Matter of fact, I'm not even looking. And the thing is, she keep on saying she don't want to live under Steph Curry's name, but that's what you is. You his wife. You is his legacy. What are we talking about?
I think when she said that part, she meant like she wanted something to kind of call her own. And I guess because she got with him
Yeah,
so
she and he supported her cooking, her cooking show, whatever the fuck that shit was.
fair, but I think for around that time period, though, if I remember correctly, there was, and it could have also been hearsay speculation, that their entire relationship was kind of just for show at that point. And I
The
think there was
thing is,
a
she
little
wanna
bit of this.
outshine the nigga. That's the
Pretty
problem.
much. But my
She
but
wanna
my
be you. She wanna be like Beyonce and Jay Z. See, at the individual, Jay Z still hold his own name. Beyonce still holds her own name. But the thing is, you ain't got no motherfucking talent. So it's like, what the fuck?
And
Like
I think
you
that's where
you ain't
some
about
of
to
her
outshine Steph Curry. You gonna be Aisha Curry, and you gotta accept that.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like when I was saying that everybody wants love and acceptance, what I'm saying is most people
Most
don't
people don't
understand
understand
why.
why.
They like people are told, oh, your wedding is supposed to be like this. A lot of people have this fairy tale idea of what a wedding is supposed to be like, what love, but you don't know. You find the person that you want to build with, and you learn how to build with that person. When you have preconceived notions of what everything is supposed to be, that's when you get let down. But when you find that person and you learn that person and learn what they like and they learn what you like and you build with them, then there's nothing to be let down because y'all built it together.
But then I feel like that's also, it sounds good, but I feel like that's not fully realistic because we all come with expectations no matter what. Even when you come in and say, oh, I'm going to have no expectations, then why do you get disappointed? Because internally, whether you verbalize it or not, internally, we still have expectations. Because we're not, no one's a blank slate except when you're a baby, right? So if you're meeting someone at 20, 24, 25, 28, 35, they come with experiences, right? Even if they don't know you personally, they're still holding you to a certain standard based off of what they've experienced before. So for example, when someone comes in with certain like requirements, oh, I want a man that can take me here, is because someone probably did that at one point. So now that's where their standard is at. If I've had it before, why can't I demand it now? So I hear what you're saying and I agree with you, but it's just not completely realistic,
But
right?
see,
Because even the way you were raised may, like, if I'm raised differently than how the next person is raised, we may have two completely different perceptions on what love and relationship is based off of just even not even our personal experiences, but what we saw our parents experience too. So it's like that whole nature and nurture thing. Like it kind of, you know.
I mean, I see what you mean, but to a degree, I'm like, there's certain things that you can expect, like obviously respect, loyalty, those type of things. I feel like those are like non-negotiables in a relationship. Those are the things that you can expect from the relationship. If your thing is you want somebody that can take you to Paris or something like that, and that's your non-negotiable, yeah, obviously, yeah, you can just be with that person that does. But you 9 times out of 10, you might be missing out on that person that's for you that can't take you, that might not take you to Paris right now, but you can get to that point. You know what I'm saying? Like that's something that you can build to. So a lot of the other stuff that we want, besides like loyalty, respect, those main things, is superficial things that you can get eventually anyway.
Fair.
Winter.
Winter, I don't
Oh,
think we could
sorry.
hear.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there.
So
Yeah.
sorry. I wasn't sure if y'all talking about the topic or if y'all talking about something else.
Oh yeah, it went into something else, but
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm my name's Winter. I'm 44. I remember, right? I had to been like in I want to say junior high or before. It might have been before junior high when they start easing out like paddlings and stuff like that. You know, I remember there was a lady had came into school and she was yelling at the teacher, or she was yelling at somebody in the office about you're not gonna touch my kid and you're not gonna. I don't want. I didn't sign the permission script or whatever the permission slip for y'all to paddle my kid. And I think that was for me was the turning point when I knew that they was finna start like I guess taking paddling out of school and stuff. And I think too many parents are trying to be cool with their kids. You know, they want to be the cool parent, even though they still. I mean, it's you see it more and more now, where everybody, you got parents on TikTok and YouTube and stuff, and they trying to be the cool parent and trying to hold up an image and stuff. But I remember when they start easing, you got parents, like I don't know if you ever seen the swap thing on YouTube and stuff, where the teachers act like the kids for the day and stuff. And and it's crazy because a lot of those, kids coming with blankets. My mama said I can wear this, the belly kid belly sticking out, the little girl belly sticking out. My mama said I can wear this, and they on their phone. I'm talking to my mama this and that. Just the attitude is very different. I remember back in the day when you couldn't talk to your teachers a certain way and you couldn't do certain things or whatever. And it's like, and it's really crazy. I'm like, who, you can't say anything to the kids because if you say something to the kids, the parent comes up there. acting a fool. You can't talk to my kid. Da 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 da. I don't care if my kid is bullying this other kid. I've seen stories where parents, parents are bullies. They mad because the kid decided to fight. The kid, whoever that kid is bullying, decided to fight back. Now they want to sue, and now they want to do this. You can't. It's like you have to be careful. If you're a teacher, if you're a male teacher, you have to be ever extra careful because you could be accused. You got female teachers sleeping with kids now. I've seen like it's like one week. I remember a couple years ago. It was like one week there was like 7 teachers from different states, smiling in the camera because they didn't got arrested for sleeping with kids. It is very different. From what it like I said, it's very different from when I was growing up. You got these young teachers coming in, and they think it's a game. They want to be cool with the kids. They sleeping with the kids. They want to hang out with the kids. They inviting the young kids to their house and stuff like that. It is crazy. So yeah, it's very it's I put some of it on teachers and I put some of it on the parents. Everybody wants to be cool and essentially when it comes down to it, everybody wants to be cool pretty much.
Yeah, I remember the whole teacher bay thing on TikTok with the way the teacher was dressing and stuff like that. But I think some parents definitely are also enablers, and like that doesn't really help anything.
Yeah, they really don't want to punish their kid. They think that everybody saying that their kid is special. Your kid is special to you. Your kid is not special to me. I got 11 nieces and nephews who I think is special, but I'm realistic to know that in the bigger scheme of things, that other people are not going to think they're special. I mean, I love them and I think they're special, but and I think that's the problem. Everybody, wants everybody's saying. I think we gave out too many what they call it participation trophies at one point, and I think that's a lot of it as well. Everybody wants to get a participation trophy. They want to give everybody. They want to give all the kids participation trophies, and now all the kids believe they're special. And we need to bring back real competition. Some kids are going to lose some, and some kids are going to win some. So when they become adults, they don't understand losing because they've been coasting all their lives. Everybody's been telling them they're special. Everybody's been giving them trophies and stuff. Because they want to make sure they don't want no kids to feel left out, but when the real world hits, it's going to be a problem.
I 100% agree. Like your kid is only cute to you, respectfully. And I see that a lot too in public, like parents not parenting their children, and I really don't get that. Like, why is your child running up and down this store, running up and down, touching people in public spaces, and you think it's so cute? Like, no, get your child off of me.
Yeah, I work in the hospitality industry. I work in a country club now, but I worked in restaurants and stuff. And you see these people bring their badass kids in, kids running around. They running in front of servers who, servers holding big trays of food and stuff, and they playing. They just running around. Parents just sitting there like, oh well, he's so spirited, he's so special. I'm like, yeah, your kid is really fucking special. Get him out of here. And it's like literally like no, if you work if you work in that industry, it's hard, especially if you work in the kitchen and stuff like that. You got kids peeking around the door. I'm like, what the hell is that? We're
They'll be
cutting
the
stuff.
first ones to sue if that kid gets into something. I think even that situation with that one kid that broke some expensive table at the cafe, and the
Yep.
parents were trying to sue afterwards. But it's like, why are you not watching your kid?
Oh yeah. So yeah, the kids are just terrible. I mean, I'm not saying kids. Well, yeah, a lot of kids are just, and a lot of these kids are idiots. Let's be honest. Like perfect example. I just found no. I'm serious. A lot of these kids are
No,
really
I'm
stupid.
laughing because you're
Like
right.
I just saw something recently. I'm not joking. You can look it up. A lot of okay, everybody remember here on this panel, right? Everybody remember when they were 6 years old, right? Well, I'm not gonna say you remember everything, but you more or less remember when you were 6 years old.
Yeah.
By the time you were 6 years old, were you or were you not already potty trained?
Six?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, see, no, I'm serious. There was a thing I just saw it a couple of days ago. You can go look it. I'm gonna see if I can find it, but you can look it up, on YouTube. A lot of 6 year olds that are going into school now are not potty trained. A lot of teachers are talking about this, like how a lot of these kids are coming into the school. The parents don't give a damn, and they don't know how to use the restroom.
This is what I was saying earlier when I was saying intentional parent. Like, again, it's hard to completely plan for everything because you don't know. Your child can come out, with certain disabilities and you could not prepare for that. Cool. But it's like certain things that are just basic. Like, you have to be intentional. But then whenever parents are lazy or when they just so happen to, get pregnant, whatever, and they weren't planning for it, that's when you have a lot of these situations. Like, you literally have to be intentional with raising kids, and it's very, very, very selfless. And I think people have to acknowledge when it's just not for them. And it's okay, but yeah, nah. There's no reason why at
You just
6
like
you
to
don't have certain
smash.
capabilities.
Yeah,
And
because a
that's
lot
what
of
you need to admit. That you just like to smash. You just like to open up your damn legs. And that's just really what it is. A lot of people just don't care to sit up here and prove themselves
But like,
no
why bring a
more.
kid into it? And that's another thing that I really don't get. Because there are some people for religious beliefs they don't believe in AB, and that's your prerogative. But it's no way that you could say, okay, I don't believe in AB, but then you also believe in being neglectful to the kids that you decided. Like that's the part I'm not getting. Even if you want to smash and be hyper sexual, whatever, that's your business, that's your body. Do whatever. But I feel like at that point, be a little bit more proactive to making sure that it doesn't end up in a pregnancy every single time.
My question is to you is, why do women, irresponsible women, right, who lay with irresponsible men, why do they expect him to be responsible after knowing that he was irresponsible to begin with?
I don't think that they necessarily, that one's a tough one to answer. And I feel like if I'm going to put the blame on the men, which is what I always do, then I also have to put the blame on the woman. So I'm going to flip it the same thing to you. If we're going to put the blame on the woman to be responsible, then we also have to put the blame on the man to also be responsible. I think after a certain age, you just got to be adults, right? So even if personally, I'm not excusing the woman's behavior. Even in the example that I was talking about earlier with the girl that was cursing out the kid and all that stuff, that to me is just a repetitive cycle. And that's someone who was raised into that, because there's no way common sense will tell you, hey, let me have 3, 4 kids with 3, 4 different men. And I'm just going to keep procreating while complaining about my financial situation. Like that to me is just stupid. But she's only as stupid as the men that are also doing that with her. So I don't think in that particular, and she's really my only real life example to use for this, so that's why I keep, going back to her. But I really think that that's a situation where she just, I don't know if it's just, she just doesn't know any better. That's what's normal to her. That's how she was raised into. So that to her, that could be normal. And the men that are procreating with her, I know some of them are in jail. Like that really is just their normal, and to me it's crazy, but to her, that's probably just, that's what all her friends are doing. That's what her family was doing. That's what's normal to her. So I think people that live that type of lifestyle, they don't know anything different. So to
see,
me, it sounds crazy, but to her, there's nothing wrong with it, which is crazy to me. But to her, she's probably looking at me like I'm crazy. Like, oh, you're 26, you don't have any kids, da,
But
da, da.
why
But I'm looking at
try
her
to
like, no.
well,
but
see,
why try to force an irresponsible man to be responsible? That's still
Because he's still a grown
like,
adult. In the eyes of the law,
at
he's
the end
still
of
an
the
adult.
day, if you didn't have the mind to choose a responsible person, don't expect the responsible people responsible things out of people that you know is already reckless. That's like me sitting up here knowingly. I know that this motherfucking man I'm laying with, he robbed people, he steal, and I'm expecting him to live a God honest life. Like that's crazy.
But I
see,
think it's
he.
also, oh, go ahead,
I'm sorry.
Winter,
Go
my
ahead.
bad.
No,
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 no, go
go
ahead.
ahead. Well, I was
No,
gonna
okay,
say, like,
go ahead.
condoms are cheap. Spermicide is cheap. I do not understand. If one person's not going to bring it to the table, then you be the one to bring it to the table, or just something. It's like everybody's just like I remember in the '90s. TLC. Snoop Dogg and Dre and all them. Talking about wrapping it up, this and that. Because let's put the pregnancies to the side. Did everybody forget that STDs and STIs are out there and they exist? It's like if all you want to do is sleep with somebody, if all you want is to peen, use protection, use a condom. It's much better than finding out later you can't have kids because you done caught something that's been stored your uterus. And I keep trying to tell people that all the time. Use protection. If that's all you want to do is sleep around, fine. Be like Samantha of Snakes in the City or whatever, and use protection and keep and stay safe, because that way you're not having 6 different kids or whatever, and you mad at the world and stuff. Yes, I know that it's on both the male and the female or whatever, but let's be honest. We as women, we get blamed for a lot of stuff. At least because I'm 44, I don't have kids. I made a choice a long time ago. I grew up in foster care, so I had to deal with people telling me, "Oh, you'll change your mind." This and that. I never changed my mind because I just didn't want kids. I got nieces and nephews. I love them to death. I'm good with that. But I made a choice. I said, you know what? I need to keep myself, protected. And I've been with guys who are like, "Why are you using protection? This and that. What you trying to say? This and that." I'm like, dude. I just want you for one thing and one thing only. I do not want you in my life for the next 18 years. That's it. And I had
Right.
to make a lot of choices. And I just don't understand why all of a sudden nobody wants to use protection anymore. Nobody wants. It's like everybody forgot. And that's why I said a lot of these younger people are just. I'm not saying they're idiots, but it's like why I be sitting there like, wow, because it's
People
like,
are unfortunately
really.
very like
You're
easily
right, they're
easily
idiots. Women,
manipulated.
they are idiots because that's why
Very
they
easily
end up in those
manipulated.
situations.
And I really do think though a lot of us are sometimes products of our environment, and I'm not saying it's because again with that particular situation I'm looking at her like, girl, what are you doing, right? But to her, the people that she's around, how she was raised into, this is her normal, so, and granted, I know earlier we are talking about how sometimes it's okay to be judgmental, but to me, like, her life literally would be a nightmare for me, right? But to her, she's looking at me like, oh, well, I wanted to be a mom and blah 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 blah, and she's probably looking at me like, why don't you have any kids, so it was just, I think some people do end up being a product of their environment, because a lot of the values and a lot of the things, and part of the reason why I am how I am now is because of how I was raised. So I have to give her that same leverage to say, okay, she's probably how she is because of how she was raised and what she was raised into. I think the only person that really suffers in that situation is the kid. And the reason why I think we still have to hold men to that standard is because it's like, if the woman who's quote unquote deemed as also irresponsible is still likely going to be the primary caretaker, still going to likely be the primary custodial parent, whatever, we can't let men just get away with it. I do think that it's wiser to not get in that situation in the first place, of course. I don't think it's wise to put your health, your body, all that stuff at risk for a man, like you said, that clearly has not shown you anything other than his peen. Like, to me, that's crazy, right? But I think that in order for any type of change, any type of shift, we can't keep blaming the woman and blaming the woman, because then the men feel like, ooh, like it's always single moms and never absent fathers. We're never flipping the coin to the other side to address the contributions that men have to the same issue. So it's like, if men keep thinking like they're absolved from responsibility because we're perpetuating that by always blaming the mom and saying that she's the one that has to be responsible, I think the cycle continues, at least with the men's behavior. Logically speaking, I 100% agree with you. I do think because you are the one carrying the child, you're kind of the one that has that last say so. So I do think you have to be very intentional with who you choose to share your body with. But if we're looking at how some people are brought in and the type of chaos that people are raised into and taught to think that's normal, she even acknowledged to me that she was SA'd as a kid. So that definitely could play a part into her hypersexuality. So we have to look at the layers and look at the foundation and the root as to why people are how they are, instead of just placing blame. I do think after a certain age, you do have to have some level of accountability. You can't always blame your childhood, but we do have to still acknowledge that that could be the reason why people are how they are. So again, I'm not knocking the fact that women definitely do have to take accountability for who they choose to lay down with 100%. But we can't say, oh, well, how can we expect the man that showed us that he wasn't responsible to be responsible later? Well, how can we expect the woman that what showed that she clearly wasn't responsible to still also be the one raising the child, which is what is still happening? Irresponsible, quote unquote, women that chose bad are still the ones at least raising the kid, are still the parents that stayed. So I still think that we have to, the blame has always been on women. Women have always been conditioned to be this, change because so-and-so's coming over. Do this because you got to be this. Make sure you can cook and clean. Women have always been raised to appease to men, right? So I think it's about time that we kind of shift to the other side of the coin and acknowledge the contributions that men have, that's all.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. I think when I brought it up, it was more of a understanding that a person looking at you, right? Like a person that can sit up here. I think what some people in general see, especially guys, if they see you got 4 or 5 kids, more than likely he gonna feel like all right, and he hear you got 2 or 3 baby daddies. More than likely he understands that you comfortable with letting niggas bust in you. You are the type of woman who comes across like you don't care about protection because of the kids that you produce. You ain't, these men is popping kids in you and leaving. They ain't creating a family.
Right.
So at the end of the day, it's more understanding that, oh, you like the reckless and you don't give a fuck. If you understand that this nigga is in your car and he ain't got no car, he in your house, he ain't got no house. He's sitting up here living off your paycheck because he ain't making no check. At the end of the day, is it his fault that you chose him as to be your baby father, or no,
I
it's
get
your
that.
fault because that's what you liked. At the end of the day, you can't complain about laying down with a reckless person and then be like, oh, why they ain't being responsible? You get what I'm saying? It's
No, no,
crazy. It's
100%.
like you can't
I get
tell
that.
me. Yeah, there's people who really delusional to their situation to where it's like, oh, I've been paying all the bills. It's like you've been telling this motherfucker. It's not until y'all get in a breakup situation or an argument to where you like, I've been taking care of your broke ass, your dusty ass, and woo woo woo. And you been knowing that he was dusty before your ass had a baby by him. So at the end of the day, don't be surprised when he ain't showing up as the type of man that you needed to see.
I get that. Because it's kind of like if they're seeing, okay, you don't even respect yourself, why would I come in and respect you? That's not something that you're requiring. I get that too.
You get the energy that you put out. That's what I'm saying. But I'm about to hop off up here because I see
Yeah, me
everybody
too.
left. I appreciate you. You cool.
Of course. Have a good night.
You too.
All right, bye.